Inside a bar in Belton City, Roy, Biles, Phil, and Pasha sat around a small round table, guzzling down Southville beer. They didn't talk much as they listened to the drunkards in the next table discussing supernatural powers and mysticism incidents. Before this, I saw that, not only do the Phasacians look like bears, but they could also control fire, throwing them out like javelins. No way, supernatural powers actually exist. Haha, that's because you don't know a thing. I was drunk one day and slept near the cemetery. I saw people from the Church of Evernight appear with a few ghosts out. Yes, ghosts. They floated in the air. And it was terrifying. It was unknown if the drunkards were sharing stories from personal experiences or from hearsay, but the way they described it was with so much agitation that saliva kept flying as their faces flushed red. That's what they're like. They only become more excited after drinking. They always like to brag and be dramatic despite usually being depressed. Biles was a Belton local. Upon seeing this, he explained, ever since the coal mines began to run dry, young people gradually left Belton and headed for Constant and Backlund. The atmosphere here has become more and more oppressive, and the city is just declining by the day. This man, who was less than 30 years old, had also been a miner when he was young. He was lucky to survive in the mines. His skin was tanned from all the labor. His exposed muscles weren't too exaggerated, but it gave people the feeling that they were made of steel. As the leader of the group, Roy smiled and said, what they're saying might be the truth. They're not bragging. The previous war has indeed exposed supernatural powers to many people, especially the soldiers who were directly involved. As long as they're still alive, they will have the corresponding experience. Besides, this also brings about many fortuitous encounters, making it so that people who had zero chance of interacting with supernatural powers or true mysticism to become beyonders. The way he expressed himself was very subtle, as though he was talking about others, but in reality, this was exactly what the four of them had experienced. Biles and Roy had participated in the defense of Belton City before. Phil had once been ransacked by the Phasacians, but he was lucky to not have died. Pasha and her former citizens had seduced and ambushed a few Intis soldiers in the harbor battle. They had witnessed the deaths of many of their friends and obtained supernatural powers due to various reasons. After that, due to the chaos brought about by the war, they either lost contact with their unit, or they avoided it on their own accord without the officials learning about it. Slowly, they got to know each other and became friends with each other due to their common experiences. This time, they had come to Biles's hometown in Belton to seek out any friends and family who might have survived. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. Pasha, who had long dark blonde hair and deep blue eyes, sighed. She was only in her 20s, and she was quite good-looking. However, her face was a little thin, accentuating the protrusion of her cheekbones. This made her look much older than her actual age. In the future, we will lead different lives. Roy, who had the typical Loanese characteristics, raised his cup to a brand new future. Before he could finish speaking, someone in the bar suddenly screamed. The experienced Roy and company quickly raised their vigilance and cast their gazes over. They saw a young man dressed in ordinary clothes, lying on the ground, rolling back and forth as if he was in extreme pain. Under the dim yellow gas wall lamps, everyone realized that the clothes on the young man's back had been torn open, revealing blood-red streaks. It was as if he had been whipped by a whip. However, no one around him held a whip. The victim had only let out one scream. This was only possible if he had been whipped countless times in an instant. But if that were the case, how could no one notice it? He's holding a wallet. Could this have something to do with the anomaly just now? The thin Phil took several looks and said after some deliberation, "Shall I take a look?" Roy thought for a moment and nodded. "Be careful." Phil grunted and walked over from the small round table. With the help of the crowd, he approached the young man who was now whimpering instead of rolling about. He quietly extended his left hand. His target was the seemingly ordinary leather wallet. "Ah!" Phil suddenly screamed as he watched his left wrist snap and land on the ground. Blood splattered from the stump onto the faces and bodies of the people around them. The scene instantly froze. The drunken guests were first stunned before swallowing their saliva. Then, they turned around and ran frantically towards the door or to the corners. "Something's wrong. No one attacked me." Phil nearly fainted from the pain, but he still forced himself to tell Roy, Biles, and Pasha what he had just experienced. Roy's eyes narrowed as he decisively said, "Let's get out of here first." He then turned his head and said to Biles, "Pick up Phil's hand and preserve it well. I remember that a military doctor I met before is also from Belton. After he got discharged from the army, he came here and opened a private clinic. He can effectively treat this kind of wound." The military doctor named Weber was also a Beyonder. When he participated in the war in the South, he had advanced step by step, obtaining medical skills that surpassed reality. It was said that he could sew up a severed limb and restore it to its former flexible state. "All right," Biles agreed without hesitation. He took a few steps forward, took out a wooden box, picked up Phil's severed hand, and put it in. At the same time, Pasha used the mystical ointment she had bought previously to stop Phil's bleeding, and bandaged it. Soon after, the group of 4 left the bar. After many inquiries, they finally found Weber's clinic with the help of passers-by. The clinic hadn't closed for the day, and the light from the gas lamps inside spread outwards, casting a dim yellow light. Roy politely pulled at the doorbell again and again as he heard the ringing echo inside. However, after a few minutes, no one came to open the door. "He's drunk." Pasha looked at the miserable Phil and made a guess. Roy shook his head. "I remember that Weber isn't one to drink. Other than being more amorous, he doesn't have any bad habits. Perhaps he's currently—" As he spoke, the middle-sized man with a face full of weathered pockmarks pushed the door open and realized that it was not locked. It was ajar. As the door opened, Roy, Biles, and the others saw 2 figures. 2 figures were hanging in the middle of the clinic. Due to the wind blowing in from the outside, they swayed gently. One was a man in his 30s wearing a white coat, while the other was a young lady in a nurse's uniform. Their lower bodies were naked and their eyes were protruding. Their mouths were half open, and their tongues were squeezed out. They were hung on the ceiling by an invisible rope. Their expressions were filled with fear, despair, and blankness. Weber. Roy recognized the dead man. He, along with Pasha, Phil, and Biles, felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't know why something like this had happened, nor did they know what kind of horrors such an unknown might bring. Boom! The sound of a chair being knocked over sounded from the side, jolting the dazed Roy and company. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a lady carrying a baby standing up in a fluster. She whispered in horror and confusion, "They were having an affair." What had this got to do with their encounter? Roy took a deep breath. He felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He quickly instructed, "Let's go." He didn't ask Pasha to comfort the lady, nor did he attempt to obtain the clinic's disinfectant and bandages. Biles and the others swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, turned around, and warily left the clinic. To Phil, the horror of the unknown had completely suppressed the pain in his left hand. "What exactly happened?" Phil asked as he turned into another street, asking as his facial muscles winced. "How would I know?" Biles blurted out. He had seemed to lose control of his emotions. Roy looked around and exhaled. "Calm down. This should be a terrifying beyonder matter that has exceeded our imaginations. Right? All of this is too strange. That can be the only reason." Pasha nodded in agreement. "Then what should we do?" Phil asked anxiously. Roy thought for a moment and said, "Let's try to leave Belton. Also, analyze what happened before and summarize the patterns hidden within. We can't be sure of the anomalies we might encounter later. We can only ensure our own safety after knowing the underlying rules." "Right?" Biles calmed down and agreed with Roy. They discussed as they walked, gradually having some ideas. Weber was hung for adultery. Before Phil's hand was cut off, he tried to take the wallet. That's a form of theft, Pasha summarized the common point the two incidents had in common. Roy suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they suffered such a situation because they did something illegal? How is that possible? Biles and Phil both replied. As soon as he said that, they suddenly had a corresponding guess, and their expressions turned solemn. Maybe there's an invisible law enforcer. That's the essence of this Beyonder incident, Biles said in thought. Roy tersely acknowledged and said, That's highly possible. Next, we'll take note of our actions. Pasha and the others nodded and walked on the streets cautiously. Not long after, they arrived at the municipal square and saw that there were many people standing around the notice board. Notice! Roy and the others exchanged looks, wondering if it was a warning that the officials had given to the supernatural incidents. Hence, they approached and used the light from the street lamps to look at the notice on the wooden board. There was a piece of white paper stuck in the middle, and beneath it was a piece of yellow paper. It seemed to be an annex. As they quickly scanned through the notice, Roy, Pasha, and the others quickly had their eyes filled with horror. They seemed to understand the source of the matter. After reading the paper, their eyes landed on the yellow paper. All citizens are to arrest foreigners using all possible means. Arrest foreigners. Roy and the others felt their hearts tighten as they instinctively looked at the citizens around the notice board. As if sensing their gazes, the citizens turned around and cast their gaze at them. Under the dim yellow light from the gas lamps, their eyes seemed to glimmer with a strange light. Ha! How can someone tell at a glance if another person is a foreigner? How do you distinguish that? Roy forcefully composed himself and pretended to be discussing the yellow paper's contents with his companions. He used the hidden meaning in his words to console Phil and Pasha so that they didn't need to panic. After all, other than Biles, who was a native, the remaining three were also citizens of Lone. They didn't have any southern continent blood in them. Nothing about their facial features stood out. But this is a supernatural incident, Pasha stammered. This couldn't be judged by common sense. Roy's heart froze as he looked at the citizens who were slowly approaching in a deadpan manner. He quickly shouted in a low voice, "Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the nearest street entrance. Pasha and Phil followed closely behind. As a local, Biles tacitly held the rear, covering the surface of his skin with illusory fish scales. Bang! 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 A few citizens raised their dual-barreled hunting guns and fired. Roy, Phil, and Pasha were Beyonders who were relatively good at fighting. While running, they would occasionally change directions or roll forward, successfully dodging the attacks. Following that, under Pasha's guidance, they passed through the streets and escaped their pursuers before hiding in an empty dark corner. What should we do? Phil, who had lost a hand, panted as he asked. From the contents of the notice, we probably won't be able to leave this city. We need to figure out the rules and find a way around them. Although Roy was also very flustered, he still forced himself to calm down and think, lest the morale of the entire squad crumbled. Pasha looked at the wary Biles and asked, "Has such a notice ever appeared in the past?" Biles nodded. "Yes, although I rarely had the chance to go to the municipal square. I've been assembled there back when I was recruited into the army. I've seen that notice board. There shouldn't be any problems with the notice board. Perhaps those two pieces of paper are the key. The laws written on them contain mystic intent," Pasha said. Roy immediately expressed his agreement. "That's right. Besides, I suspect that the laws have to be made public before they are put into effect. If we can find an opportunity to rip off those two pieces of paper, the corresponding restrictions might disappear." After hearing Roy's words, Pasha, Phil, and Biles fell silent. After a few seconds, Phil's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Let's give it a try. If we continue to be trapped in the city, even if we aren't caught by those citizens, we might be punished for various reasons." Although they were all Beyonders, their sequences weren't high. It wasn't a problem dealing with a few ordinary people, but facing the enmity of an entire city was extremely dangerous. Roy, Biles, and Pasha were more or less people who had been on the battlefield before. They knew that hesitation was the worst action to take in such situations, so they agreed to Phil's suggestion. Under the guidance of the rather experienced hunter, Pasha, the group of 4 made a detour and returned to the municipal square from another street. At this moment, the residents who were surrounding the notice were no longer there. It was as if they were searching the entire city for foreigners. When they saw the notice board that stood silently in the middle of 2 gas lamps, Roy and company carefully approached it, ready to escape at any moment. After approaching the target, Roy suddenly thought of a question. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked, "Is destroying the notice considered an illegal act?" "In theory, yes." Pasha was taken aback. They then cast their gaze at the notice board and scanned through the list of crimes stipulated by the 3rd law. 8. Destroying public property. "It really exists," Biles blurted out. Phil, whose face had turned pale due to the blood loss, turned paler. After some thought, he said, "What kind of punishment does destroying public property entail? This wasn't a very serious crime, and the corresponding punishment should be relatively lenient." If that was the case, Phil decided to take the risk to tear the notice and end this horrifying, bizarre event. First-timers get whipped. Just as Roy, Pasha, and Biles were pondering over the answer, a voice sounded from behind them. The 4 turned around in shock and saw a young man in a black robe and a tall hat. He looked ordinary. The man continued, "A repeated offense is to have one's hand lopped off. I'm not sure what happens after that." "How do you know that?" Fully alert, Roy frowned as he gripped his concealed dagger. The young man smiled and said, "I've tried. It's useless. The notice gets restored very quickly." "So, you've been whipped?" Pasha asked in enlightenment. "Yes." The young man nodded with a relaxed expression. "However, because I also committed fraud, I was later punished with having my hand lopped off." "Fraud?" Biles asked, puzzled. The young man chuckled and replied, "To put it simply, I didn't personally destroy the notice. Instead, I created a dummy to do it. The one who was whipped was also the dummy." As he spoke, he raised his right arm. Like Phil, his wrist was cut neatly. His stump was ghastly white and red, as though he was still bleeding. Suddenly, the stump's flesh squirmed and twisted, as transparent worms crawled out. They intertwined with each other and formed a new hand. During this process, Roy and the others didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. This was because the moment they saw those worms which had details they couldn't discern, their thoughts were thrown in a mess. Random thoughts ran through their minds as they found it difficult to control their emotions. After the palm was covered with skin and became normal, the Beyonders recovered. They retreated a few steps in shock, surprise, and fear. The scene just now had exceeded their understanding. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a wandering magician." The person who had committed a fraud and a case of destruction of public property was none other than Klein. He swept a glance at the 4 Beyonders and said with a smile, "My best magic trick is to grant someone's wishes. Do you have a wish you would like granted?" Upon hearing this question, Roy's spirits rose as he asked with hope, "Can you take us away from Belton?" "Of course, I'll do my best to do this, but not now." Klein gave his promise. Then he looked at the handless Phil. "He just said his wish. What's yours?" "Let my hand recover," Phil probed. "All right." Klein cast his gaze at Biles. "Take out his hand." After hesitating for a moment, Biles took out the wooden box as per the mysterious man's instructions and returned the hand inside to Phil. "Come here," Klein said with a smile. Phil mustered his courage and walked over with his severed hand. "Remove the bandages," Klein continued to instruct. "Place the severed arm in its original spot. Let me remind you, don't have it reversed. Otherwise, you'll have to chop it off again and repeat the process." Seeing how confident the other party was, Phil felt a little more confident. He quickly pulled off the bandage that had been stuck to his wound with a twisted expression as he hissed. After placing his severed hand at the stump, Klein took out a piece of white paper and approached. Then he reached out to wipe the wound. Silently, The piece of paper split into two while Phil felt the pain disappear. He quickly looked down and saw that his left wrist was perfectly intact. He couldn't even tell that he had been hurt before. Phil subconsciously moved his fingers and realized that he didn't lose any of his motor skills at all. "Your wish has been granted." Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. "Thank you," Phil replied in a daze. Klein looked at the other 2 Beyonders. "What's your wish?" Upon seeing that Phil's wish had really been fulfilled, Biles immediately stepped forward and said, "I want to know where my family is." Klein flicked his left arm and took out a silver mirror with ancient patterns. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "What is the answer to that question?" The surface of the mirror shimmered with aqueous light as silver words appeared one after another. "Belton Glorin Cemetery." Upon seeing this, Biles, who had his neck craned, felt his heart sink as he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sorrow and disappointment. In the next second, new silver words appeared from the aqueous light. "S. Gravekeeper's Hut." This means that Biles felt his sorrow turn to happiness as he sincerely said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. How many people could live in the graveyard? How many gravekeepers could there be? His family members definitely numbered more than 2 or 3. Biles's expression oscillated between gloom and joy before he fell silent. As a result, he didn't see the question posed by the silver mirror. "Great Master, did I answer kindly enough?" "Yes." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he cast his gaze at the remaining lady. Pasha thought for 2 seconds and said, "My wish is for you to protect us until we leave Belton alive." She realized that Roy's wish was problematic because they might not necessarily leave Belton alive. "Smart," Klein praised with a smile. "Your wish will be granted. Then what price do we have to pay?" "I'm referring to the payment for watching your magic," Pasha hurriedly asked. "Your wishes are the price," Klein replied briefly before asking thoughtfully. "If you know certain things are fake, but if you are willing to subjectively use them, it shouldn't be considered fraud, right?" When Roy and company heard this, they were puzzled. After pondering for a moment, they shook their heads and said, "Definitely not. This is actually a game between 2 parties. A voluntary action that has a clear understanding of the actions is definitely not a scam. There's no doubt about it." After hearing their answers, Klein smiled. "Very good. This is what the average person will think." As he spoke, he grabbed a few times with his right hand, dragging out a woman in a simple robe with black long hair. It was the historical void projection of the Evernight Cloister's matron, Ariana. Klein looked around and saw nothing unusual. He smiled at the projection and said, "Madam, what exactly happened?" Ariana's eyes darted about slightly, turning deep and quiet instantly. It made one feel a sense of serenity from the bottom of their hearts. She calmly spoke. "The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, escaped. I'm tracking him." Ariana paused and said, "After I came to Belton, I received new information. According to our intelligence, Larian took away a sealed artifact when he escaped. 0-02. 0-02. Klein inwardly repeated the serial number, feeling that the problem might be more troublesome than he had expected. Although it couldn't be said that 0-02 was definitely more terrifying than 0-05, since the true essence of the magic wishing lamp was that of a sealed outer deity, an entity far stronger than the present true deities. He could definitely destroy this world or even this solar system if not for the restrictions of the outer shell. However, the smaller the number meant that 0-02 was likely more dangerous and more difficult to seal than 0-05 in most cases. At the end of the 4th epoch, the 7 churches had serialized the batch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts to 2-digit numbers. Being only second to 0-01, it's totally possible to imagine how terrifying 0-02 is. However, the God of Combat didn't seem to make use of this sealed artifact in the Battle of Gods. Was it not suitable for direct combat, or was it too dangerous? It didn't distinguish between friend and foe? Thoughts ran through Klein's mind. His expression gradually turned serious. "Ma'am, what do you know about 0-02? Ariana slowly shook her head and said, when the various churches inform each other of the Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, they only mention the serial numbers. That's right. The information regarding a Grade 0 sealed artifact is strictly confidential internally to a church. As part of the brass, they usually have to be in charge of a particular Grade 0 sealed artifact before they can come into contact with any related information. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the corresponding memories will be erased after everything is over. This is, on the one hand, to prevent important information from leaking, and on the other hand, there's the fact that just knowing about Grade 0 sealed artifacts in most cases can result in danger, or cause the seal to be ineffective. Klein asked in thought, didn't the church already take over the Church of the God of Combat? That way, they could have obtained all the files on 0-02. Ariana looked at the nearby Roy and company and said, Larian destroyed all files regarding the Grade 0 sealed artifacts before escaping. Impressive. Such an abnormally cautious fellow is really annoying. Klein thought and said, what comments does the goddess have of 0-02? From his point of view, the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were existences from the same period. Furthermore, she was in control of the concealment authority. The goddess had a high chance of understanding the situation that the latter grasped. In addition, it was impossible for the sealed artifacts at the level of 0-02 not to leave any traces in history. They might have created many disasters, so they were no stranger to high-level figures of that era. Ariana seemed to have recalled the situation from a long time ago. She stated without any pause, in the past revelation, the goddess called 0-02, the Book of Rules. Book of Rules. That's even more terrifying. Klein's eyes narrowed as he made plenty of connections. In his past life, he was a gaming enthusiast who played a broad genre of games despite not being too obsessed. He wasn't unfamiliar with the term Book of Rules at all. At this moment, Ariana added, the fact that you happen to be in Belton City might reveal some of the characteristics of 0-02. Yes, it's quite normal for Ma'am Ariana to encounter such an anomaly while tracking the chief shepherd, Larian, to Belton, but for me to also be here, it's too much of a coincidence. In mysticism, excessive coincidences often mean that there's something wrong. Is someone setting me up? Or is it the effect of the law of beyonder characteristic convergence? Based on the present situation, the setup doesn't seem targeted. And how I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle, I can more or less sense something abnormal. If it's the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, eliminating the exiled Mr. Dorr and the Antigonus ancestor who is sealed in the foggy town, the only ones that can influence me to this extent are Zeradal and Amon. However, I've always been deliberately avoiding Zeradal. Amon's true body should be under the true creator's pursuit. If it's just an avatar, it's impossible for it to produce such a powerful convergence effect. Yes, there's another possibility. The law of convergence between Spherote, 0-02 attracted Sapphira Castle, causing me to coincidentally come to Belton today? If that's the case, even if 0-02 isn't a Sapphira, it's definitely related to one. Klein, who had already suspected something, suddenly thought of a lot. He had a vague grasp of 0-02. He thought for a moment and said, from the development of the situation, the rules are gradually becoming stricter. That piece of yellow paper is evidence. Does this mean that the extent of 0-02's coming to life or the degree of reawakening is becoming deeper? Ariana nodded serenely and said, that's right. We have to find it before something happens and also try to seal it. That's why it's best we split up and expand the search radius, saving as much time as possible. Klein had no objections to this. After some thought, he said, ma'am, you've told me so much. Isn't this considered leaking secrets? No, Ariana gave a rather clear answer. Leaking secrets refers to informing the outside world of the anomaly in Belton via any way. This has cut off any physical connection between us and the outside world. That's fine. At least, there's no need to worry about any problems with our usual conversations. In short, it's fine if we don't curse. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief and asked, the Nighthawks and mandated punishers here will abide by the rules on the notice? Yes. Ariana gave an affirmative answer before her figure faded away and disappeared. After watching the matron of the Evernight cloister leave, Klein quickly sorted out the information he had just obtained and gained some understanding of the possible developments that were to come. Combat wasn't the main point. The crux of the problem was whether he could find 0-02 in time and think of a way to seal it. During this process, what they would face as foreigners would become more and more complicated. They would find it increasingly difficult to abide by the rules and the citizens that were controlled. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze to Roy and company not far away. He asked with a smile, "What are your thoughts on what you just heard?" Roy exchanged looks with Pasha and said, "We don't know what a Grade 0 sealed artifact is, but we can guess that 0-02 is a very terrifying item. It can set the rules and even change reality to a certain extent. Furthermore, this anomaly seems to change as time passes. Also, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat should be a very powerful beyonder." Klein gently clapped his hands and smiled. "That's about it. If we don't work hard and hope to avoid danger by hiding, then there will be more and more things that we need to take note of. If we aren't careful, we might commit a crime. Perhaps in the end, we will be executed on the spot because we stepped out the door with our left foot first." His words left Pasha, Biles, and the others in a panic. It was indeed funny to hear the possible developments, but on second thought, they could sense the extreme horror hidden within. A few seconds later, Pasha said with a solemn expression, "Furthermore, the citizens can use any means to deal with us, but we are unable to fight back. This is because killing and voluntarily causing harm are very serious crimes. We can try to deceive their senses, but we can't use it too many times," Klein said casually. "What we need to do now is to quickly summarize the rules that 0-02 follows. That way, we can find it and seal it before it comes to life or awakens to gain true intelligence. What are your thoughts?" Marauder Phil thought for a moment and probed. "It doesn't seem capable of attacking us directly. It can only punish us when we violate the rules and commit crimes." Klein snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. I can summarize this law for now. 0-02 cannot punish those who do not commit crimes." Biles blurted out, "But it can make the citizens arrest foreigners. Foreigners aren't considered criminals." "This does contradict the previous law from before," Klein replied with a smile. "However, in history, many cities have come up with laws that include discrimination and the expulsion of foreigners in the different stages of their development. Did you decipher any deeper laws from this matter?" The four Beyonders frowned one after another, unsure what the powerful magician opposite them was trying to express. After a brief silence, Pasha, who thought of the question he had asked, asking whether a particular action was considered fraud, hesitated and said, "The rules issued by 0-02 must match the public's understanding and be acknowledged to a certain extent." "That's a good idea," Klein praised. "This is a guess thanks to the law regarding the arrest of foreigners. It has been verified from your previous feedback, so we can temporarily list it as its second law. This can help us determine which actions are crimes and which aren't." Seeing Pasha receive the praise of the powerful magician twice, Roy hurriedly added, "It will constantly increase the number of laws, reaching a certain level of complexity, thereby limiting us. No matter what we do, we will be punished. Yes, on the basis of arresting foreigners, clauses such as the trespassing of private property and the prohibition of defecation or urination in public will make life harder for us with the passage of time." Just as Klein nodded in agreement, his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively raised his head and looked at the notice board. He realized that a goatskin parchment had appeared on it at some point in time. "Curfew order." Pasha and the others also noticed this change and their eyes widened. It was already late at night. If they stayed outside for some time, they would violate the curfew and suffer some punishment. Then, the punishment would worsen each time until they were sentenced to death. "Let's go. We haven't got much time." Klein pressed down his tall hat and said with a smile, "Our target is most likely a book. It might still be with the chief shepherd, or it might have already been hidden somewhere. My intuition tells me that it might be the latter." This is because, to anyone, that item is too dangerous, and it will only become more dangerous. Of course, the premise is that the chief shepherd hasn't gone crazy, only using 0-02 to create a chance to escape pursuit. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the chief shepherd is a grounded angel. Angel, Roy, Pasha, and the others who had just begun to move, froze. In the present era of this world, belief in a deity was common. The difference was which deity they believed in. Therefore, even if Roy, Pasha, and company didn't understand the meaning of angels and mysticism, they had more or less heard of legends about angels from the priests, bishops, and seniors around them. They knew that they were the servants of deities, and were powerful creatures that were qualified to be addressed as him or her. Every action of theirs could create miracles. They were definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. In the hearts of these four beyonders, angels were of a whole different level, holy spirits of another world. Under normal circumstances, they lived in the divine kingdoms and wouldn't descend into the real world. They could be treated as true legends without considering the meaning they had in reality. Just like the battles they had experienced in the past, although they would occasionally encounter beyonders today who struck terror in their hearts. Like today, them being angels was the last thing on their mind. The two weren't on the same level. But today, a wandering and mysterious magician had informed them that the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat was an angel who walked the land. Phil and the others believed in the mysterious gentleman, who had shown all kinds of amazing feats, from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, he had granted their wishes and was friendly enough. Secondly, they didn't believe that they were qualified enough to be deceived in such matters. To them, the chief shepherd was an angel or an abnormally powerful beyonder. In essence, there was no difference between the two. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. The words that Pasha often said flashed through her mind. Roy made further connections. He remembered that the lady, whom Mr. Magician had invited from thin air, mentioned that she was pursuing the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Furthermore, she seemed to be qualified to see the Evernight goddess's revelation. The only person who can track an angel is probably another angel. With Mr. Magician's performance in front of that lady, his level can't be that much lower. Roy hurriedly retracted his gaze from Klein's back and didn't dare to look at him directly. He looked left and right and realized that Phil had come to a similar guess as well. A complicated feeling emerged from his pale face, one that was a result of his blood loss. Biles held his breath and only spoke after a few seconds. No wonder there's such an inexplicable change in Belton. It's not the time to feel poignant about this. Let's hurry up and leave. The curfew is about to take effect, Klein reminded with a smile, without any signs of nervousness. Pasha quickly looked at the notice board and imprinted the contents into a brand in her mind. From 8 at night to 8 in the morning. Free movement and assembling in the streets are forbidden. Where should we go? She blurted out. Under the double restrictions of the curfew and the no trespassing clause, it appeared as though they could only await punishment. Klein smiled and said, "Only movement and assembly in the streets are forbidden." As he spoke, he pointed at a nearby manhole which led to the sewers. Biles's eyes lit up. Yes, it didn't say that we can't pass through the sewers. When curfews were in place previously, the tramps hid in the sewers or abandoned buildings. Roy and the others didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately went forward and used the advantage of their strength to push open the manhole cover and climbed into the sewers. In the pitch-black darkness, a dim yellow light lit up as a lantern appeared in Klein's hand. As they followed the mystical magician, Phil said thoughtfully, "We can head to a hotel next. Biles is a local. He won't be attacked, so he can get a room. Then we can climb through the window and enter from the outside. As we have gotten permission from the owner, we wouldn't be considered as trespassing on private property. In that case, we can stay until dawn and wait for the curfew to end." "It's a very interesting idea, but our goal isn't to survive until dawn," Klein replied with a smile as he walked ahead of them with the lantern in hand. Roy nodded and said, "If we don't do anything and stay in the hotel, the rules will increase one by one. becoming so detailed that guests aren't allowed to stay in hotel rooms. Actually, the most interesting thing about that proposal isn't the finding of loopholes to the restrictions, but that it reminded me of something. Klein turned his body slightly and looked at Biles. As a local from Belton, he actually didn't attempt to capture us foreigners. In other words, he wasn't affected by the Yellow Paper's orders. This Pasha and the others all turned warily to look at Biles, clearly showing suspicion on their faces. Their encounter earlier had made them certain that the citizens of Belton City had lost their minds in the foreigner arresting affair. I don't know why either, Biles also murmured in confusion. Are you still a Belton citizen? Klein asked casually as he slowly walked in the damp and smelly sewer. Biles followed behind him and answered with some certainty. Of course. Klein thought and asked. On the one hand, you are a citizen of Belton. On the other hand, you are a standard foreigner. Two of your attributes overlap, causing a contradiction. Under that order, you will neither be attacked, nor will you have your rationality affected. If we can create such a contradiction, does it mean we will be able to escape the limitations of the rules? Phil asked spiritedly. Pasha shook her head. But such a contradiction is very hard to create. At least I can't think of any possibility right now. She suddenly paused and hesitated before saying, the most important thing is that we're far away from the notice board. We don't know what other laws will follow. We have no way of avoiding them. When that happened, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Klein smiled and said, don't worry. This mirror can help us see the new content on the notice board. He casually displayed the magic mirror that had slipped into his left palm. Pasha heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, isn't this a crime of peeping? On the surface of the silver mirror, words that resembled dripping blood appeared. The way I look at the notice board is like looking at the sun in the day. There's no need to peep. Klein retracted his magic mirror and added with a smile. Besides, this is just an item. How can it commit a crime? That really makes sense. Biles and Phil couldn't help but nod. After Roy figured it out, he exhaled and asked, next, the most important thing is to find that item, but we don't have any clues. As a book, it can be anywhere. We can only carpet search the entire city, but we clearly lack the time to do that. Indeed, we don't know where 0-02 is. We don't even have any clues, but there's an existence that knows the answer very clearly. Klein replied leisurely as he heard the footsteps echoing in the sewers. Pasha's heart stirred. You mean that Chief Shepherd? Klein smiled and nodded. 0-02 is either in his hands, or it has been hidden by him somewhere. And a book is clearly unable to move on its own. This isn't something that the current rules can help it achieve. But how do we find that Chief Shepherd? Biles blurted out. Perhaps it was because the magical Mr. Magician was by his side. He wasn't that afraid of searching for the grounded angel. Klein calmly held the lantern and said, as long as 0-02 doesn't provide the Chief Shepherd immunity, he too would have to abide by the laws on the notice. He was originally from Faysac, so he is undoubtedly not a citizen of Belton. He is unable to enjoy the treatment of the locals. Similarly, although he is an angel from elsewhere and not a foreigner in the narrow sense of the word, he isn't human. He too will be pursued by the citizens. This can be confirmed. In short, that Chief Shepherd has to abide by the curfew and not trespass private residences. He can't hide in a public area that isn't open to the public at night. At the same time, as a fugitive, he likely doesn't have companions who have dual traits like Biles. Tell me, where do you think he will be? Roy's eyes darted around as he gave several answers. Sewers, cemetery, cathedral before midnight, abandoned buildings. You can't enter the cemetery at night. The abandoned buildings are owned by someone or some group by virtue of its property rights. Pasha reminded. Yes, once the sewers are restricted, we will head to the cathedral to search for the Chief Shepherd or wait for him, Klein said in a relaxed tone as though he was deciding on a trivial matter. Roy, Phil, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that they would be able to lock onto their target so easily. It just took a few words of discussion to expose an angel's whereabouts. However, there are quite a few cathedrals in Belton. We have to act in concert to save time. Also, the cathedral might be able to forcefully resist the punishment by relying on his level as an angel and his powers. With that said, Klein lowered his head and said to the magic mirror in his hand, "Urods, monitor the entire city and pay attention to any anomalies." After giving his instructions to the mirror, Klein once again dragged Ma'am Ariana out of the fog of history and asked her to be in charge of the cathedrals of the Church of Evernight. After doing so, he turned around and said to Roy, Pasha, and company, "If we still can't find the chief shepherd after all that is done, it means that he has either left Belton, leaving 0-02 behind to attack the enemy, or he has already gained control of 0-02 to a certain extent. In short, we can proceed by means of elimination for now." Roy and company nodded in unison as they continued following Klein in the sewers. After a few minutes, the ancient silver mirror reflected a scene. On the signboard, there was another piece of paper with new rules. Because of municipal maintenance works, no living being is allowed to enter the sewers from now on. Content is being added at an increasing rate. Klein frowned indiscernibly as he muttered to himself before taking out a human-skinned glove. Immediately after, he gestured for Pasha and the others to hold hands. Then, he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and led them out of the sewers to teleport to the nearest storm cathedral. During this process, the four Beyonders first saw the rats and cockroaches in the sewers twitching as they died one after another. Following that, they were attracted by the strange and abstract spirit world, as though they had suffered some sort of catharsis at the mental level. Although there weren't many supplicants in the Storm Cathedral in the evening, Klein chose to appear on a corridor that led to the garden so as to avoid conflict. "How magical!" Pasha muttered to herself as she looked at the settling surroundings. Roy suppressed his emotions and looked around. If that chief shepherd comes to the cathedral to tide over the curfew, he could be somewhere like this. If one isn't worried about accumulating the number of crimes they commit, an angel has too many ways to fool the average person, Klein said casually. "I'll send you to the other cathedrals later. Try to stay in places with glass windows and mirrors. Once you discover any outsiders that might be from Faysac, find an opportunity to draw a symbol." Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly turned as he looked at the door leading to the garden in the prayer hall. A figure over 2.6 meters tall slowly walked out. He was wearing a long black robe with white edges, one completely filled with his bulging muscles. This was an old, white-bearded man wearing a square hat. His eyes were pale blue, and he had few wrinkles. He had an aura of superciliousness. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian. Without needing to identify the figure, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the person opposite him was an angel, the reason for coming to the cathedral. Larian glanced at him and said in surprise, "It's not Ariana." He immediately restrained his expression and said rather indifferently, "Appears to be her helper. You can tell her that I've reached an agreement with 0-02, which has come alive to a certain degree. I'll give up sealing it in exchange for permission to leave. And y'all will stay here, enduring the changes in the rules and the increasingly stricter laws until y'all are completely dead." The chief shepherd didn't seem to be worried that Klein would stop him at all. This was because when he spoke, his body was rapidly aging. The surface of his skin quickly became covered in wrinkles, with aging spots appearing on it, dripping with a rotting liquid. In just a few blinks of an eye, Larian looked as though he was about to evaporate into thin air from his aging. Then, he turned into a pool of rotten liquid that completely evaporated. The impact of this scene sent shivers down Biles and company's spines. They felt as if their minds were about to go haywire and that their emotions were about to collapse. This was just like the countless tiny worms that had crawled out from the wound on Mr. Magician's wrist when he reformed his hand. It was just as terrifying and harrowing. A strange ability. It has something to do with Twilight? Klein didn't have any intention of stopping Larian. He only nodded in thought. In the spirit world corresponding to Belton, Larian's figure appeared and returned to normal. Right on the heels of that, as though he could control spirit world creatures, he passed through an invisible barrier and escaped the many restrictions of Belton City. But just as Larian was about to begin tearing through space, everything suddenly darkened and he saw a seamless patch of dark cloth. It was like a wall that blocked Larian's path. Larian cautiously stopped his actions, looked up at the infinitely high area where the 7 pure lights were. However, he could only see an illusory curtain hanging down from it, enveloping the spirit world of the area corresponding to Belton, isolating it and creating an independent world. At the same time, Larian's intuition as a demon hunter had told him that the barrier formed by the curtain was extremely strong and difficult to break through. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. To this chief shepherd, what was happening had a strange comical feeling, making him unable to contain his rising anger. This was akin to him finally finding the key to a secret chamber after countless hardships. Just when he had the chance to open the door and leave before others could, he was surprised to find that there was an additional lock on the chamber's door. A rather sturdy lock. It lacks a sense of realism. It's a projection from the historical void. It's fraud. No, it's outside of Belton City, out of the law's jurisdiction. This historical projection should have existed here a long time ago. Can't last more than 2 minutes, so it will dissipate on its own. Larian quickly regained his composure, allowing his anchors and inclination towards madness to once again form a balance. In the corridor of the Storm Cathedral, Roy and company finally recovered. They turned their heads to look at Mr. Magician, who was in no way inferior to the angel from before. Pasha hesitated for a moment before saying fearfully, He seems to have escaped. This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain any information about 0-02's location. Relying on a carpet search would be too late. Furthermore, no one present knew what the terrifying sealed artifact looked like. Describing it as a book made it too wide a scope. I can only think of other solutions, Klein replied with a smile. Do you have any suggestions? He had been waiting for Larian to return and negotiate with him, but he realized that the chief shepherd would rather wait in the spirit world for the curtain historical projection to disappear. And although he could enter the spirit world as well, he was unable to break through the strange barrier created after 0-02's law changing. As he spoke, Klein seriously considered other solutions and made a few worms of spirit control his body. He spoke to the Beyonders beside him in an attempt to find inspiration through their discussion. We should take the initiative to create a contradiction that's similar to what happened to Biles so that we'll be in a relatively safe state. Only by doing so will we be able to begin our search. Phil brought up the idea that he had previously had. Pasha shook her head. But if we use this kind of contradiction to do something, 0-02 will definitely add new rules to resolve the corresponding problems. But this can still buy us some time, Phil emphasized. That is something that can be done, Roy agreed and added. But our focus should be on finding 0-02. Perhaps we can create some contradiction that will make it expose its location. As for what kind of contradiction could achieve such an effect or how to create it, he hadn't come up with an idea. In the event of a contradiction, new rules will be added to resolve it. Klein wore a smile as he listened silently. Sparks flew as his thoughts crashed in his mind. At that moment, aqueous light appeared on the surface of the magic mirror in his hand as silver words appeared. Pasha, do you want to know what the new content on the notice board is? The mirror directly asked me. Why did it ask me directly? Pasha was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly nodded and answered, Yes. The aqueous light in the silver mirror quickly returned and presented a scene of the notice board. There were 2 new rules. In compliance with the curfew order, the various cathedrals will shut down early. All hotels shall only accommodate guests who have registered their identities. Phil panicked. Where do we go now? He had no idea how he, Roy, and Pasha could escape the punishment. Roy and Pasha exchanged looks as various thoughts surged through their minds, but none of them were viable. At this moment, Klein, who had been maintaining his silence, smiled and cast his gaze at Biles. "Where's your house in Belton?" "A rental apartment on 18 Maple Street, but that apartment has already collapsed from the blast of an artillery shell," Biles answered, slightly perplexed. Klein smiled and said, "You can make a wish to return your house to its original state. I'll grant it." "Can that be done?" Although the magical magician had healed Phil's severed hand with unbelievable powers, Biles still felt that it would be much more difficult to restore a collapsed house to its original state. After all, Dr. Weber, the military doctor who Roy mentioned, was capable of doing that. "Of course." Klein smiled and reminded him, "Make haste." At that moment, the supplicants in the cathedral were leaving one after another. Biles didn't dare to delay any further as he immediately said, "I wish that my house will return to its original state." "All right." Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. "Your wish has come true." While Roy and company were in a daze, Klein activated teleport once again and brought them to 18 Maple Street. He stopped outside a two-bedroom room. Biles stared blankly at the familiar wooden door in front of him. Subconsciously, he reached out his right hand and pushed it open. The cupboard, gas stove, bunk bed, wooden table covered in oil, and the messy old newspapers strewn everywhere were reflected in his eyes as his eyes immediately moistened. Before the war broke out, he often saw his mother busying herself around the coal stove when he came back from the mines. His father and brother either made use of the time to do some repairs or helped to handle the spoiled parts of the fruit and vegetables. They did some of the work that could be taken home. His young niece learned the alphabet from old newspapers under the guidance of her mother while she put together matchstick boxes. Although such a life was tough and didn't have any ability to avoid risks, it was still a wonderful memory for Biles. It was many times better than the dark mine paths, heavy ores, and the whipping from the supervisors. But now, even this tiny bit of beauty was completely destroyed. "Aren't you going to invite us in?" Phil stood at the door, not daring to trespass on the private property. After snapping back to his senses, Biles hurriedly said, "Please come on in." After entering the unoccupied house, Klein pulled a chair that could break at any moment and sat down. He then fell silent. Roy, Pasha, and the others did not dare to disturb the gentleman as they waited quietly by his side. After 20 to 30 seconds, Klein suddenly looked around and said with a smile, "I have an idea that requires verification. Who wants to work with me on this?" "I'll do it," Roy replied without hesitation. Klein smiled and replied, "Afterward, don't truthfully answer the questions. I'm looking for the loopholes hidden in 0-02's rules." Roy nodded and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." Klein immediately took out the magic mirror and said to Roy, "Ask it a question." Roy thought for a moment and said, "Where can I find my next potion?" A scene appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. It was the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, who was pacing around the spirit world. Roy's expression instantly stiffened. Then he heard Mr. Magician say, "It's your turn to answer its question. Remember, don't give it the correct answer." Roy hurriedly reined in his thoughts and looked back at the mirror. He saw that the mirror had already transformed into Mr. Magician himself, and a few more lines of blood-like text appeared. "Who did you give your first time to?" Roy instantly recalled the past as his face flushed red. Then he answered according to Mr. Magician's instructions, "I'm not sure." "A lie." The blood-colored text on the silver mirror instantly condensed into the terrifying words, "Pa." A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Roy. Roy convulsed in pain as his body was charred black. His hair stood on end, but his life wasn't truly in danger. Biles, Pasha, and Phil were all startled, unsure what had just happened. At this moment, Klein looked around and smiled. "Look, the mirror didn't get punished for voluntarily causing harm. A real opportunity lies in here. A real opportunity." Pasha, Biles, and Phil were delighted to hear this. It was as if they had finally seen the light after searching for a long time in the dark night. "What kind of opportunity?" Roy blurted out from his dazed state. Klein wasn't in a rush. He smiled and said, "Did you guys not notice? There is no clear indication on the notice of who the enforcer is." As a keyboard warrior in the past, Klein had always claimed to be a jack of all trades. Furthermore, he had interacted with many lawyers in his life and had an Earl of the Fallen marionette before. He had the basic foundation needed when it came to the law and rules. That's right, the announcement only mentioned a new consul, and it's not clear who the enforcer is. We encountered an invisible justiciar previously. Pasha and the others revealed a thoughtful expression. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out his hand and stroked the surface of the magic mirror as though he was combing an animal. Under normal circumstances, everyone has tacitly acknowledged that the police and the authorities responsible for dealing with supernatural cases enforced the law. This is confirmed through a series of legal documents or the corresponding public knowledge. But this time, the rules haven't reached such an airtight level. If we say that the rules are built on a blank slate composed of the original laws, directives, and rules, then we should have seen the police, the Nighthawks, or the mandated punishers when we committed crimes, but that's not the case. In other words, the corresponding enforcer is indeed vague. Pasha, who was the most knowledgeable among the four Beyonders, thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the law enforcer is an abstract concept, or perhaps it is tacitly equivalent to the new consul." The latter isn't clear either. It doesn't make it clear who the new consul is. This way, it can be anyone. The former isn't obliged to make it known. Klein simply replied. Phil frowned and said, "But we can't enforce the law like the citizens. The corresponding authority is determined by eliminating groups via labels," Klein explained with a smile. "Foreigners are targets of ostracization and pursuit, so they obviously lack the required law enforcement rights. As for the citizens, they only have it when dealing with foreigners. This is confirmed through the notice." Without waiting for Roy and Biles to speak, Klein continued, "So, I just used the contradiction hidden in this matter to get Roy to test it. The result is exactly as I predicted. First of all, the magic mirror isn't a foreign living being. Neither is it a local. It's just an item with a certain level of intelligence. Cannot be placed into any particular group. This way, in a situation where the law enforcer isn't clear, those who aren't part of the elimination process have the right to enforce the law. Secondly, it had punished a foreigner. Those notices imply that all who deal with foreigners are law enforcers. Finally, the magic mirror itself has the rules of punishment. Before this rule is announced to be illegal, it has the right to punish others. Based on the 3 points above, I believe that 0-02 should be in a lot of conflict right now. Next, it will definitely issue a new law to clearly determine the main body of law enforcement, to mend the loopholes in this area. Once the main body of the law enforcement is revealed, it will contain a lot of information. It will help us lock onto the target. If 0-02 uses a method of adding prohibitions, it will definitely restrict itself, as it shares the same attributes as the mirror. This is definitely not its first choice. At that moment, Roy, Pasha, and the others, who were listening to Klein's recount, suddenly had the feeling that he was a knowledgeable and highly intelligent person. Could it be that Mr. Magician is a wise man who likes to travel among the commoners in legends? The four Beyonders each made similar but different guesses. At this moment, the magic mirror in Klein's hand emitted a misty aqueous light. Amidst the aqueous light, the silver mirror's surface showed the notice board. 2 more lines appeared on the bottom of the original piece of paper. All law enforcement must be carried out by the Trunsoist Brass Book or the group it authorizes. Any private rules can't surpass the official decree. Trunsoist Brass Book. This is the full name of 0-02? The opportunity is here. Klein's expression turned serious as he entered cogitation. He had forced 0-02 to clarify the main law enforcement to obtain more information so as to further understand the situation of the terrifying sealed artifact. And based on Klein's deduction, 0-02 was more or less related to a particular Sapphira, just like how he was back when he had yet to become the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, furthering his understanding of it would inevitably result in reverse corruption, thereby establishing a certain connection. To a certain extent, the Sapphira was equivalent to a great old one, outer deity, or the cosmos. Back then, Klein had used such mysticism knowledge to lock onto the location of dark demonic Wolfkoter. Now, he was using it in the opposite direction. From his point of view, 0-02 was definitely more corrupted by a Sapphira than him. After all, sealed artifacts were in a state of having lost control. This was why they needed to be sealed. Under such circumstances, further understanding of 0-02 would result in corruption. The reality proved Klein's hypothesis. And it was also because of this danger that he didn't show the new content presented by Rhodes to the four Beyonders. In cogitation, Klein quickly sensed that he had an invisible connection with a certain spot. The indescribable corruption was surging over. Ding! At the same time he flicked out a gold coin. He used Sapphira Castle's aura to cut off the connection and isolate the corruption. Immediately after, a clear image appeared in his mind. Klein grabbed the gold coin with his left hand. After the glove suddenly turned transparent, he instantly vanished from the room and appeared in a hall filled with bookshelves. On the side of the hall with floor-to-ceiling windows, there were many long rectangular tables. On one of them was a book bound by thin brass sheets. "I found you." A smile appeared on Klein's face. He made use of the brief connection to do a divination. Then, he relied on the attraction between Sphirot to make the teleportation become abnormally precise. The law of convergence between Sphirot would allow Klein to accidentally enter the library and discover the brass book. However, it might have happened 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. It wouldn't happen in time to stop anything. Furthermore, this was under the prerequisite that 0-02 didn't do any corresponding interference or avoidance measures. Pa! The clothes on Klein's back suddenly cracked as blood-red strokes appeared. This was a punishment for trespassing into a public area. Whipping. Thankfully, this crime is very light, and I won't be punished for this crime for the next 1 or 2 minutes. The rules will give the trespasser time to withdraw. Klein immediately reached out and grabbed a few times in the void. He didn't really pull out the figure of the ascetic leader, Ariana. This was because, to a non-committal person, a historical projection was a form of fraud. He only used this method to send his location information to the servant of concealment. Due to the same reason, Klein dispersed the glove on his left hand. During this process, the brass book started flipping and displayed the rules. When one's rationality drops to 20% of its original value, there would be signs of losing control. Scholar of Yore has the ability to summon historical void projections. The success rate of summoning depends on the familiarity and friendliness of the target. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. One is not allowed to change the condition of the Trunsoist brass book in any way. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. The rules made Klein's eyelids twitch. He felt his rationality constantly dropping. This caused the primordial one's mental brand in his body to become more active. The first part of the rules is presented in grayish-black, as though it's in a state that can't be changed. This requires 0-02 to awaken further. If it awakens to the extent of changing the rules in front, it'll be very terrifying. It might even reduce the success rate of my summonings, causing Beyonders to show signs of losing control if their rationality falls a little. With this we've fixed the problem of this variant of a seer being too strong. As expected of 0-02. It fully lives up to its serial number. The text behind is presented in silver. Does this mean that the rules can be altered or enhanced? I can't touch it. I can't change its state. That also means that I can't take it away. Nor can I directly conceal this sealed artifact. Perhaps I can use the Staff of the Stars or the Box of the Great Old Ones to directly move this library into the cosmos and let 0-02 face those outer deities. But if the outer deities were to grasp this sealed artifact, the problem might be greater than it is now. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't risk summoning his Grade 0 sealed artifact. The next second, he heard a smacking sound. The figure of Ariana's simple linen robe and tree bark belt was quickly outlined at his side. She was lashed by an invisible whip, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The first problem has been resolved. Now we need to consider the second problem. That is how to seal this fellow, Klein said as he made haste. It wouldn't be long before he would suffer a second punishment. Ariana shook her head. The corresponding information has been destroyed. We can only resolve it through trial and error. That's a little dangerous. We don't know. But someone definitely knows. Klein's heart stirred as he made his spirit body leave his body and enter the spirit world, through the invisible barrier created by 0-02. He said to the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, who was waiting for the curtain to disappear, "Perhaps we can make a deal. You want the method to seal 0-02? Larian turned around and chuckled. Do you think I'll agree? Actually, I'm very puzzled. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the fallen god of combat? By joining the Church of Evernight, you can still be an angel, and you can also receive blessings. You can also live for a very long time. Klein didn't directly respond as he said. Larian's expression darkened as he said, a mythical creature without any pious faith wouldn't be able to understand me. As an evil god, isn't it normal for me to not be devout? Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This was his humanity. Seeing that Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, revealed a solemn expression. Furthermore, the fall of a deity is only temporary. He will eventually return and awaken using my body. Klein frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't know whether the angel was having mental problems and wasn't far from losing control because of his shaken anchors, or if he was too affected by the god of combat. In a certain sense, he had become his backup. Ignoring the sequence 0 true deities, even kings of angels and a number of angels would often not completely die. You should know very well that the apocalypse will come in another 10 or so years. I believe that the speed of the god of combat's resurrection won't be fast enough. Klein attempted to awaken him with the cruel reality. Larian snorted. You will never be able to imagine the power of God. He didn't give Klein the chance to continue his persuasion and revealed a smile. In short, I won't make a deal with you. Pray to Evernight. Pray to the deity you believe in to seal 0-02 and save you. But all I need to do is wait another 30 to 40 seconds before I can leave this place. Klein looked up at the curtain, hanging from infinitely high above, and didn't say anything else. He made his spirit body return to the library where the Transmigration brass book was. Do you have any ideas? He asked without any delay. Ariana shook her head slightly and asked, what did Larian say? He told us to pray to the deities to seal 0-02. As Klein spoke, he was suddenly stunned. What Larian said didn't seem to be problematic, but he had inadvertently revealed a very important piece of information. He believed that deities could seal 0-02, no matter who they were. Then what does a deity rely on to seal it? By forcefully suppressing it with their sequence 0 status, or use a might that can destroy the world? Many questions appeared in Klein's mind. At this moment, Transmigration brass book flipped to a blank page, producing silver words one after another. The language it used was the one on the first blasphemy slate. It seemed to be the source of all the languages that were still in use. In the blink of an eye, the silver words formed into new text. The Belton City Library is the place where the Transmigration brass book is kept. It is a place that must be heavily protected. Living beings who intrude without the Transmigration brass book's permission will be severely punished. It's an elevation of the punishment. I might be sentenced to death next. Klein's pupils dilated as he quickly deduced the most likely development. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said with sincerity, my wish is to shrink the size of the Belton City Library, so that the spot where Ma'am Ariana and I are is the boundary line. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and granted his own wish. As the snapping sound reverberated, the lawn that corresponded to the Belton City Library disappeared. The building shrunk and the walls retreated. Soon, only a tenth of its original size was left. Klein and Ariana subconsciously arrived outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the open window, they stared at the trunsoist brass book that remained on the rectangular table. There was no change in the distance between them and the target. They were still very close, but they were no longer within the confines of being severely punished. However, due to their first violation of the curfew, they were once again whipped by an invisible law enforcer. After accumulating the wishes of restoring buildings one after another, Klein could create quite a miracle in this aspect. He didn't make another wish and continued thinking. He analyzed the hidden meaning behind the words of the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. No, it shouldn't have been forcefully suppressed using a deity's status and level. Otherwise, my spiritual intuition would have told me the answer long ago. That would have made me activate Sapphira Castle's aura and complete the seal. From a mysticism point of view, this is understandable. This is because 0-02 is clearly related to a particular Sapphira. It's difficult to suppress it by relying on the status and level of a sequence 0. By relying on the might of the deities themselves? This might be possible, but there's a high chance that it's not the real method. This is because Larian knows of a sealing method that can be completed without relying on the deities. What's special about a sequence 0 deity? And what methods can an angel use to achieve such a special sealing method? The most special thing that I can think of at the moment is that a sequence 0 deity contains a uniqueness. This is something I can't summon from the historical void. It really has the characteristic of being unique. But how can an angel indirectly simulate a uniqueness? Countless thoughts collided in Klein's mind, producing large amounts of sparks, but he still couldn't figure out the key to the problem. At this moment, the mercury-colored words on the trunsoist brass book continued to seep out, forming new paragraphs that stipulated that Klein and Ariana were a group of people that needed punishment. Ariana observed silently for a while before suddenly saying, "I'll try to conceal the soil beneath the table to make 0-02 fall to the core. Raise your level of alertness to prevent any accidents. Conceal the soil. Fall to the core." Klein's heart stirred. He felt that this was a rather good solution. The trunsoist brass book had only forbidden the touching and changing its condition at present. The environment wasn't equivalent to its condition. In addition, they were only forbidden from entering Belton City Library. It didn't mean that Klein and Ariana couldn't exert certain influences on it. And when 0-02, which hadn't been banned from leaving, passed through the concealed soil and fell to the core, it would lose its influence on Belton City due to the distance, causing the laws it had set up to fail. That was the case unless it was awakened further or came to life, allowing a larger region to fall under its jurisdiction. This way, Klein and Ariana no longer needed to be restricted by the rules. They could seek help from the Evernight goddess. However, when Ariana finally thought of a solution and was preparing to carry out the plan, a new law was completely formed. The Belton City Library, the place where the trunsoist brass book is stored. It is a place that must be strictly protected. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Indeed, 0-02 has also noticed this loophole. As Klein frowned slightly, he suddenly had an idea of what he had been thinking about. The uniqueness of a sequence 0 deity was indeed unique, but their sealing of 0-02 wasn't directly done by using the authority and power that came from it. It was very likely that they could rely on this trait of a uniqueness to lure 0-02 into setting up a series of contradictory rules, causing the sealed artifact to fall into a paradoxical cycle. In this aspect, angels, saints, and even ordinary people could accomplish that by themselves. The key was to think of paradox and guide it into establishing it. As for how to seal 0-02 after it entered a paradoxical cycle and was preparing to fix the loophole, Klein didn't have any clues at the moment, so he needed to make further observations. How should I create a paradox? All the rules and regulations set up by 0-02 quickly flashed through Klein's mind. In just a few seconds, he acutely grasped a point where he could create a paradoxical cycle. He quickly turned his head and said to Ariana, "Ma'am, let's not destroy the city library. We will directly conceal the other parts of the Belton, indirectly causing it to lose the necessary support. This place will then collapse on its own, thus falling into the core. Ariana didn't immediately do as he said. Instead, she turned her head and gave Klein a deep look. This will cause the deaths of many civilians. We have to make a choice between the lesser of two evils, Klein said seriously. Ariana didn't respond and fell silent. It was as though she was in an intense mental struggle or making the appropriate preparations. At this moment, the two brass pages that had just written the two articles quickly created more new rules. Belton is the city where the Trunsoist brass book is located. A true holy land in all senses of the phrase. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Upon seeing this text, Klein wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled. With a snap, he snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and quickly drown him. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a stream of flames descended from the sky. Klein jumped out and carried a person. That was one of the 4 Beyonders he had saved previously. He was the Belton local Biles. Go in and quickly flip through the brass book, Klein said calmly as he pointed at the 0-02 on the rectangular table. Biles didn't know exactly what had happened, but he believed that this magical magician, who had fulfilled 2 of his wishes, had found a way out of the situation plaguing Belton. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he entered the city library through the miniaturized, open floor-to-ceiling windows. During this process, he didn't receive any severe punishments. In fact, he wasn't even whipped. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's smile widened. 0-02 had produced a paradox. Due to a Rhodes's existence, the Trunsoist brass book could only do a most comprehensive prohibition, preventing any living being or object from dealing any form of damage to it in any way. As a city, Belton's definition didn't just include its terrain and buildings. It definitely included the residents here. This way, if 0-02 punished a Belton citizen like Biles, any damage to him would go against the law it had just issued. If it didn't punish him, it would go against the laws that prohibited him from entering the city library. Hence, the Trunsoist brass book had entered a vicious cycle. Of course, Klein believed that such a paradox would quickly be corrected by appending additional clauses. He only hoped that Biles would be able to flip through the brass book and find clues to sealing it. Pay attention to the currently open page. Once an article is about to take shape, immediately come out, Klein instructed as he stared at Biles and 0-02. Although Biles had witnessed Phil's severed hand, Weber's hanging, and Mr. Magician's palm fused from worms, and also had a certain understanding of the horrifying anomaly brought about by 0-02. His lacking level and experience made him unaware of the true horror behind this matter. He mostly explained it away as a horror tale coming to life. Therefore, despite feeling afraid, he mustered up his courage and quickly approached the rectangular table under the watch of the magical magician and grounded angel. Of course, him being from the sailor pathway was partly responsible. Within 2 or 3 steps, Biles had reached a spot where he could touch the brass book. Without thinking, he reached out his right palm and grabbed the brass pages on 0-02 and quickly flipped them. During this process, the back of Biles's hand held up the brass page, which hadn't completely been filled, to prevent it from being blocked, so as to allow him, Mr. Magician, and Ma'am Angel to observe the changes on it and react in advance. Amidst the flipping sounds, this sailor saw the line that touching the Trunsoist brass book would result in the death sentence. He was first alarmed before he was filled with a strong sense of puzzlement about his current state. However, this didn't affect his action of flipping the pages forward. Klein's eyes reflected the different brass pages, and each page had different rules. The projections of these brass pages didn't appear by making lines disappear and having new ones substitute them. Instead, they appeared side by side and gradually increased in number. In the end, Klein's eyes reflected a different number of brass pages in them. They were neatly arranged, one line after another. It was as though he had split the 0-02 into a single page and placed it on a glass platform to bask in the sun. This was a dream divination technique at the angel level, allowing Klein to reproduce the scenes he had just seen before his very eyes. With the passage of time, The brass pages in his dark brown eyes began to spin and pinpoint one of them. The Trunsoist brass book originates from a justiciar uniqueness that had been corrupted by the nation of disorder. It's exactly as I expected. Since the Trunsoist brass book can produce all the low-level rules, the corresponding content must contain a description of itself. This is determined by its essence. Unless it completely awakens or comes alive, and has the sufficient intelligence to know how to selectively hide it. Just as a thought of joy flashed through Klein's mind, he saw a new word in mercury color appear on the unfilled brass page. This meant that 0-02 had finally diverted a portion of its power from its vicious cycle. It was preparing to add text as a supplementary explanation to fix the flaws. Leave! Without any hesitation, Klein shouted. Biles strictly obeyed the orders of a high-leveled figure, immediately withdrawing his right hand, turning around, and sprinting out the window. Make a move to attack me. Seeing that the sailor with dual attributes had left the city library, Klein suddenly added. Biles's heart was filled with puzzlement, but he still raised his right arm and pulled back his shoulder. He put on a stance that looked like he was about to throw a punch at Klein. At this moment, a new article finally took shape. With regards to the rules above, the Trunsoist brass book and the group of people it permits have immunity while enforcing the law. However, even if this article was successfully published, Biles wouldn't suffer any punishment. Clearly, the Trunsoist brass book wouldn't pursue problems that led to a vicious cycle or unclear definitions. It was just like how it didn't pile crimes on roads after it mended the loopholes in the rules. By the same logic, Biles, who had truly come into contact with 0-02, didn't suffer any contamination from a Sapphira. Before the supplementary clauses were published, Biles was a part of the Belton. He couldn't be damaged in any sense, so he couldn't be corrupted. But with the additional clause, he wouldn't be retroactively punished for his previous actions. In fact, after Biles left the city library, he had violated the curfew order as well. But Klein had already noticed a problem. It was that when the Belton citizens pursued foreigners while outside, they weren't restricted by the curfew. Therefore, he made Biles attack him in a manner to avoid the corresponding punishment. Right on the heels of that, he seized the opportunity while 0-02 was fixing the loophole to quickly recall the detailed information regarding the Trunsoist brass book. This book possesses a living characteristic, but most of the time, it's at a very low level. The first half of the book displays almost all the underlying rules, while the second half is blank. It needs to be filled in autonomously. Once there are no restrictions, it will naturally set up laws with certain biases for the surrounding areas and strictly enforce it. During this process, it will change and correct the rules based on the feedback. As the law gradually becomes stricter, his living characteristic will deepen. Once a law that can interfere with all aspects takes form, the Trunsoist brass book will completely come alive. It will possess true intelligence, and has the ability to modify the first half of the underlying rules to a certain extent. The exact extent that it can reach is as follows. If there are contradictions in the laws that can't be corrected, or if the pages are all filled without being able to form a sufficiently airtight system of rules, the Trunsoist brass book will produce a new line at the boundary between the first and second half. All the following rules are ineffective. After this line takes form, the rules in the second half will disappear and the pages will return to a blank slate. After the second half is completely blank, the clause "all the following rules are ineffective" will be erased, and the Trunsoist brass book will repeat its previous actions until there is a set of laws that covers all aspects. The rules that it creates have to be publicized or informed to the masses before having them take effect. When there's no clear rule for a particular action, whether it's against the common knowledge of the surrounding living beings, Trunsoist brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. What a detailed description. There should be a method to seal 0-02 in all of this. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find information that he could use from every line of text. At this moment, the leader of the ascetics, Ariana, whispered, "Think of a way to fill the pages behind 0-02 without making it airtight enough." That's right. In that case, the Trunsoist brass book will declare that all the following rules are ineffective. it'll redo it again. When that happens, its restrictions on the surroundings will temporarily vanish, allowing us to have the chance to touch it, take it away, or directly pray to a deity. But how should we go about doing this? The Transmigration brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. Klein's heart stirred as he had an idea. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his arms, as if he was hugging the air. In the next second, inside the building whose dimensions had shrunk to 1/10 of the original Belton City Library, a hall that was covered with deep black stone slabs with all kinds of scuffing descended into the real world. There were 8 black stone pillars erected in the hall, and metal poles hung from the high dome. At the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures, 41 on the left and 40 on the right. This was the Tudor Transmigration United Empire's Hall of Consuls that Klein had seen before. At that time, both consuls were still Sequence 1 Princes of Abolition of the Black Emperor pathway, so this place was filled with distortions. It didn't match the normal circumstances and didn't have any rules of aesthetics. Apart from that, when Klein summoned this historical scene, he also used his domain's ability to add the details of the 4th epoch which he knew. It made the order that stemmed from the Black Emperor become more and more detailed, as though it was corporeal. Pa! His wrists were severed as they landed on the ground. Blood spurted out from the wound, just like an ordinary person. This was the second time Klein had committed fraud. The 2 palms and fresh blood that gushed to the ground quickly separated into transparent maggots and sticky, nearly shapeless liquid. As the worms of spirit convulsed and died, Klein grimaced due to the pain as he made numerous worms crawl out from the stump to form new palms. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the scene he had created through multiple summonings, not letting it dissipate. On the rectangular table, inside the book that had bound brass pages, many new lines of text appeared. All buildings and structures have to follow the golden ratio and principles of symmetry. Strange clothes are not permitted. The following crimes have the death penalty. The Transmigration brass book flipped through the pages quickly as it targeted the laws that stemmed from a Black Emperor. The further it went, the faster the new text appeared. There were no more pauses that lasted nearly a minute. Inside the hall, the candlesticks that fell from the ceiling broke and disappeared. Then, the other parts of the hall experienced various changes, wiping away the original details of the order one by one. Finally, the hall could no longer be maintained. It collapsed and returned to the historical void. At that moment, the Transmigration brass book had already flipped to the last 2 pages. It was spread out there without any movement. With the last page filled with text and no longer able to form a tight system of rules with what 0-02 had previously set, Klein silently exhaled and relaxed a little. He felt that his spirituality was almost depleted. Let's wait for an hour at Biles's house. He turned his head and said to Ariana, if they stayed where they were, they would suffer increasingly severe punishments from breaking the curfew until they were sentenced to death. As for monitoring the Transmigration brass book, this mission that couldn't allow for mistakes was naturally handed over to Rhodes. Although this magic mirror couldn't directly look at 0-02, it could pay attention to the notice board and determine the disappearance progress of the laws on it. After returning to Biles's house, Klein pulled a chair over and sat down without waiting for Roy and company to make inquiries. He made a rather pious wish. I wish for my spirituality to be restored. With that said, he raised his right hand, snapped his fingers, and granted his own wish, thus allowing his spirituality to return to its normal state. Right on the heels of that, he extended his left palm, preparing to end the maintenance of the historical projection of the curtain before summoning a new one, so as to continue sealing off the spirit world area corresponding to Belton City. This prevented the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, from escaping. There's no need to do so. There's always a next time. At that moment, Ariana slowly shook her head, indicating that Klein no longer needed to summon the curtain that originated from the dark demonic wolf. There was a limit to the power of wishes. A miracle invoker couldn't satisfy the same wish in a short period of time, which meant that, within the next 1 or 2 hours, Klein couldn't recover his spirituality by granting his own wishes. Of course, to a qualified seer pathway angel, this limitation was something that could be avoided. For example, he could get Pasha, Roy, Biles, and Ariana to take turns to wish for Klein to regain his spirituality before granting their wishes as a miracle invoker. However, the problem was that, even if he could recover his spirituality that many times, he wouldn't be able to maintain the curtain, which was at the level of a sequence 1 for more than an hour. Furthermore, he needed to wait an hour before 0-02 erased all the previous rules and rewrote them. After some deliberation, Klein nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Let's give it a try first. After all, we're rather free right now. I'll give up after my last spirituality recovery attempt. Yes, this will purely depend on the chief shepherd's luck. Perhaps he might lose control because of anxiety, frustration, and nervousness. As he spoke, Klein dispelled the maintenance of the original curtain, and his left hand moved forward immediately after that. He pulled out a new curtain, allowing it to appear inside the spirit world that corresponded to Belton City. In an area where saturated colors overlapped one another, Larian, who was wearing a black robe with white edges and a square hat, felt the restriction disappear. Just as he was about to make his way out, he saw a new curtain descend, sealing him off again. The smile on his face instantly froze. A few seconds later, Larian slowly exhaled and composed himself mentally as he continued to wait. In the next hour, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat repeatedly experienced the despair and pain of having his hopes extinguished. He attempted to find the pattern and attempt to figure out the time interval so as to grasp the fleeting opportunity. He wanted to rush out of the barrier the moment the old curtain disappeared and before the new curtain was produced. However, he eventually discovered that the intervals didn't follow any pattern. The person stopping him didn't restore the barrier only when his spirituality was about to be depleted. At times, the other party would recreate the barrier far ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Phasation citizens weren't forced to change faiths from the God of Combat, and that the decree that Larian was considered a traitor hadn't been widely spread, this grounded angel might have already lost control on the spot. As time passed, Larian once again sensed the collapse of the old curtain. However, this time, there was no new curtain. He has finally reached his limit. Larian was delighted. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the collapsing nascent divine kingdom. In the next moment, he saw a woman holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, dressed in a complicated long dress, an unknown existence that was wrapped in bandages with yellowish-brown liquid covering the entire, and several strange but abnormally powerful spirit world creatures. The curtain that Klein had summoned the previous times were historical void projections that had been tainted with Sapphira Castle's aura. It naturally attracted objects sensitive to it. He wouldn't even be surprised if Amon was among the group. The smile on Larian's face froze again. Belton City in Biles's rental apartment. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He muttered softly, "Impressive." Following that, he became silent again until the magic mirror emitted an aqueous light that reflected the notice board's current state. The rules on the paper disappeared in reverse order of their appearance. This meant that 0-02 was beginning to erase the rules that it had set up, and was preparing to redo everything. Once the curfew order was abolished, the highly focused Klein immediately pulled Ma'am Ariana and used Flaming Jump to appear outside the shrunken Belton City Library. As he looked over, he realized that, on the brass pages of 0-02, the speed at which the rules were being wiped clear had become very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the second half of the book was only left with the clause, "All the following rules are ineffective." Following that, the clause disappeared as a new set of rules rapidly emerged without any gaps. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Before this clause was completed, Ariana's figure had already appeared beside the rectangular table. Her finger touched the brass page. With a crack, the leader of the Church of Evernights ascetic had her neck suddenly constricted as though an invisible rope had hoisted her up. As an angel, she had actually suffered bone fractures and had difficulties breathing. Death by hanging. However, with Ariana's fingers sliding over with some difficulty, the first clause that appeared was erased before it was fully displayed. It entered a concealed state. As for all the rules set by 0-02, it had to be publicized or announced before it could truly be effective. With a whoosh, Ariana picked up the Trunsoist brass book and threw it to Klein, who was outside the window. In the previous hour, Klein had already anticipated all the possible developments and had a discussion with Ariana. He was in no way nervous or flustered. While 0-02 was still in midair, he dragged another himself wearing a human-skinned glove out of the void. Then, he grabbed the Trunsoist brass book and used his historical projection to teleport away. After his figure disappeared from his spot, Ariana landed on the ground with a loud thud, a deep mark left on her neck. In just a few seconds, Klein, who was holding 0-02, appeared at the top of the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He used his spirit vision at the level of an angel and saw the collapsed, dilapidated, and fogged palace. Without any hesitation, Klein allowed his historical projection to take the Trunsoist brass book and blink to the main door of the palace before pushing the door open. What appeared before him was a hall with many corpses hanging from above. Every corpse was different. There were men and women, either dressed beautifully, simply, exquisitely, or casually. Behind each of these hangers was a transparent and slippery tentacle with complicated patterns. They came from the depths of the hall, from that ancient stone chair. On the huge stone chair, transparent and distorted maggots were formed into a ball. They grew wantonly and extended out strange tentacles. This was the half-fool of the Antigonus family, who had lost control and gone mad. Sensing the door open, and sensing Klein's historical projection approach, the cluster of maggots left the stone chair and fiercely flailed their slippery tentacles, causing them to surge towards the door as if they were being affected by an invisible suction force. Similarly, at the bottom of the stone chair, the tarot card with Roselle's image, which was written with a stellar radiance, flew towards the door. Just seeing this scene pushed Klein's historical projection towards experiencing a breakdown. Thankfully, he didn't possess any sentience and was remotely controlled by Klein. He didn't suffer the chaotic thoughts and the negative side effects of the mental mutation, nor did he stand motionless and helpless. Before the historical projection dissipated, it threw the Trunsoist brass book at the terrifying cluster of maggots. The transparent and slippery tentacles sensed danger and instinctively reacted by wrapping around sealed artifact 0-02. Under such interference and the invisible strong winds, the Fool card had reached the door one step ahead of the strange tentacles. Klein's historical projection had mostly collapsed. Seeing this, he mechanically extended his right hand, grabbed the card of blasphemy, and threw it behind him. In the next instant, the slippery tentacles that were reassembled had reached out to the door, but they were blocked by the fog, unable to exit. All it could do was wildly pound at the barrier. The open door slowly closed, blocking out this scene. Klein, who was hiding somewhere on the mountain peak, frowned slightly. He felt a sense of joy and relief, as well as a strong sense of doubt. In other words, I used 0-02 to exchange for the Fool's card? The goddess doesn't need me to seek clues regarding the river of eternal darkness for the time being? Klein silently muttered to himself. He walked out of the hidden area and arrived not far from the ancient palace. He bent down and picked up the card of blasphemy. On the surface of the card was Roselle Gustave, who was wearing colorful clothes and holding a stick and luggage. His eyes were filled with a longing for the future, and behind him was a puppy. On the upper left corner of the card, the resplendent stellar radiance outlined a few words. Sequence 0, the Fool. Inside the ancient palace, the Trunsoist brass book fell to the ground and opened up to the first page of the second half of the book. New rules began to form. The Trunsoist brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. One is not allowed to change the condition of the Trunsoist brass book in any way. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. Just as the two rules just appeared, and before it could inform the owner here, a line of words suddenly appeared between the two halves of the book. All the following rules are ineffective. An hour later, the two rules were wiped out, and new rules were written. However, after just 2 lines, there was an additional clause in front of them. 0-02 seemed to have reached a blank slate that happened when the entire book was filled up. Again and again, the Trunsoist brass book fell into an endless cycle. Putting away the Fool card, Klein took out Creeping Hunger from the void, equipped it to his left hand, and activated Teleport. After returning to the miniaturized city library, he immediately said to the servant of concealment, Ariana, "It has been thrown into the abandoned palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. That was an entrance to the foggy town. As for how to deal with 0-02 later on, it was the Church of Evernight's problem." "All right." Ariana nodded and didn't say anything else. She entered a concealed state and vanished, as though she had been erased. She didn't thank him, nor mention any payment. It was just like how she had never made any requests when she helped Klein in the past. "Does Ma'am Ariana know that I've obtained the Fool card?" Klein looked around thoughtfully and slowly sighed in the darkness. Although the supernatural incident had been resolved in less than 2 hours, there were still quite a number of people who had lost their lives under the strict rules. The Belton citizens had more or less committed certain mistakes, but the punishments they suffered were far more disproportionate to the crimes they had committed. The most innocent party in the matter were the tourists who came or passed by Belton. They had to face a nightmare simply because they were foreigners. Klein had tried his best to do some things to protect many outsiders, including Roy and the others, but he was also limited in what he could do due to the restrictions he suffered. There weren't many loopholes that could be made use of, making it impossible to make it seem like none of that had ever happened. "What I need to do next is to mainly provide treatment to the survivors." Klein retracted his gaze and planned on teleporting to Biles's house to deal with the remaining problems. At that moment, Reinette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void. One of the heads bit onto a black goat's horn. "He escaped the spirit world," the remaining 3 heads of Miss Messenger said. "As expected of a former chief shepherd." Klein, who had long sensed it, sighed without any surprise. Then he pointed at the black goat's horn. "Did Larian leave that behind?" After Klein received the item, Reinette Tynker's head that hadn't spoken earlier said, "Yes." After encountering the curse of deformity, he had still managed to barge out of the encirclement and escape from the spirit world. "He is indeed powerful. Is this a Sequence 2 angel who's best at fighting head-on?" Klein flicked his wrist, causing the black goat horn in his palm to shatter into countless tiny specks of light as it dissipated, dispersing the remnant psyche. The limbs left behind by a Beyonder after them undergoing a transformation contain a portion of their Beyonder characteristics that couldn't return to the main body. When the points of light were reassembled from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, as well as a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic, Klein chose the Sequence 8 pugilist from it and returned the rest to Miss Messenger with a smile. "These are your spoils. I'll only collect the intelligence fee." Reinette Tynker didn't stand on ceremony. She raised one of the blonde, red-eyed heads and had it open its mouth, absorbing the Sequence 9, Sequence 7, and Sequence for Warrior Beyonder characteristics. After watching Miss Messenger leave Belton, Klein teleported back to Biles's home and smiled at Roy and company. "The problem has been resolved. You are no longer foreigners who have to be treated with animosity." The 4 Beyonders were just about to respond with heartfelt and relieved smiles when they saw the magical Mr. Magician invite a stranger from the air. It was an old man with a dark red bow tie. He wore a shirt, vest, formal suit, and blue-striped trousers. His hair remained thick despite it being all white. His aura was warm and elegant. This was the marionette, Vin Rambus, whom Klein had once possessed. He planned on using this manipulator to seal away their memories of 0-02. Not being corrupted by a Sapphira didn't mean that Biles wouldn't encounter terrifying matters when he recollected the matter. As there was only one relevant period of memory for Biles, and he didn't know the truth of the matter, what Klein needed to do was rather simple. Therefore, he didn't seek Miss Justice's help. He planned on using his marionette's historical void projection to complete it. You didn't tell them about what happened in the city library, right? Klein got Vin Rambus to walk to his side as he asked Biles. Biles hurriedly shook his head and said, "I remember your advice. Very good. Next, I'll give you some psychological treatment. I'll help you forget all those matters. Otherwise, you'll be targeted by 0-02 and never be able to obtain peace until you die. Believe me, sealed artifacts at this level can definitely do something like that, even if it has been taken away." Klein explained his goal frankly. Biles's lips quivered as he said, "All right." He chose to obey and believe. After inviting Roy, Pasha, and Phil out of this rental apartment, Klein controlled Vin Rambus to do a series of mental control processes and successfully made Biles forget the brass book he had seen, as well as the contents on it. After doing this, Klein carefully took out the magic mirror and looked at it. Rhodes, are there any other hidden dangers? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, the aqueous light flickered and reflected a line of silver words. "Great Master, there aren't any latent risks in Belton. As for other places in Lone and Fasak, as it involves 0-02 itself, I'm unable to see it clearly. Perhaps you can confirm it yourself?" "All right." Klein nodded slightly, took out a gold coin, and softly chanted the corresponding divination statement. With a ping, the gold coin flicked up and tumbled in the air. During this process, scenes naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. They were chimneys, streets, and cities. They were extremely vague and lacked specific directions. With a slight frown, he collected his thoughts and reached out to catch the gold coin. Then, he got Pasha and the others to return to Biles's home. He smiled and said to Roy, "Didn't you wish to obtain the next potion? You can make a wish now." Roy's eyes revealed surprise and he asked nervously, "I can still make another wish?" "This is a gift," Klein replied with a smile. Roy's heart stirred. Without asking any more questions, he seized this opportunity to fulfill his wish of obtaining the next potion. Klein then threw the Warrior Pathways Sequence 8 Pugilist Beyonder characteristic to him. "This is essentially a potion, but for safety, I suggest you search for the corresponding formula and find the correct supplementary ingredients. Your amazing feats are worthy of praise." Roy expressed his gratitude. His first potion had, in some sense, been a Warrior Beyonder characteristic that he devoured. As the apocalypse was approaching, along with his relatively low sequence and good luck, he didn't lose control on the spot. He didn't even have any serious psychological problems. After that, he gradually came into contact with other Beyonders and came into contact with true mysticism. Only then did he learn how dangerous his actions were, and he didn't dare make a similar attempt again. Faced with Roy's praise, Klein looked around and smiled. "Next, follow me out of Belton. This doesn't mean that there's still danger here, but I have to make use of this time to fulfill your wishes." One wish involved Roy hoping that Klein could help them leave the Belton, while the other wish involved Pasha's wish to have Klein protect them and allow them to leave Belton City alive. Although these two matters were meaningless under the present situation, to Klein, he had to fulfill the wish even if there was no point in doing it. "I'm just a heartless, wish-granting machine," Klein lampooned himself as he smiled at Biles and company. Pasha and the others glanced at each other, not daring to raise any objections. Just like before, they held each other's hands. Then, Klein brought them to the outskirts of Belton with teleportation. "The magic show has come to an end. It's time to say goodbye." Klein took off his hat and bowed. He tried his best to make himself a true wandering magician. This was a habit of his acting. Upon seeing this, Pasha blurted out, "Can we know your name?" Klein smiled and said, "I have too many names. Different people have different names for me. You can call me the Miracle Magician, Merlin Hermes." "Mr. Hermes, are you a believer of the Evernight Goddess?" Roy asked after some hesitation. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to answer. He really wanted to say that he once was, but not anymore. After some consideration, he decided to act as an attendant of mysteries in advance. He immediately restrained his smile and solemnly said, "The one I serve is the Fool, the Lord of the Mysteries, the great ruler above the spirit world. If you wish to believe in this mighty existence, or wish to gain more of an understanding, you can go to the Sonia Sea's Rorsted Archipelago. The Lord's missionary, Danitz, is currently preaching there. Furthermore, the City of Silver definitely has all the potion formulas from the warrior pathway under Sequence 2. Klein silently added, but he didn't say it out loud. Roy nodded slightly and said, "It's my first time knowing of such a mighty existence in this world. Your miraculous nature has shown his brilliance." He didn't directly respond to Mr. Merlin Hermes because he was still hesitant. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were the same. Without another word, Klein turned around and left the four Beyonders, before making a detour to Belton. He didn't forget his purpose in alighting at this tiny city. He planned on immediately finding a room to study the Fool card above the gray fog. In a city in mid-Seashire, at a particular library, a young law researcher took out a book from the bookshelf and walked to a table by the window and sat down. As he carefully read through the book, he realized that there was a page of yellowish-brown paper in it. "What is this?" The young law researcher muttered to himself in confusion and reached out to pull out the paper. After confirming that it was written in ancient Fasak, the content was rather rare. In the fourth epoch, there was a book named the Trunsoist Brass Book. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's figure appeared. At that moment, on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool sat a person shrouded in grayish-white fog. As Klein returned to Sapphira Castle, this person instantly disintegrated, turning into transparent and distorted worms of spirit that flew to Klein and entered his body. Thankfully, the restrictions placed by 0-02 only involved no leaking of secrets or returning. I didn't have my connection with the worms of spirit that were guarding Sapphira Castle severed. Otherwise, they would have already lost control and become monsters. Klein sighed inwardly as he sat at the seat belonging to the Fool and picked up the Fool card he had previously sacrificed to himself. As the card of blasphemy had already been activated, there was no need for him to seek out any additional incantations. All he needed to do was inject spirituality into it to see the corresponding changes. The Fool card quickly transformed into a miniature, illusory book. With Klein's guidance, it kept flipping back until it reached the last 2 pages. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. This is an angel who serves the profound mysteries. He has gained initial control of the corresponding domain's authorities. He can summon spirit body threads of objects that originally existed. He can combine many physical objects or abstract concepts together. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients. 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients. 9 Spirit World Specialties. Advancement Ritual. Build a town consisting only of marionettes, and design a trajectory of fate for every marionette. By letting them interact with each other, they would act as a sufficiently real-life painting and create a corresponding area in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more the marionettes involved, the more detailed the daily lives are, and the more realistic and extensiveness the different fates are, the better the ritual's effects would be. Sequence 0, the Fool. This is a true deity. In a sense, he is an embodiment of the corresponding authorities. He is adept at using all kinds of methods to fool all things, showcasing all kinds of fascinating miracles. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients. The uniqueness of the Fool. 2 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristics apart from one's characteristic. Supplementary ingredients. Control at least a quarter of the fog of history. Advancement Ritual. Fool time, history, or fate once. As he read, Klein slowly frowned and silently muttered to himself, compared to the advancement ritual of Attendant of Mysteries, the Fool's ritual is just too abstract. What does it mean to fool time, history, or fate? How does one decide if it's successful? Controlling at least a quarter of the fog of history is relatively simple for me. On the one hand, I know a lot of ancient secrets and have lit up many historical fragments. On the other hand, I can directly influence the fog of history through Sapphira Castle. I'll put the fool's matter aside for now. Currently, my focus is on Attendant of Mysteries. You have to walk one step at a time before running is possible. Of course, some lucky ones can fly directly. It's very easy to find the 9 specialties in the spirit world. Be it to get Miss Messenger to help, or to seek the 7 Lights' advice. This isn't a problem. The advancement ritual is very close to the environment around Zeradal and the Antigonus family's ancestor. Furthermore, it matches what the 7 Lights said about having a close connection with the spirit world. I can determine it to be true for now. With this in mind, Klein took off the topaz pendant wrapped around his left wrist, and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Emperor Roselle, but his fellow countrymen had likely been influenced by Mr. Dorr before he created the cards of blasphemy. He had gone to the moon and suffered the corruption and contamination of the mother goddess of depravity, thus resulting in distorted memories. It was precisely because of this that it was highly possible that Roselle had buried some traps in the key areas of the cards of blasphemy in his final days. In this aspect, Klein had always been cautious and careful. Speaking of the primordial moon's true form, the most powerful great old one, the mother goddess of depravity, could it be that the emperor had unknowingly been tainted based on her title? On the moon, perhaps there are many younger brothers and sisters that Bernadette has never met before. Of course, it's unlikely that there are gender differences. The marionettes needed for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual can be obtained from the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The copious number of monsters there is a good thing. Furthermore, I've accumulated quite a few of them previously. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he turned his head to look at the other side of the ancient palace and made the grayish-white fog beside the junk pile dissipate. As the fog receded, rows of brownish-yellow seats appeared, each of which sat a figure. Those figures were either giants covered in silver armor, humans with deformed facial features in linen clothes, and large chunks of flesh overgrown with eyes. They sat quietly in their rows of seats, their eyes glazed over and indifferent as they stared in the direction of the long mottled table. These were all marionettes that Klein had gathered in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Every time he needed to switch location, and it wasn't convenient for him to carry too many with him, he would sacrifice a batch of them above the gray fog. Of course, this had nothing to do with environmental protection. Instead, it was what had happened to the foggy town and the scene displayed by Zeradal. It made Klein instinctively believe that there was a high chance that a particular ritual would require many marionettes. Therefore, he had always been very frugal in this aspect. As for why he didn't hang these marionettes up, and had made them sit in rows in a conjured theater as members of the audience, this was because Klein felt that the actions of the Antigonus family's ancestor and Zeradal were a little perverse. He had tried to imitate and mimic them, but the goal was for acting. Now he didn't need it anymore. But how can such a marionette city produce corresponding spirit world information? The spirit world is a gathering of the past, present, and future information, but it doesn't directly include such fake objects, generated from what others know. Every living being's actions and words would be reflected in the spirit world in an abstract manner, becoming the source of divination. When their actions, words, and certain intense feelings are clearly built into a marionette city, the city's spirit world projection would appear, turning into a true existence. The interactions involved in this are linked to the more profound secrets of the spirit world. Klein closed the Fool card in thought and played with it. As he had already reached the angel level, he had a certain understanding regarding the creation of the cards of blasphemy. Back then, not only was Roselle able to draw powers from knowledge, but he could also give actual powers to abstract knowledge. As for what kind of material the Emperor used to create it, and how he accomplished the effects of anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of deities, Klein was unable to figure it out. After some thought, Klein tried to accommodate the Fool card in his body. His condition immediately changed. His body was covered with colorful clothes, and there was an extremely gorgeous piece of headwear on his head. His aura was deep and terrifying, but it gave off a comical, ridiculous, ludicrous feeling. It was a condition filled with a strange conflict. The space attached to Sapphira Castle gently swayed, as though it wanted to surrender to the feet of this indescribable deity. My level has been enhanced a little. There aren't any substantial changes. After all, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. Heh! It's like I have a fashionable costume that can accentuate my aura. Klein shook his head and said a few self-deprecating words. At the same time, a transparent and distorted worm of spirit crawled out from his body, forming a figure that was identical to him. After splitting off a worm of spirit of himself, that could respond to prayers at any moment, Klein returned to the real world and strolled around Belton City. He used the method of granting wishes to treat the injuries of people, and he learned about the war from them. Dogs hit. Danitz couldn't help but curse when he heard the crew's report. They actually finished the whale oil? Why didn't you stop them? As they passed by the Gargas archipelago, Danitz and his crew bought a batch of whale oil that hadn't been refined. They planned on bringing it back to Byam and selling it at a high price. Who would have expected that a portion of it had been secretly eaten by the City of Silver's half-giants? The crew member glanced at the oracle and whispered, "They don't understand what we're talking about. We don't understand what they're talking about either. Only the shortest one can communicate, but it doesn't mean we can find him at any time. He always cogitates in places where the sun shines, changing positions every time." Danitz subconsciously sneered. This is what happens to illiterates. If you could grasp all sorts of languages like ancient Fasak, Jotun, and Elvish like me, something like that wouldn't have happened. Of course, linguistic talent is related to intelligence. You don't have to force yourself. The crewman carefully looked at Danitz again. Oracle, they ate the portion of whale oil you bought. Dogs hit. Danitz's reaction was faster than his thoughts as he rushed towards the cabin. After a period of chaos, Danitz received compensation with a sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic. He didn't know if he had profited or suffered a loss. After all, the dirty bodily fluids left on the characteristic made him feel disgusted and nauseous. By the time the ship returned to peace, City of Generosity, Byam, was already in front of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team. Derek led Lievel, Candace, and the others to the deck and looked at the destination of their journey. Although they had passed by many ports, they had never been allowed to alight from the ship. They could only watch from afar. Now it was finally time for them to step onto the land outside. Even so, the large number of people, houses, and hardships that they had seen from afar were still unable to conceal their bubbling enthusiasm. They continued to yearn for life in the world of light. Of course, having been used to the darkness and lightning, they took quite some time before they could get used to the sun outside. If not for the fact that they were Beyonders, they would have suffered permanent damage to their eyes. As he looked at the docks and the numerous people, the airships that were traveling high in the sky, and the other ships around him while hearing noises that he could barely understand, Derek suddenly felt a sense of nervousness. This would be the area where the City of Silver would take up residence in the future. As he swept his gaze, he suddenly saw a man standing on the coastal lighthouse. He was wearing a long robe embroidered with the symbol of storm. His hair was dark blue, nearly black, like a clump of seaweed. His face was rough and carved. As their gazes met, Derek instantly calmed down and no longer felt uneasy. After the huge ship belonging to the Resistance docked, all of the City of Silver citizens changed into round-neck shirts, brown jackets, pantaloons, and dark-colored caps before following Oracle Danitz down the ship. They prepared to pass through the dock to enter the City of Generosity Byam. Those clothes had been prepared beforehand. It's really uncomfortable wearing this. It's not suitable for battle. As he walked, Lievel moved his limbs and whispered to Elder Derek. Derek nodded slightly and said, "But it's better to hide ourselves and not be too eye-catching. We don't want to become the focus of attention." Derek's analysis wasn't a problem at all. After all, they were outsiders and they only numbered 21 people. It was best if they didn't attract the attention of others, but he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. But they're all looking at us." Candace quickly surveyed the area and whispered. The workers who were dressed crudely or half-naked at the pier all looked over at the tourists who wore all kinds of get-ups. "They're tall. a biome resident with bronze skin and slightly curly hair, could not help but sigh. His height was only around 160. This was the height of all the male commoners in the current colonial era. As for the people of the City of Silver, other than Derek, who was only slightly over 2 meters tall, the rest were on average above 2.3 meters. The tallest of them exceeded 2.5 meters. To have such half-giants walk through the docks amidst the crowd was equally eye-catching no matter what they wore. Phasations. A Loanese in a top hat and formal suit turned his head to gossip with his companion. Has the slave trade begun again? He believed that the City of Silver entourage were Phasation slaves that the Rorsted government had bought from the Lone Kingdom. After all, in this world, the only ones he could think of who had such heights in such numbers were the barbarians who claimed to be descendants of giants. His partner shook his head and frowned. It doesn't seem like the case. Most Phasations have light blue eyes. Furthermore, even if they are Phasation, few of them exceed 2 meters in height. Unless these are nobles or high-ranking prisoners of war. Although Phasak didn't have a clear rule in all kinds of industries, especially in the military, there was a phenomenon that one's height determined one's status. Of course, this wasn't the only condition. It was also a combination of family background, nobility, and ranks. Due to such traditions, the descendants of Phasation royalty and the military brass were generally taller than 2 meters. This was actually a superficial phenomenon that, at its essence, was an influence of their beyonder characteristics. Those who became one of the brass of the Phasak military were either nobles or at least sequence 5. And for the latter, due to the repeated influence of the giant pathways potions, their height would definitely reach the standard height. Those who chose the Red Priest pathway would also have a certain increase in height. However, the signs weren't as obvious in their early stages as those from the giant pathway, and the total increase in height was only a few centimeters. They had to become a demigod to experience a qualitative change. For noble descendants, their ancestors were more or less giants, or had marital alliances with giants. Regardless of whether they inherited the beyonder characteristics, the corresponding genes accumulated over generations would definitely allow their normal height to exceed 2 meters. Among them, families who were still in control of a portion of the giant pathways potion formulas, and those who had a certain heritage, tend to be in the same situation as the residents of the City of Silver. The royal family in charge of the Red Priest pathway maintained the heights of their descendants through marital alliances. The residents of the City of Silver, who were being scrutinized by numerous gazes, felt increasingly uneasy. It was as if they had returned to the cursed land where they were being watched by monsters as they walked in the dark. Derek was very calm and composed. He looked around and said to the members of the reconnaissance team, "They don't have any ill intentions." After confirming that Mr. Hanged Man was in this city and how he knew that he had arrived, Derek no longer felt isolated and helpless. It wasn't that he didn't trust the messenger that Mr. Fool had appointed, but that he believed that he didn't want to trouble a god as much as possible in his daily life. The best thing to do was resolve problems himself. And when it came to dealing with his own problems, Derek was ultimately unfamiliar with the outside world, so he wasn't too confident. At this moment, to have an experienced, trustable, extremely intelligent native with a meticulous mind help him would definitely be the best option. Of course, Derek also knew that Mr. Hanged Man wouldn't make any contact with him on the surface because he belonged to another faction. He wasn't a believer of Sea God, so if he acted too warmly over matters regarding the City of Silver, he was bound to be suspected. However, there will always be a proper reason and suitable opportunities to meet, Derek thought in anticipation. Amidst his thoughts, he and the members of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team followed Danitz out of the dock and arrived on the streets. Their vision suddenly broadened as they saw more people than before and heard all sorts of voices. To the people of the City of Silver, this was even more lively than the grandest harvest in their hometown. At a glance, there were countless people dressed in strange clothes with all kinds of unique characteristics. Some were in a hurry, others were strolling leisurely, and some were carrying large pieces of fruit. They used pipes to suck in the liquid, or held food that looked like the delicious pies on the ship, occasionally taking a bite. Apart from these horse-like creatures that pulled carriages producing tinkling sounds, the metallic objects that moved extremely fast, and the smell of the various spices that filled the streets made people of the City of Silver feel like they had come to another world. And to them, this was indeed another world. Even though they were a little fearful and uneasy, and were not too used to such a scene, everyone could clearly feel the vibrancy of this scene. This was like the sunlight in one's soul, reflecting the sun in the sky. This is the place where we will live, battle, and reproduce in the future. Derek, Lievel, Candace, and the others subconsciously had similar thoughts. They felt a little uneasy but didn't reject any of it. Danitz looked at their faces, which had been stunned silly by Byam's bustling scene in satisfaction as he inwardly muttered, "This is only Byam. If you were to go to Trier and Backlund, are you going to kneel down and kiss the ground?" This world-famous pirate controlled his urge to mock them, as he was now Mr. Fool's messenger. He couldn't ruin the image of a deity. After leading the City of Silver people to a rather luxurious hotel, Danitz gestured for the crew to handle the check-in as he spoke in fluent Jotun to his guests. "It's getting dark. We'll stay here for one night and leave the city tomorrow. The place where you will build your city has been arranged. It's on the other side of the forest. There's a natural harbor and a few roads that lead to Byam. Roads to this city. After that, we'll expand the main road and build a railway that leads to your city." Railway. Derek, who had studied during the tarot gathering, knew what it meant. He nodded gratefully and inwardly praised Mr. Fool once again. Danitz continued, "We've already helped you level the area, and left the space needed for some basic facilities, such as water pipes and gas pipes. When you begin building houses, we'll send a team over to help with the matters. Also, the corresponding construction materials and temporary tents have been prepared for you. Thank Mr. Fool. There's also the help of the Church of the Lord of Storms in this matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to purchase so much material. However, they mainly did so to earn additional funds. The Rorsted new government hadn't been established for long, and its connections with the outside world weren't comprehensive enough. What they didn't expect was that the Church of the Lord of Storms had taken the initiative to provide help on the City of Silver's matter. Water pipes, gas pipes. Derek gradually couldn't understand what was being said, but he still put on a pensive expression. There were a few times when Danitz nearly said the word "dog's hit" in passing. Without speaking another word, he introduced the hotel. "This is a hotel that Phasacians like to live in at Byam the most. The ceiling might be a little too low for you, but it won't be low enough to hit your heads." With that said, Danitz smiled. "At the end of this street is Red Theater." He revealed a smile that all men understood. However, the people of the City of Silver didn't understand. Seriously, the Emperor said that the most ancient human occupation is the selling of their bodies. They actually don't know what I'm talking about. The corners of Danitz's mouth twitched as he gave up on the topic. After his second and third mates were done with the check-in, he led the entourage up to the second floor and assigned them their rooms. After doing this, he took out a stack of cards that he had long written, and he distributed them to the members of the City of Silver, who were scouting the area. Every card has a few words in the local language and the corresponding word in Jotun. If you need any services or food, you can ring the bell here. When the attendant comes over, show him the card. Of course, they might not be able to understand it, but they will definitely seek help from people who understand it. This was a simple and easy method to understand. The people of the City of Silver easily grasped how to use the cards, secretly excited that they could finally communicate with the people here. Following that, Danitz demonstrated how to switch on the water and how to use the toilet, and how to light up the gas wall lamps. It made Derek, Lievel, and Candace feel like they had arrived at a divine kingdom. All it took to have water flow was to press a switch. A button was enough to wash away their excrement without leaving any stains. There was a lantern that kept emitting light once it was ignited. These were all things that they didn't dare to imagine in the past. And these things would become part of their new lives. By the time the City of Silver's members had gotten used to the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Night had begun to rule the city. Although Derek and company had long confirmed that there was no danger of monsters attacking in the dark in the outside world, they were still instinctively afraid. Therefore, they would either emit light themselves or light up the gas wall lamps. At that moment, they saw gas lamps lighting up one after another on the streets, the houses, both near and far, outside the glass windows. These lights dispersed the darkness in their respective areas. In the eyes of the people of the City of Silver, the bright and dim lights were like the galaxy landing on the ground at night. In a warehouse that was being rebuilt in Pritz Harbor, Furs met her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, once again a few days later. "Are you ready?" Dorian asked in a low voice. Back when they met, he had already informed Furs of the ritual requirement of the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, so that she could make advanced preparations. "More or less, I should be able to satisfy the requirements," Furs replied without much confidence. The advancement ritual of a secret sorcerer was relatively simple, but in this case, simple was the antonym for complex, and not difficult. To Furs, she wished that it was something else. The ritual required the candidate to seal a demigod-level creature with clear animosity. The less external help one received, the better the ritual's effects. As for the target's level, as long as it wasn't lower than a demigod, it was fine. It had virtually no effect on the ritual. Upon hearing that, Dorian nodded and said, "That should be fine. That ritual is really difficult for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to complete it on their own. It's necessary to seek help at appropriate times, but you mustn't go overboard, such as exceeding the corresponding limitations. Otherwise, the ritual will definitely fail." The suggestion he had previously provided to Furs was to borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It would be best if she didn't even hire a saint-level helper. Furs said vaguely, "I only plan on making a wish to Mr. Fool to increase the success rate of advancement after consuming the potion. This is closer to obtaining good luck when consuming the potion, rather than being blessed and protected while sealing the demigod creature. Other than that, I'll be using the painting that you mentioned." The painting wasn't a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Scroll of God, but the Abraham family's Grade 1 sealed artifact. It was called Devil's Oil Painting. In the fourth epoch, when many members of the Abraham family had advanced to Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, they had created the oil painting to seal the corresponding demigod-level creatures. However, after being attacked by the Aurora Order and losing a lot of documents, Dorian Gray wasn't sure how many terrifying creatures were sealed in the Devil's Oil Painting. He was only certain that there was definitely more than one sealed inside. His original plan was to release a demigod-level creature that was completely insane from the Devil's Oil Painting, one that acted purely out of instinct. This could then be his student's ritual target. This made it much easier than dealing with a rational and intelligent saint. Furthermore, it was completely in line with the ritual's requirements, but he never expected Furs to directly borrow the Devil's Oil Painting. Dorian frowned and reminded her. The Devil's Oil Painting only has the effect of imprisonment and sealing. It doesn't have the ability to actively affect the target. In other words, you have to stuff a demigod-level creature into the Devil's Oil Painting. Furs nodded, indicating that she knew this. "Teacher, you mentioned that one's record ability isn't considered external help." "Yes." Dorian Gray gave a definite answer. If her record powers were considered external help, almost no traveler could advance. After all, record was the core ability of the apprentice pathway before they became demigods. Once it was excluded, Furs would be left only with the means to flee, making it difficult for her to do anything to her enemies. In theory, that's the case. However, you can only record at most 5 demigod-level powers, Dorian said worriedly. Before he finished his sentence, he thought of Mr. Fool and his blessed and felt a little more at ease. If the powers are matched well, it isn't impossible for me to succeed. It's just a mad creature that's acting on instinct. Furs tried convincing both her teacher and herself. Dorian nodded indiscernibly and didn't say anything else. He immediately summoned his contracted creature, Malmouth, who loved music, and took out the secret sorcerer main and supplementary ingredients. He then concocted a bottle of secret sorcerer potion for his student. If there's no way to complete the seal, there's no need to forcefully consume it. Even if the potion and glass bottle fuses together and turns into a sealed artifact, we can also pray to Mr. Fool to restore it to a Beyonder characteristic. Dorian continued to warn her worriedly before handing the potion to Furs. Inside the glass bottle were layers of stellar radiance, as though the Milky Way in the sky had been sucked into the potion. All right. Furs nodded heavily, indicating that she wasn't worried that the potion would be wasted. She had made plans ahead of time. She would immediately teleport away once she realized she couldn't seal the released demigod-level creature before making a wish to Mr. Fool and getting him to resolve it. Dorian then took out an oil painting from his suitcase, which was filled with abstract images. It was an image that no one could understand. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy and mentally weak. This was the Devil's Oil painting that had sealed countless terrifying creatures. If you can successfully advance, I only have one request. Dorian held the Devil's Oil painting and said solemnly to Furs. That is, on the night of the full moon, listen to what Mr. Dor is saying and ask him the reasons for his actions. The members of the Abraham family still couldn't fully accept that the curse they had suffered from had stemmed from their ancestor. They felt that Mr. Dor might not know the consequences of his plea for help. They wished to figure out the full truth. All right. Faced with her teacher's sincere request, Furs agreed without any hesitation. Following that, she took the Devil's Oil painting, teleported out of Pritz Harbor, and came to a vast desert where no humans lived. This way, even if an accident happened during the ritual, she had plenty of time to resolve it and not affect ordinary people. After checking the surroundings and preparing herself, Furs inserted the Devil's Oil painting into the ground. She then clasped her hands together and bowed her head to pray to Mr. Fool. She wished that he could increase her chances of advancing after consuming the potion. Without any pause, she saw the illusory grayish-white fog and knew that Mr. Fool had already responded. After stalling for a few seconds, Furs finally convinced herself. She took out the herbal powder she had prepared, and she scattered it on the Devil's Oil painting. Then, she recited the incantation to release the seal in Jotun. This was an incantation that only released one creature. Without a sound, the powder that was floating in the air landed on the oil painting and rapidly spun around a central point. As it spun, the surface of the oil painting turned illusory as if a deep vortex was forming. Suddenly, a bluish-black hand emerged from the vortex, one that showed signs of decay. It stretched out from the oil painting to the outside world. Furs's body suddenly turned cold as though she had fallen into a frozen lake. While clearing up her mind, it also made her seem to lose control of her body. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move her limbs. At that moment, Furs seemed to return to her past state of writing books at night and sleeping during the day. At that time, she often felt that she had woken up, but she couldn't move at all. It was as though she was being pressed down by an invisible creature. Although the terrifying creature in the Devil's Oil painting had yet to fully escape, its influence on the outside world with its godhood made Furs lose most of her ability to resist. Once it fully escapes from the oil painting, Furs would even lose control merely from looking at it directly. The difference between the two in their lives' natural order was unimaginable in certain aspects. Gradually, Furs's consciousness blurred a little, having a nagging feeling that she was already lucid. She raised her arm and moved her feet, but on second thought, she realized that it was only her imagination. As her body turned colder, the feeling of being pressed down by an invisible creature became more obvious. Fortunately, she had a bunch of demigods providing her information, allowing her to close her eyes in time. She didn't look at the Devil's Oil painting. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Using cogitation to maintain a certain level of clarity, Furs began counting down. According to Mr. World's warning, she knew that the terrifying creature would need 5 seconds to completely escape the Devil's Oil painting. 4, 3, 2, with just 1 second left, an illusory book appeared in Furs's eyes, quickly flipped and stopped on one page. 1. Just as Furs finished counting, she suddenly spread open her arms. Around her, peach blossoms fell in a colorful resplendence. The bluish-black hand that was about to grab her neck moved away from her and was blocked by the peach forest that was blooming with vegetation and flowers. It was separated by a mountain that was the forest's river source, making it only possible for it to enter through a small cave. This was a fairy tale magic Furs had recorded from Mam Hermit. It was called Peach Blossom Source. It could create an isolation barrier from the outside world, making it very difficult for the outside world to connect to it. Seizing this opportunity, Furs, who barely managed to regain control of her body, took out a queen chess piece from Roselle's chest from a pocket and threw it at the source of the peach blossom scene, throwing it at the cave that penetrated through the flowing river. This was another fairy tale magic she had recorded, called the chessboard of time. Its effect was to slow the target's movements, as though it had entered a region in which time flowed slower. With a smack, the actions of the bluish-black palm that was trying hard to break through the peach blossom source changed from extending outwards to squirming. Furs didn't even look at the effects. She used an invisible hand to pick up the devil's oil painting that was stuck in the sand, and she held it right up to the cave. After 1 or 2 seconds, the bluish-black palm returned to normal. Its movements became extremely fast as it charged out of the peach blossom source and crashed into the oil painting. As the oil painting shook, the terrifying creature penetrated the surface and landed in it. Furs was delighted. Without any hesitation, she recited the incantation and closed the outer seal of the devil's oil painting. Thankfully, that demigod creature has already lost control. It's left with nothing but madness and lacks intelligence. I wonder if I will directly hear Mr. Door's shouts after consuming the potion. Still nervous, Furs took out the secret sorcerer potion bottle and poured it into her mouth. If that demigod creature didn't slam into the devil's oil painting on its own accord, I'd have to summon Mr. World's historical void projection. I wonder if that can be considered as directly hiring a helper at the angel level. As Furs pondered, she drank the potion. To her, the potion was like icy water that could hurt someone due to the extreme temperature. All her senses vanished in the areas that it passed, leaving only her still thoughts. It was inevitable that a person would hallucinate in extreme cold temperatures. In Furs's vision, a night sky instantly appeared. It was dotted with countless stars that weaved together to form a dreamlike river. Furs's body began reflecting bits of stellar radiance as if they came from her own body. The tiny bits of pure stellar radiance formed an invisible connection with the different stars in the night sky. As the light shimmered, they twisted and squirmed as insect-like creatures crawled out of Furs's body. They wanted to seek refuge in the Milky Way formed by an array of embedded diamond shards. Each of them carried a portion of their own flesh and consciousness, as though they were uncontrollable avatars. Furs's thoughts quickly turned chaotic, and she fell into confusion. She almost couldn't control the urge to separate herself. At that moment, she sensed an illusory object. It was the seal that she had completed using the devil's oil painting. It was projected into the mysterious world created by the potion, forming an abstract, blurry mark. Furs didn't think further as she instinctively extended a portion of her consciousness along with her spirituality, and intertwined with the abstract symbol. The mark wasn't exactly harmonious with her, as if it wasn't part of her, but it managed to barely merge with her. Suddenly, in Furs's mind, the abstract symbol became rather clear. It consisted of a door that was layered with mysterious symbols. This door hid Furs behind it, allowing her to isolate herself from the surrounding cosmos. At the same time, on the other side of the door, the sealed creature seemed to sense the aura of an enemy. Using its own godhood, it wildly corroded the illusory door. It happened to be able to reduce the influence the cosmos had on Furs. After maintaining it for more than 10 seconds, the resplendent Milky Way's night sky slowly faded away. The stellar radiance then returned to Furs's body fused with her. At this moment, a deep darkness appeared in front of Furs. Deep in the darkness was a perpetual storm and occasionally flashing lightning. The next second, Furs heard a familiar voice. It stabbed into her head like steel nails stirring her brain matter. Furs grimaced immediately. If she hadn't experienced such things over and over in the past, and had some level of resistance as well as the fact that she was at the saint level, she would have likely lost control. Of course, there had to be some influence of good luck here. After a few seconds, She finally managed to calm herself down and hear what the voice was shouting by using cogitation. It was calling for help. It wasn't Jotun, Elvish, or ancient Hermes. Instead, it was a language that Furs had never come into contact with before. However, she could understand it the moment she heard it. She felt like it was the true source of many languages. Mr. Dor would crazily shout for help every full moon. How disgraceful of a king of angels! However, even if he is seeking help, it's still a terrifying thing that I can't withstand. Furs lampooned silently. She was considering if she should pretend not to hear it and wait until she had converged her spirituality and grasped the beyonder powers of a secret sorcerer before conversing with Mr. Dor during the next full moon, or to do it now. Suddenly, the shouts from afar stopped and the surroundings became deathly silent. After 2 to 3 seconds, a wispy voice that could pierce through spirit bodies entered Furs's mind. You used the beyonder characteristics of the Abraham family. This sentence was said in a flat manner without any rise or fall, but it made the blood vessels on Furs's forehead throb. Her eyes turned bloodshot as her body turned resplendent. She almost lost control of herself. Who are you? Furs composed herself and asked deliberately. The voice that seemed to lure her into losing control said in a low, smiling voice, You can call me Mr. Dor. You should be familiar with me. The King of Angels from the 4th epic directly pointed out that Furs had a certain connection with him. She could hear the full moon ravings. I'm going to write you into a novel. Furs secretly gritted her teeth and asked, Honorable Mr. Dor, are you the ancestor of the Abraham family, Your Excellency Bethel? The voice that had crossed countless barriers returned to its flatness. Yes. Then, do you know that your cry for help has caused the entire Abraham family to be trapped in a curse that has lasted for more than 1,000 years? It's basically impossible for anyone to become a traveler or even a scribe. They often lose control during advancements or the night of the full moon. Furs felt that she couldn't speak to Mr. Dor for a long time. Otherwise, her inclination towards losing control would be irreversible. She directly posed the question that the Abrahams were most concerned about. Mr. Dor fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, They no longer have secret sorcerer or demigods? There aren't any after the War of the 4 Emperors. And the curse you brought has made it impossible for them to advance to a demigod. If you can stop crying for help for 10 years, a new Abraham demigod might be born. This will greatly aid in your escape, Furs sincerely suggested. Mr. Dor sighed and said, I have been exiled to an eternal darkness, and suffer the blockage of a perpetual storm. I have no way to know what's happening in the real world. Nor did I expect that there isn't a single demigod left in the entire Abraham family. Lies. The one who calmly made this conclusion wasn't Furs, but rather Klein, who had accommodated the Fool's card as he held the Staff of the Stars while sitting in Sapphira Castle. He had been closely monitoring the corresponding Crimson Star. He remembered that the Emperor had mentioned in his diary that Mr. Dor had a certain understanding of reality. He seemed to be able to use the changes brought about by the full moon to see the situation outside the seal. After sighing, Mr. Dor continued, Besides, I can't control the cries for help during the full moon. Why? Furs asked in surprise. Mr. Dor said in an ethereal voice, You're already a demigod, so you should know very well that the higher the sequence, the greater the threat of going mad. An ordinary angel, even those who can walk the land freely and do what they like, without needing to engage in any additional battles, could also be gradually influenced by the beyonder characteristics and become less like themselves. They might even enter a half-crazy state. I'm a king of angels who has been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years. And I don't even have someone to communicate with. My not going crazy means that I'm sufficiently powerful and lucky. On each full moon, the madness in me will be strengthened. I can't control it and can only constantly call for help. So that's how it is. If I were locked up like this, I might have gone crazy in a few months. If I'm provided alcohol, newspapers, magazines, all kinds of books, and various delicacies, I can last a year, no, half a year. Furs nodded in enlightenment and asked in a perfunctory manner, Is there anything I can do for you? How can the Abrahams dispel the curse? Mr. Door fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Set up a ritual and help me escape. That way the curse will cease to exist." There are two rituals that can be used. One is to sacrifice 3 demigods that are respectively from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. The other is to extract the blood of at least 99 Beyonders from the Abraham family. Use it to draw such a symbol. "I'll tell them," Furs immediately replied. At the same time, she added inwardly, "That's if Mr. Fool permits it." Mr. Door laughed and said, "If I can escape because of this, I will help you become an angel." His voice became more ethereal and weaker, as though he was slowly returning to his original state as Furs' advancement came to an end. About 2 to 3 seconds later, Furs couldn't hear the sounds that slowly pushed her onto the path of losing control. The deep darkness and horrifying storms in front of her also vanished. However, before the scene completely faded away, Furs could vaguely see that, on a vast land formed from dark red rocks, there was an ancient building that resembled a pyramid erected there. Behind the building was a deep darkness and twinkling stars. It was completely different from the cosmos that she had seen as an astrologer on the ground. "What's this?" Furs shook her head and controlled her scattered thoughts as she began to carefully rein her spirituality back. After getting accustomed to the state of a secret sorcerer, she immediately took on a praying posture and reported her previous experiences to Mr. Fool without missing anything. After doing this, Furs put away the devil's oil painting, teleported back to Pritz Harbor, and met her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was waiting in the warehouse. Seeing that his student was safe and sound, Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and said in a pious manner, "Thanks to Mr. Fool for his blessings." He had finally taught a sequence 4 secret sorcerer who didn't show signs of betrayal. Due to Mr. Fool's lack of response, Furs didn't inform her teacher of her conversation with Mr. Door. She planned on waiting until the next full moon. She also relaxed and smiled. "Apart from thanking Mr. Fool, I have to thank you, teacher." In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein didn't have any doubts about Mr. Door calling himself half-crazy. He only felt that there had to be more secrets hidden in the matter. For example, why did Mr. Door keep enticing Emperor Roselle to visit the moon? It was a place that was occupied by an outer deity. After some thought, he took out the scarlet lunar corona and master key from the fog of history. He planned on creating a full moon environment and listening to Mr. Door's shouting. The effects of the combination had long been confirmed. Klein quickly heard the voice that seemed to pierce through his spirit body. The content of the shouting was, "Don't save me, don't save me." Being located in Sapphira Castle and having accommodated the Fool's card, Klein already had the status of a king of angels. He no longer suffered any direct corruption from Mr. Door's cries, but the contents of the cries made his scalp tingle. His pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror surging in his heart. He originally believed that Mr. Door was constantly shouting for help, but what he heard now was, "Don't save me." Amidst Klein's silence, the weak, wispy voice pierced through his spirit body like needles. After shouting for more than 10 seconds, it suddenly changed. "Help me! Help me!" This time, there was a certain change in the language used. Klein expressionlessly leaned back into his chair and listened for nearly 10 seconds. Following that, he removed his control over the master key and the scarlet lunar corona's historical void projection, allowing the atmosphere of the space above the gray fog to completely return to silence. Phew! He exhaled as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table out of habit and muttered to himself. Mr. Door is indeed half mad, but the mad part isn't the him who is desperately screaming, but the him who appears calm, the one that's able to communicate with people rationally. The latter can influence the former to a certain extent, distorting the contents of his shouts. When Mr. Door is lucid, he actually shouts, "Don't save me," to a king of angels who had been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years. This definitely isn't a normal reaction. Unless he feels that he will bring a disaster that he doesn't wish to see upon returning to reality. A king of angels that has completely lost control, together with Mr. Door's communication with the Emperor, and how he had been constantly enticing him to visit the moon, which is occupied by an outer deity. There is another possibility to this matter. Mr. Door, who was exiled, lost the protection left behind by the original creator. He encountered the corruption of a particular outer deity and lost most of his rationality. His condition is only slightly better than the chained god. The apprentice pathway can wander the cosmos at sequence 3. Mr. Door's honorific name also includes the title of Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Does this mean that before this king of angels was exiled, he might have already made contact with outer deities and came under some influence? Yes, what does Miss Magician's final glimpse of the Crimson Land, pyramid-like buildings, and cosmos in a different area represent? This doesn't seem like it's in the current solar system, but it's a little different from the mausoleum that a black emperor needs. It's the lair of some outer deity who affected Mr. Door. Or should I say that when Mr. Door became a planeswalker and left legends behind on other planets with living beings, this is one of his anchor points? It's highly likely the latter, because when Miss Magician saw this scene, she didn't encounter any corruption from the cosmos. The more Klein thought about it, the heavier his heart became. This was because it was possible that this was a reflection of how the apocalypse would dawn. The apocalypse was definitely not something that wouldn't happen by not thinking about it or pretending not to know. It's no wonder Yellow Light Venathan had prophesied that the day when the curse is removed is the beginning of the true disaster for the Abrahams. Mr. Door keeps calling for help, causing the Abraham family to be unable to produce another demigod. Perhaps it's a certain form of protection. Although this will make the Abraham family lose their status and most precious items, making them mediocre, it can at least save their bloodline. Heh. In the prophecy, the solution to resolving the curse is in the hands of an apprentice who has obtained the help of a secret existence. Klein chuckled softly and had an idea about the response to give Miss Magician. He planned on getting Furs to give a half-truth when informing her teacher. Firstly, it was to emphasize that Mr. Door was already half-crazy and extremely dangerous. Even communicating with him implied tremendous risks. Secondly, it was to not mention the second ritual for the curse removal. All she would say was about the sacrificing of a seer, a marauder, and an apprentice demigod. With the first point, the Abrahams could understand why their ancestor was insistent on calling for help. This was because he had already lost his mind and could do all sorts of terrifying things. This could effectively eliminate the anxiety of the Abrahams, preventing them from helping Mr. Door escape, and allowing them to quickly start believing in the fool. The second point was to dispel the small number of extreme Abrahams who wanted to try their luck. This was because they lacked the ability to complete such a ritual. At the same time, informing the Abrahams of the ritual increased the trust they had in Furs. Ignoring the small number of secret sorcerers available, those who can become bizarro sorcerers are definitely very difficult to capture. Furthermore, most of them are concentrated in the secret order. To deal with them is to provoke Zeradal. Even if the Abrahams have a demigod, and can use a grade 0 sealed artifact for a short period of time, it's impossible for them to complete the ritual so easily. Yes, dealing with a parasite is the most dangerous. If they aren't careful, they might end up targeting Amon's avatar. When that happens, it will be equivalent to serving Amon desserts. Also, I'll use the world's Gehrman Sparrow in the future to remind Miss Magician to keep her guard up against the Abraham family's extremists. Klein thought for a moment before replying Furs's prayer. After returning from the fog of history to the real world, Klein boarded a steam locomotive and arrived at the capital of Midseashire. In the past, it was the second largest city in Lone, and also the front line of the recent war, Constant City. The damage suffered here is very serious. After getting off the train and leaving the platform, Klein stood up high and looked at the industrial city. Although it was his first time here, he had seen all sorts of pictures of Constant in newspapers and magazines. Those photos were all black and white, and they recorded the various aspects of this city. Among them, there were 3 points that left a deep impression on Klein. Firstly, it was filled with chimneys and tall blast furnaces. It was as though it was a man-made forest. It gave a striking visual impact, one that was more representative of industry than Backlund. Secondly, the majority of the buildings used concrete and steel. They were more densely built than their counterparts in Backland. Thirdly, there were many places that were stained with coal ashes, including the bodies of humans, but the air quality was better than Backland because the sea breeze was strong. And now, the towering blast furnaces, chimneys, and tall buildings had become rather sparse. All that was left was a pile of ruins. However, in comparison, the damage dealt to the factory district was lesser than the residential areas. This was because there were many steel and military factories that were equally important to Fasak. The death toll here is definitely more than 100,000. Klein sighed inwardly. He carried his luggage and walked down the stairs to the steam locomotive station and entered Constant City. On the way to the hotel, he continued his acting as a miracle invoker and randomly chose a young, burly man in his 30s. I'm a wandering magician. My best magic trick is to grant anyone's wishes. Do you want to try it? The previously thin-skinned Klein was now able to strike up a conversation naturally. The burly man glanced at him and waved his hand impatiently. Can you let my father, mother, 2 brothers, and a child be revived? With that said, he didn't wait for the magician to respond as he walked towards the nearest public carriage station in a slightly irritable manner. He struck his left chest with his right fist. Klein stood where he was and maintained the smile on his lips as he quietly watched the man leave. He recalled a magazine he had read on a steam locomotive. It contained several pages of images reflecting the current state of each cemetery in Constant City. The tombstones were similar to the original chimneys and blast furnaces. The racks that held up urns of ashes resembled tall buildings that had collapsed. The entirety of Constant City seemed to be buried in a cemetery. Retracting his smile, Klein walked around the already dried-up fountain and walked to a nearby inn. Along the way, he heard many pedestrians discussing haunted places and the places with terrifying monsters. When I was passing by the Maris River, I heard a lot of people crying in the water. I didn't dare to look and ran back into the city like the wind. That's nothing. I saw something even scarier on 9 Hyacinth Street. There was a face plastered on the window there. A very pale face. A few passers-by disappeared behind my house, and the blood continued all the way to the nearest ruin. But the police couldn't find the bodies. How terrifying. May the goddess bless us. Holy Lord of Storms. Let these ghosts and monsters stay away from us. By the way, City Hall has posted an announcement that we are to report it to the police the moment such things are discovered. From the looks of it, the meat grinder-like war made it impossible to placate many corpses, allowing them to turn into ghosts. Most of the time, some of the dead might not even have their bodies left intact. Yes, there are definitely many Beyonders who lost control due to a mental breakdown or from losing their limbs. Also, most of those who didn't consume the potion according to the normal procedures also easily lose control. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers will definitely clear up these matters, but at least in Constant City, people might have encountered plenty of Beyonder matters for quite a long period of time. After all, some ghosts and monsters are good at evasion and hiding. They are innately very cunning. Klein walked straight and gained a new understanding of Constant's situation. Here, encountering supernatural events was no longer a coincidence. Instead, it was a daily occurrence with a certain probability. At this moment, Klein saw a group of Nighthawks wearing red gloves and black trench coats walk across the crossroad ahead of him. However, he didn't recognize any of them. Indeed, the Cathedral of Serenity has sent the Red Gloves team to help. What's happening nearby? Klein nodded indiscernibly and, following his spiritual intuition, cast his gaze to a particular apartment building behind a pile of ruins. On the 4th floor, behind an oriel window, a greatly rotting face was plastered to the window, looking out through the glass. Pale yellow liquid with black hints slid down the window one after another. Eric had become a captain of a Red Gloves team during the later stages of the war, as well as advancing to Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. He had witnessed the deaths of the ex-captain and ex-ex-captain. He knew that a higher sequence wasn't a guarantee that he would be safer. Care and caution was what mattered. To the elite Red Gloves of the Nighthawks, this was a concept that almost everyone believed in. This was because ordinary Nighthawks might only encounter ordinary problems that looked like supernatural events. Occasionally, there would be slip-ups, and it was highly likely that they would rely on their Beyonder powers to turn the situation around. As for Red Gloves who worked on various important cases, their hidden targets were definitely rather dangerous. At that moment, Eric stood on the 4th floor of the apartment on 14 Priya Street. Facing the tightly shut dark brown wooden door, he surveyed the area and said, "2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. We must not be careless." Initially, several residents of this apartment block reported it to the police. They claimed that Unit 403 had a stench, and the tenants of Unit 303 often heard heavy footsteps from above. The policeman in charge of the area took 2 days before coming to investigate. However, they didn't walk out of Unit 403. After the police confirmed this, they immediately transferred the case to the Church of Evernight. However, the 2 Nighthawks who came to deal with it also disappeared. The door to Unit 403 remained tightly shut. Due to this premise, the Church of Evernight's Archbishop of the Mid-Seashire Diocese entrusted the matter to Eric's team and allowed them to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact as support. "Yes, Captain." The members of the Red Gloves team either nodded or spoke in response. Eric didn't say anything else as he stood in front of the dark brown door of Unit 403, which remained tightly shut. He raised his red-gloved left hand and knocked on one of his teeth. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As though it had no substance to it, it passed through the gap in the door and entered Unit 403. Eric's expression was unusually focused, as if he was observing the situation in the room through that blurry figure. It was a natural spirit that he controlled. It wasn't especially powerful, but it had special abilities. It usually lived on his left front tooth. Under the current situation, Eric believed that they shouldn't barge in directly. It was best to do reconnaissance first. Even if his team had a good mix of powers and a powerful sealed artifact to help them, they had to be cautious. If he could figure out the situation inside and prepare for it in a targeted fashion, he believed that things would be much easier. Right at this moment, tiny blood vessels protruded in Eric's eyes, and some of them even exploded. When his vision turned bright red, Eric heard a heavy creak. The dark brown door suddenly opened. There were a total of 6 figures in the room. 3 police officers wore black and white uniforms. They were sitting on high-back chairs, high stools, and the sofa. 2 of them were wearing half-top hats, black trench coats, of which one was standing by the door, and the other was standing behind the oriel window. His face was pressed to the surface of the glass as if he was watching the streets downstairs. There was also a figure sitting on a high stool at the edge of the balcony. In front of him was an exquisite astronomical telescope. The skin of the 6 figures began to swell, as though they had been injected with gas. Some parts of the body had even cracked and were highly decomposed, but they still hadn't dried up. They exuded a bluish-black glisten as light yellow liquid with hints of black flowed out. Sensing the door open, the 6 figures turned to look at Eric and the others. The first was the Nighthawk standing in front of the door. The last was the man wearing a cotton shirt behind the astronomical telescope. He had one of his eyeballs, its blacks and whites separated clearly, glued to the telescope's lens, allowing him to only use his remaining black, empty socket to scan the Red Gloves team outside. A faint stench drilled into the noses of Eric and the others as an indescribable coldness filled the surroundings. Eric instinctively raised his hand to hit his teeth, releasing more spirits. Then, he used his nightmare Beyonder powers to forcefully drag all his targets into a dream. However, no matter how he tapped his teeth, he didn't release his soul. His spirit warlock Beyonder powers seemed to have vanished instantly. At the same time, a nightmare in the Red Gloves team also discovered in surprise that he was unable to pull someone into a dream. At that moment, apart from the enhancement in their physique brought by the potion, their Beyonder powers mysteriously vanished. "Leave this place," Eric ordered without hesitation. He had never encountered such a strange situation before. All he could do was get the team to retreat first before choosing a sealed artifact to handle the situation in a targeted manner. However, he and his team members didn't move despite his orders. It was as though their bodies were no longer taking orders. Eric instinctively lowered his head and looked at his lower body. His legs were swollen and his pants were torn. In addition, he could clearly feel that his skin was decaying, rotting, and running with pus. He and his Red Gloves team had yet to truly come into contact with their target, but they had fallen into a nightmare of watching themselves die, swell, and rot bit by bit with no way to escape. Right at this moment, Eric's bloodshot eyes reflected a normal palm. He held the handle and gently pulled it. Thud. The dark brown door of Unit 403 closed once again, separating Eric and his Red Gloves team from the creatures in the room. They instantly regained control over their bodies. However, their legs seemed to have suffered significant injuries. It was a little difficult to move them, be it raising their feet or bending their knees. Eric didn't bother checking on his injuries. He quickly cast his gaze on the palm that closed the door, and its owner. It was a young man wearing an ancient hat and a long black robe. His facial features were ordinary, making it impossible for one to have a deep impression of him. It was a face that one forgot in seconds. I sincerely advise you to return now and leave the matter to the Archbishop or high-ranking deacons to handle. Of course, you have another choice. That is to ask me to grant a wish. I'm a wandering magician named Merlin Hermes. My specialty is granting the wishes of others. Klein spared no effort in enticing others to make a wish. When he saw the rotting face on the oriel window earlier, he suddenly had an ominous feeling, so he specially came over to confirm what had happened. Grant wishes. Eric recalled the education he had received during his training in the Holy Cathedral. A high-sequence beyonder might be in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. They will pretend to be mystical items that can grant wishes, and they will entice you into helping them escape. The corresponding examples include granting 3 wishes and wishing pools. Is this a high-sequence beyonder? But he doesn't look like he's imprisoned or sealed. Eric looked left and right and deliberated for a few seconds before probing. If we don't ask you to grant us our wishes, will you not resolve the abnormality in the room? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes fall deep in thought, looking a little troubled. A few seconds later, Klein raised his hand to stroke his tall top hat. He smiled and sighed. Even if you don't make the wish, I will still attempt to resolve it. Do I need to read your honorific name or your true name to have my wish granted? Eric asked after exchanging glances with his team members. Klein shook his head. No, just tell me your wish. This wouldn't create a mysticism connection. Eric probed in a joking tone. Then I wish the abnormalities in this room will be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings. Klein curled his smile and gently clapped his hands. Your wish will come true. Without waiting for Eric to respond, he smiled and said, the abnormalities inside can suppress beyonder characteristics, causing the corresponding powers to be ineffective, but that isn't absolute. Typically, in such cases, my suggestion is... As he spoke, Klein reached out with his left hand and took out an eyeball-shaped glass ball. He then twisted the handle with his right hand, opening the door a little. Then, through a crack, he threw the glass ball into Unit 403. As the glass ball flew, it constantly absorbed the surrounding light and gave off a brilliant, pure, extreme sunlight that resembled a miniature sun. The next second, Klein closed the door with his right palm, lest Eric and company's eyes couldn't take it. My suggestion is to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact in the Sun domain to purify the entire area. While saying that, Klein recalled the mutated Sun sacred emblem behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. Although it was only a Grade 3 sealed artifact, it could still deal with the rotting creatures inside given enough time. Just as Eric was about to say that they had brought a similar sealed artifact, but just didn't have the chance to use it, he saw Mr. Merlin Hermes open the door to Unit 403. The 6 figures inside had vanished into thin air, and the different beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing. The originally cold and sinister stench had been completely melted by the warm feeling. It's been resolved? Eric asked after some hesitation. Klein shook his head with a smile. No, the root of the problem is still here. Have you investigated the owner of this place? Eric replied immediately, He calls himself John, an amateur astronomer. He likes to study the cosmos using specialized telescopes at night. Studying the cosmos, Klein walked into the room without batting an eyelid, and he casually instructed, "Search the area and find any possible clues." For some reason, Eric suddenly felt that Mr. Merlin Hermes was the captain from back when he first joined the Nighthawks. He was professional, calm, and trustworthy. He nodded at his team members, signaling them to follow his instructions. As for him, he continued following Klein. It was both to provide him help and also for necessary precautions. Klein ignored him as he swept his gaze and approached the exquisite astronomical telescope. Then he bent down and drew his eyes towards the lens. This might be dangerous. Eric had planned to warn him, but he fell silent when he thought about how high the other party's level and status expressed. At that moment, through the telescope, Klein saw a resplendent, dreamlike dark night sky. Every star there was blinking slightly. Suddenly, his vision was occupied by a huge eye. The eye seemed to be directly attached to the lens on the other end of the telescope. It was grayish-white with a pale yellow iris. Veins swelled outwards and seeped out disgusting translucent pus. Boom! "The red gloves, Captain." Eric shivered involuntarily as he saw Merlin Hermes, who claimed to be a wandering magician, explode behind the telescope. However, there was no splattering blood or flesh. The shredded limbs disappeared into the air like soap bubbles. Eric and his team members, who looked over due to the commotion, were stunned. They didn't understand the reason behind such a sudden sequence of events. A second later, Eric said in a deep voice, "Retreat!" He wanted to evacuate his team before the danger truly spread. At this moment, another figure walked in from the open door of Unit 403. It was none other than Merlin Hermes, who had just exploded. This wandering magician was wearing a tall hat and a long black robe. As if nothing had happened, he spoke to Eric and his team members. "The root of the problem really is from that telescope." As he spoke, Klein walked to the balcony and tapped the telescope with his right hand. Another bang rang out as the telescope suddenly shattered into metallic points of light that emitted a foul stench of bluish-black gas. The moment the grayish-white fog appeared, the stench vanished and the room returned to normal. What exactly happened? Eric forced himself to forget about the other party's death and asked cautiously. As a captain of the Red Gloves who was rather experienced, he had some guesses about the truth of the matter. The main goal of asking was to seek confirmation. Klein smiled and said, "Simply put, the telescope mutated for some reason, causing the owner of the room to see something that he shouldn't have seen. If you want to understand more details, you can only search for clues yourself. I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, signaling them to continue their investigation. After a series of work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "There aren't many clues left in the room. We can only confirm a few things. 1. John is a local resident, and he served in the military during the war. It seems that he had some mental problems as a result. 2. He had been an amateur astronomer. At the end of the war, he joined an academic organization known as the Celestial Research Association, but we didn't obtain any information about this organization. 3. John was seeking the way to see the true cosmos." Upon mentioning the word cosmos, Eric paused slightly, as though he had received a warning from the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. He joined an organization known as the Celestial Research Association after the war ended. Sought the way to see the true cosmos. Klein combined this knowledge with his experience, and had a certain level of confidence in the matter. He nodded and said, "You should know that the cosmos means danger. You can't even try to understand it. We will report this case to the Archbishop as soon as possible and classify the Celestial Research Association as a dangerous organization," Eric said, as if speaking to a Nighthawk superior who wasn't directly in charge of him. Klein didn't respond as he walked to the door and sighed. Indeed, war really does have an irreversible impact on all aspects. After the fall of the god of combat, the already crumbling barrier set up by the primordial one lost parts of its support. As for the Evernight goddess, She has yet to fully gain control of the corresponding uniquenesses. As for becoming a great old one, who knows how much longer that will take. Under such circumstances, the intrusion of the outer deities into this world would naturally deepen. This has combined with the damage that many ordinary people have suffered from the war. Klein suspected that, during the subsequent period of rebuilding after the war, many cults that pointed to the different outer deities or cosmos would appear secretly in Lone. If he allowed them to spread their faith and attempt various risky attempts, the apocalypse would definitely be brought forward. As he sighed, he walked out of Unit 403, his figure blurred, turning transparent until he disappeared. In a hotel near Priya Street, Klein, who had long since moved in, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he went out once again and took a carriage to the outskirts of the coastal Constant City. There was a cemetery. The stone tablets stood erect like a short forest. Klein walked through the cemetery and found a tombstone with the help of his spirituality. The name on the tombstone wrote, Welch McGovern. This was the original Klein's university schoolmate. As he had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, he had mysteriously died in Tianjin. This had indirectly caused Zhou Mingrue to transmigrate. Welch McGovern's father was a banker in Constant City. He had spent money to bring his son's corpse back to his hometown and buried it in this cemetery. Klein stared at the photo on the tombstone for a few seconds. He bent down and placed the bouquet of white flowers in his hand in front of Welch's grave. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 20 to 30 seconds later, an old man with a black cane walked over from another direction. Klein recognized him and knew that he was Welch's father. He was the Mid-Seashire County banker who had once invited him and his schoolmates to a sumptuous meal. However, compared to a few years ago, this gentleman had aged significantly. He was originally a very energetic middle-aged gentleman, but now his hair was half white. There were many wrinkles on his eyes, mouth, and forehead. "Who are you?" Welch's father looked at the stranger in front of the grave. He asked, puzzled and wary. Klein sighed and said, "Mr. McGovern, I'm Welch's friend. I just happened to pass by Constant City recently." Welch's father nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "He's a very sociable person. I only know a number of his friends." His words were an attempt to explain why he hadn't invited Klein to the funeral and how sorry he was. Klein didn't say anything else as he looked around and said, "Is there anything you need help with? Or do you have any wishes that you wish to have fulfilled? I hope I can provide you with some strength." Welch's father looked around and smiled bitterly. "Can you allow all the dead here to stand up again? It's not impossible, but they will be different from what you have in mind." Klein sighed and shook his head. "Then can you allow Constant to return to its original state?" Welch's father asked with a bitter smile. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he sighed and continued, "There's no need to provide any help. I can achieve what is possible myself. If it's impossible, then I can only pray to the deities." As he spoke, the banker went past Klein and walked to his son's tombstone. He bent down and put down the bouquet of white flowers. Klein looked at his back and muttered to himself, "I will try my best." With that, he turned around and left the cemetery. Constant City, in a bar with a style that resembled the previous centuries. A man donning a thick jacket carried his beer and walked to a wooden board beside the bar counter. He tried to find a part-time job on the notices pasted on it. Suddenly, he saw a strange mission. "I'm a reporter. I want to gather all kinds of stories from different people. It's best if you had personally experienced it yourself. The remuneration I can provide is to satisfy your wish to repair and rebuild your house for free. I have sufficient resources in this aspect. Merlin Hermes." The man subconsciously frowned. He felt that this request was too strange, like it was a prank. "Can you read the words on it?" A thin man who was sitting beside the wooden board took the opportunity to ask. Few patrons of this bar were literate. Even if they wanted to find a job or accept the corresponding commissions, most people were unable to understand the notices on the wooden board, and the bartender could only remember the few with the highest pay. As a result of this situation, the thin, feeble man relied on the common Loanese terms. He learned at the free schools to provide the corresponding interpretation at a quarter-pence. This was how he made a living. The man shook his head, indicating that he understood Loanese. He pointed at Merlin Hermes' request and said, "Is this real?" "It is. That reporter is sitting by that corner. The one wearing a very tall hat." The thin, feeble man enthusiastically pointed him in the correct direction. The reporter had promised him a quarter-pence for every person he introduced. The man holding the beer fell silent. After hesitating for a full 10 seconds, he walked to the corner and found the reporter named Merlin Hermes. "Will you really help me rebuild my house?" he asked worriedly. Klein pointed at the documents on the small round table and said, "We can sign a contract. There's no need. Even if you provide some materials, I'll still be very satisfied." The man sat opposite Klein and said rather cautiously, "I don't have a very touching story. As long as it's real enough." Klein nodded slightly in encouragement. The man looked down and stared at the table. "I'm a constant native, and I used to have a decent job. I bought a terrace house along Loteed Street. Later, war broke out. My house was reduced to ruins during one of the bombings. My eldest son, the child who just entered primary school, was buried inside. We had no choice but to rent a 2-bedroom room until the Phasacians occupied Constant. They dragged my wife away and she never returned. Some time ago, someone requested me to identify her corpse. I couldn't even recognize her. She had rotten so much that you wouldn't even call it a corpse. However, in the pockets of her clothes there was still our old water bill. When she was still at the rental apartment, she had always missed our home. It's the same for my younger daughter. I don't have much money now and can only barely maintain my life, but I wish to rebuild that house bit by bit. To be honest, I don't like telling others about my misfortune. I'd rather stay silent. But if I can really get help with the rebuilding efforts, then I can." Klein held a pen and paper and pretended to jot it down. He nodded gently and said, "Your wish will come true. Wait for me in front of the ruins of that house on Loteed Street tomorrow." At the same time, he pushed a 1 soldi note over. "This is for your drinks. My treat." The man's eyes flickered. He seemed to want to refuse it, but in the end, he still picked up the note. The next day, after sending his younger daughter to the church school, he walked along the familiar path to the familiar Loteed Street and saw that familiar house. Its chimney, its windows, its door, and the weeds on its walls hadn't changed at all. It was so familiar, as if its beautiful female owner would open the door in the next second and walk the 2 children out to welcome their father. The man was stunned, unable to believe that this was real. However, even if it was an illusion, he was willing to embrace it. After several days, Klein, who had completed a slew of similar wishes, pushed open the window of the hotel and snapped his fingers in the morning light fog. In an area of the city overlooking Constant, Welch's father woke up out of habit due to his dreams of his dead son and family. He walked to the balcony to take in the morning air. Under the light of dawn, he suddenly saw chimneys and blast furnaces that resembled a forest. Alongside them were tall buildings. The former Constant city had presented itself to him, bathed in the orange light of dawn. As the residents of Constant were stunned by the miracle in front of them, Klein had already carried his suitcase and left the city with a Rhodes. After creating such a huge commotion, he was worried that Zeradal would lock onto his location, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. With his present level and strength, he wasn't too afraid of fighting Zeradal head-on. However, he didn't wish to be ambushed. For Beyonders of the Seer pathway, being prepared and not was completely different. Once Klein revealed his location and didn't leave in time, an unprepared him would end up facing Zeradal. He could imagine that even if he was now Sapphira Castle's owner and still had one more resurrection chance, there was also a huge risk of completely perishing. Furthermore, he didn't know what state Amon was in right now. Was he still being pursued by the true creator? Was it possible for him to suddenly appear by his side and steal everything? Due to this thought, Klein once again embarked on his journey. in the basement of a house in Southville County. The few sequence 7 Beyonders of the Abraham family gathered here according to a prior agreement. That's pretty much it. Dorian Gray shared what Mr. Dorr had said in its entirety through his student, Furs. The years of exile and being sealed was enough to drive the ancestor crazy. He only occasionally regains lucidity. Even just directly speaking to him can result in mental corruption from his evil intent. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looking like a university professor sighed. So that's the reason. His expression revealed some relief, as if he could finally admit that the curse was a result of the ancestors' pleas for help. After a 1-second pause, the man said with a determined expression, "We have to think of a way to help the ancestor escape. This way, our curse will be completely removed." "Verdu, are you crazy? If a crazy king of angels returns, it will destroy the entire family." Dorian couldn't help but chide him. The man named Verdu looked at the other family members and said with a sullen expression, "That's why we have to hurry. While the ancestor still has a portion of his lucidity, we should let him return to the real world. Once he escapes from his exiled, sealed state and has enough anchors, he would definitely gradually regain his rationality." "Dorian, you've degenerated. You no longer wish to restore the glory of our family, to allow us to return to the apex of the northern and southern continent. You only wish to live a stable but mediocre life. Besides, can you be sure that Mr. Fool will keep providing blessings? Perhaps one day, he will be like the 7 deities who won't respond to most prayers." Dorian fell silent for a few seconds. "However, the risk in this area will definitely be lower than helping the ancestor escape. Ever since I believed in Mr. Fool and sincerely prayed to him, I haven't been affected by the full moon ravings for many months. If not for the fact that I'm no longer young, I'd even have the confidence of consuming a sequence 6 scribe potion. Even so, given time, I still have a good chance of advancing. If someone like me who's older than a certain age can do it, our next generation and their descendants will definitely be able to break free from our original restrictions and have a chance to become demigods." Hearing Dorian's words, the 2 men and 2 ladies other than Verdu nodded in agreement. They had already made some of their descendants believe in Mr. Fool, and through a few months of observation, they were certain that it was effective. They were planning on praying to Mr. Fool themselves. Noticing Verdu's nasty expression, Dorian softened his tone and said, "More importantly, we don't have the strength to complete the ritual at all. A demigod of any pathway is not easy to deal with. Among them, the corresponding demigods of the seer and marauder are cunning, bizarre, and dangerous. Even if we're willing to sacrifice ourselves and use a grade 0 sealed artifact, it's difficult to capture them." Verdu nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles and slowly exhaled. "I won't stop you from changing your faith to the Fool. If you can get that existence's help to aid the ancestors' escape, that would be the best development. But before that, I will do my best to prepare the ritual. Dorian, you have to remember that the bloodline and glory of the Abraham family comes from the ancestor. Without him, there will be no us. If this matter requires a sacrifice, then I'll do it." He stood up, put on his hat, and walked out of the basement. Dorian watched him leave and finally sighed. Verdu has been studying all kinds of mysticism information, hoping to find a way to completely resolve the family's curse. I believe that such persistence is already in his blood. The other Abraham family members nodded in unison. After he confirms that he can't complete the ritual, he should give up. They too hoped that Verdu would succeed, but they found it virtually impossible. On Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located, the private harbor that originally belonged to the Resistance, a group of workers who had just finished laying the gas pipes were just about to find a place to rest and wait for the carriage sent by the Church of the Sea God to ferry them back to Byam when they saw the half-giants purportedly from the northern Fairfax Islands carry heavy, grayish-white stone materials. Each step left an imprint on the land. These workers had participated in the construction of harbors, cathedrals, and art museums, so they knew how heavy the grayish-white stone materials were. They remembered that, even with the help of logs, horses, and machinery, It was very difficult for people to transport such stone materials. Yet, the half-giants held them as easily as holding toys. This display of strength was simply ridiculous. When Derek saw that the outer walls and some of the buildings of the town had been built under the efforts of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team, he nodded and said to Lievel and Candace, "It's time to return to the City of Silver and tell the chief about the situation here." None of the members of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team objected. They were very excited as they agreed with Elder Derek's decision. Although they hadn't been here for long, they had long fallen in love with this new hometown. They had fallen in love with the warmth of the sun in the day and the peace of the crimson moon in the night. They couldn't wait to let their family and friends experience it and enjoy it. Upon seeing this, Derek subconsciously straightened his back. He controlled himself and didn't let his smile appear. He calmly said to Candace, "Come back to the City of Silver with me and tell the chief and the other elders of the 6-member council about the situation here. Oh, you too, Genord. Lievel, you're in charge of maintaining order here." He was worried that he wouldn't be able to convince the current chief, Waite Chermont and company, so he decided on bringing 2 companions with him. After settling the corresponding matters, Derek led Candace and Genord to a secluded spot in the new City of Silver. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and prayed to Mr. Fool, making a wish to return to the City of Silver immediately. Without a sound, the scene around them became blurry and stretched. Then it immediately fixed and quickly became clear. In front of their eyes, they saw a city wall with weeds fluttering in the air. In just a few seconds, Derek and his 2 subordinates returned to the entrance of the City of Silver. "This is a miracle." Candace rubbed her eyes with a hand that wasn't holding a weapon, and marveled from the bottom of her heart. She had imagined many ways of returning to the City of Silver, but she had never thought of returning so directly. To her, this was a miracle bestowed by a deity. Genord shook the glass lantern in his hand and muttered without thinking, "This is much brighter than the beast-hide lantern," before he could finish his sentence. He came to his senses and revealed a pure smile without a hint of gloominess. This time, they would be the messengers of dawn who would lead the residents of the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and maintained his stern expression. "Let's immediately find the chief and arrange for everyone to carry out the migration." He had heard Mr. Hanged Man talk about many matters that failed at the cusp of success. He didn't wish for the City of Silver to have such an outcome. As such, all the other matters had to be done as quickly as possible. When they passed through the door, the City of Silver residents in charge of guarding the door looked curiously at the 3 scouts and saw hope from their rosy, glowing faces. "Did Lievel and the others not come back?" someone asked worriedly, afraid that the other members of the reconnaissance team had already sacrificed themselves. Derek simply replied, "They've remained in the outside world to build a temporary camp." The guards didn't ask further, afraid that they would delay their time. They watched as Derek and company headed for the Twin Towers. Not long after, Derek, Candace, and Genord saw Chief Waite Chermont and the other members of the 6-member council. They described the key points of what they saw and heard in the outside world. At the end of the report, they even took out pocket watches, music boxes, and other exquisite machinery to prove it. The members of the 6-member council other than the 2.5-meter-tall Waite Chermont, who had a tattooed symbol on his head, and Derek, looked at each other and sighed. "Your experience is like a dream." "No, I can't even dream of such a scene." With that said, he solemnly asked, "Has the dungeon meant to store the sealed artifacts been constructed?" "That was the first building we completed." Derek gave an extremely clear answer. Waite nodded slightly and immediately issued an order. "Get everyone to bring their necessary items and gather at the training ground. To prevent any accidents, we will directly pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to transfer us over." Having said that, Waite pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Fool has previously sent a revelation to let us wait for another 3 hours for the ancient survivors from Moon City to rendezvous with us. However, this doesn't affect our preparations ahead of time. Also, tell everyone that the environment in Moon City is very tough. Many of them have deformities. We have to look at them normally. Although the city of Silver had the black-faced grass as their staple, they would eat the flesh of monsters from time to replenish their strength. This made them occasionally have deformed children. Therefore, everyone was no stranger to this phenomenon. All right, the other members of the six-member council responded without any hesitation, revealing an irresistible, excited expression. This time, they were no longer seeing the light, but were directly welcoming the day. The forsaken land of the gods, Moon City. When Adal, Exion, and Russ heard the high priest's voice resound throughout the city, they became abnormally excited. They stood up almost at the same time and carried the beast-hide bags that they had prepared earlier on their backs. Inside were distributed mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and various monster leathers, as well as different Beyonder characteristics of different states. To them, even though they were excited and were full of hope for the future, the suffering they had been through made them take precautions. They tried their best to carry as much food as possible. A few flashes of lightning before, the priests of Moon City had received Mr. Fool's divine revelation and stopped sending out hunting teams. They also instructed every resident to pack their important items and prepare to leave at a moment's notice. In less than a minute, Adal and company walked out of their houses with lanterns in hand and arrived on the streets. As their eyes met, their faces, which were either filled with tumors or deformities, were filled with unconcealed joy. They had no negative emotions towards abandoning Moon City and leaving their hometown. This was the source of their nightmare. It was unknown how many generations of people had lost their happiness in their childhood. When they were gathered at the square with a high platform, they suppressed their excitement and lined up in an orderly manner, checking to see if the neighbors had already arrived. Soon, all the residents of Moon City arrived. High Priest Nim walked up the platform and said with a smile, "Everyone, I received a divine revelation. Mr. Fool is about to help us leave this cursed land and obtain a new lease of life. Praise be to Mr. Fool." He took the lead and pressed his right palm against his left chest. This was a gesture they had invented to praise Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool hadn't objected to it. Praise Mr. Fool. The residents of Moon City pressed their right palms to their left chests, expressing their gratitude and devotion. As their voices echoed, the gray-haired Nim raised his hand and lowered it for silence. "We'll head to the city of Silver first and meet with the survivors there. Then we will head to the world of light together. Don't worry, Mr. Fool will protect us. Okay, shut your eyes and start to pray." With that said, the high priest clasped his hands and pressed them against his lips. He sincerely prayed to Mr. Fool, hoping that the mighty existence could satisfy the greatest wish that the Moon City had accumulated over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, generations. In the next second, the demigod of the Evernight pathway acutely sensed the changes in his surroundings. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and discovered that stone pillars were becoming clearer. Lanterns hung on it as tall figures rapidly outlined. "This is the City of Silver? We've already arrived in the City of Silver. This is the might of a deity. Praise Mr. Fool." Adal, Exion, and company quickly observed their surroundings. They subconsciously had a certain good impression of the City of Silver. As a missionary of God, His Excellency Gehrman Sparrow had once mentioned that he had first arrived in the City of Silver after entering this cursed, forsaken land. This was the beginning of where God's brilliance spread out from the eternal darkness. It was the origins of all hope. The figures quickly became clear. Most of them were more than 2 meters tall. Their facial features and bodies were normal, and there were no signs of deformation. They too were sizing up the residents of Moon City with curious and wary gazes. Their oppressive height and the enviousness of their normality made Exion, Russ, and the others nervous. They felt inferior and uneasy. However, with a sweep of their gaze, they saw quite a number of City of Silver residents biting mushrooms that had roasted surfaces. From time to time, they would suck the hot liquid from white, full mushrooms. This familiar scene caused the people of Moon City to gradually relax as they treated these half-giants as their own. The chief of the 6-member council, Wait Chermont, nodded and said to Nim, who was supposedly the leader of Moon City, "Are you ready?" His gaze was calm and natural. He didn't look down on them because of their terrifying appearance. Afraid that an accident would happen, Nim immediately replied, "Ready and good to go." Wait. Chermont immediately cast his gaze at the City of Silver residents. "Finish your meal within 3 minutes and begin praying." In less than a minute, the residents of the City of Silver finished their milk and put away the remaining food in their hands. They sincerely prayed to Mr. Fool. The miraculous descent of the ancient survivors of Moon City made them more confident in leaving the forsaken land of the gods. They truly believed in Mr. Fool. A few seconds later, everyone in the City of Silver's training ground disappeared. The city was left completely silent. Soon, the corrupted weeds would grow, and monsters would wander around the streets and houses. In just a few blinks of an eye, the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City arrived in front of the giant king's palace, which had the dusk frozen. This was a ritual that Klein had deliberately planned. It was to allow the ancient survivors of the forsaken land of the gods to bid farewell to the past. Shocked by the grandeur, epicness, and mythical impression of the giant king's court, the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously turned their heads and looked down and into the distance. Beyond the orange-red dusk, the ground was completely blanketed in darkness. Occasionally, lightning would flash across the sky, revealing the outline of ancient buildings, towering mountains, and the deformed plants. As the lightning descended, darkness surged in again, devouring everything. Then, the City of Silver and Moon City residents turned their heads and cast their gaze deep into the giant king's palace. There was an open door, and outside the door was a blazing golden ocean. The people who were blinded by the sunlight immediately felt their surroundings become blurry, and the scene quickly shattered. The fragments quickly reassembled, turning into a deep blue ocean, the smell of fish, striking sounds, and the orange-red sun that had yet to come close to the horizon. The residents of Moon City and the City of Silver looked around in shock and anticipation. They saw the luxuriant forest that wasn't distorted at all. They saw the stone buildings that had yet to have been refurbished. They saw Laevel and company and saw the path towards the harbor and the ship that was docked there. Many people's vision turned blurry as though they were undergoing the catharsis of the holy light. They could clearly sense that there was no depravity, filth, or mysterious power here. Most of the City of Silver and Moon City residents lowered their heads and knelt on the ground, praising Mr. Fool loudly as they kissed the sweet-smelling soil. It wasn't that the others weren't grateful to Mr. Fool, but that they were still spellbound by such a scene. Every fiber of their being was shocked. After they recovered from their initial shock, Laevel went up to meet his wife and daughter. As he approached, he couldn't hold back his excitement and joy. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell his wife and children what he had seen and heard during this period of time. However, he realized that there were just too many things he wanted to share. Like countless rushing rivers, they surged to his throat and blocked his voice. After a few seconds, Laevel said, We have a new home." Before he could finish his sentence, the nearly 2.5-meter-tall half-giant hurriedly reached his hand into his pocket and extended it towards his wife and daughter. "This is given to us by the Oracle Milk Candy. All of them say it's delicious." A smile appeared on Laevel's face. There were 2 objects which were the size of a thumb and wrapped in thin sheets of paper. Its surface was wrinkled, having soaked in a little sweat. Milk candy. Laevel's wife didn't quite understand this term. It was a new word in Jotun that mixed milk and honey. Their daughter was infected by her father's emotions. She boldly took the candy and was about to stuff it into her mouth. No, you have to peel off the outer layer." Laevel hurriedly took back the 2 milk candy and peeled off the wrapper before handing one each to his wife and daughter. His daughter bit down and ground her teeth forcefully, producing a cracking sound. She narrowed her eyes slowly and her expression gradually became more intoxicated. During this process, she couldn't bear to even speak. Seeing her daughter's behavior, Laevel's wife ate the candy. She felt that this was a very precious thing. She didn't bite it to pieces directly, but used her oral cavity to wrap around it and let it slowly melt away. The indescribable milk fragrance and sweetness slowly spread out, intoxicating Laevel's wife. When Laevel saw this, His smile widened as he said what had been left stuck in his throat. The oracle said that we can find a job in Biome City, receive commissions, and earn gold pounds. That way we can buy more milk candy. We can also sell Beyonder characteristics and monster leather we have no need for to the Church of Sea God. Sea God is Mr. Fool's subsidiary god. It'll be dark soon. I'll bring you to the beach to watch the sunset. It's really beautiful. I visit it every day. I've always been waiting to bring the two of you there when you arrive. It's finally done. My anchor has stabilized significantly. Furthermore, granting the wishes of the City of Silver and Moon City has allowed my Miracle Invoker potion to digest by quite a bit. However, it isn't as much as restoring Constant City. Indeed, being a god of wishes isn't the most accurate form of acting. Above the gray fog, Klein slowly exhaled and threw the staff of the stars back onto the junk pile. Following that, he would continue wandering and creating miracles. He would occasionally head to the forsaken land of the gods and transform some monsters into marionettes to prepare for the subsequent ritual. As for the next stage of acting as a miracle invoker, Klein planned on accumulating wishes of changing appearances and figures to solve the deformities of Moon City, thereby creating a miracle. This isn't too difficult. Many maidens and ladies have a wish to remove acne, have double eyelids, and make their noses sharper. And I have a way to do it. This way, by accumulating the simple to the difficult, it will just take a matter of time to treat the deformed people of Moon City. In the outside world, they will feel even more inferior. Klein mumbled inwardly before he suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. In that case, I can call myself the ruler of the beauty industry, the guardian of architects and the construction workers, the miracle creator of long-distance travel. After entering the waters that didn't have a safe sea route, Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have lost her sense of time. If not for the precise wall clock in her captain's cabin, she definitely would have forgotten how many days it had been since she entered this perilous region. The violent winds and torrential rain made the boat fly up from time to time, sometimes getting thrown to the side, as if it was a preview to the impending apocalypse. Bernadette watched calmly as she waited patiently without interfering with the dawn's situation. After some time, the storm finally calmed down. At this moment, a black outline appeared in the distance. Bernadette stared at the outline for a long time until it gradually became clearer as the dawn approached. It was the silhouette of a large island. On the island, there were huge, towering, dark green trees that almost bordered on black, covering the ground and mountain. Although Bernadette couldn't be sure that this was the primitive island that her father had once visited, her intuition as a clairvoyant told her that this was likely the place she was seeking. As the coastline entered her eyes, she pursed her lips and lowered her head. She chanted an honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Right on the heels of that, Queen Mystic Bernadette raised her hand and made the cruelest dawn stop in the nearby waters without approaching the shore. At the same time, the sound of pianos, violins, cellos, flutes, and other musical instruments interweaved together into a lively tune. As the music echoed, the toast, steak, mashed potatoes, fried mushrooms, and other dishes on a plate jumped up one after another and returned to the oven amidst a dance or threw themselves into the trash can. The red wine bottle, white dining cloth, and other items had all returned to their original positions. They either sealed themselves with wooden corks or kept folding themselves neatly. Then, Bernadette gently threw out a bright and unrealistic ball of yarn with her right hand. The ball rolled into the void, leaving a thread behind. Bernadette followed it and strolled through the spirit world before arriving at the border of the nameless island. This queen mystic wasn't in a rush to head deeper. She searched for the possible existence of the Black Emperor Mausoleum, and she cautiously made her sea-like blue eyes turn dark and deep. She temporarily lost focus, as though she was prying into the secrets of the River of Fate. A few seconds later, Bernadette's eyes returned to normal as she subconsciously looked up into the sky. She felt that she was being watched by a certain existence. Of course, this was something she had expected, as she had taken the initiative to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein accommodated the fool's card, draped himself with the curtain, and held the staff of the stars. He was checking the situation on the island through Queen Mystic's prayer light. In his true vision's field, the island was shrouded in a thin layer of distorted blackness. It made it impossible for him to see the situation inside directly. He could only obtain Bernadette's point of view. Even if it's not the primitive island that Emperor Roselle discovered, this place isn't simple. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for Queen Mystic to do a deeper exploration. Bernadette didn't use the ball of yarn anymore, because she had a premonition that she was going to lead herself into a dangerous abyss that she had no way of fending off. She took out an illusory hat and wore it. Her captain-looking figure disappeared, her existence concealed. This was also one of the fairy tale magic that stemmed from mystical reenactment. At its core was a hat that made one invisible. Then, Bernadette followed a path that appeared to have been opened up by humans and entered the forest consisting of huge trees. There were no birds chirping, no wild beast roars, or disturbance caused by crawling insects. It was so peaceful as if time had frozen, so dead that there was no sign of life. According to Bernadette's understanding, there should be many supernatural beings that had already gone extinct in the outside world. Normally it would be quite lively, but now, she felt as if she was walking through an uninhabited cemetery. Every giant tree was a tombstone. If it were any of the Beyonders with weaker minds, they would definitely feel tense. Burdened with a heavy pressure, they would slowly approach the edge of losing control. However, Bernadette's expression didn't change at all, as though she was already used to proceeding through danger and strangeness. After walking for nearly half an hour, she still didn't see any living thing or even sense the wind. Suddenly, her vision opened up, because the huge trees in front of her had become sparse. Bernadette didn't feel any joy. Instead, she slowed down and raised her hand to press against her glabella. A pair of eyes that were without eyelashes appeared in front of her, looking cold and heartless. Then, the pair of eyes of mystery prying was grabbed by invisible hands and placed on an invisible person's face. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. The invisible servant brought the eyes of mystery prying and quickly crossed the remaining path to the open forest. During this process, its vision gradually became clearer, as if it was no longer affected by the faint blackness in the air. Finally, the invisible servant arrived at the boundary of the open region and transmitted the situation to Bernadette through the eyes of mystery prying. Outside the sparse forest, there was an empty space. There were countless creatures prostrating there. Among them were red dragons with skin flowing with flames. There were tree ants that had gnarls for eyes and hollows for mouths. There were demonic wolves with 8 legs, giants with 4 long limbs, and feathered serpents with oily feathers and scales with a dark green shade. The latter coiled there, resembling small hills. There were also different kinds of creatures that looked like human and wild beast hybrids. At this moment, they were all facing one direction. They had their upper bodies or heads prostrated, as though they were worshipping an unknown existence. None of them made a sound. There were even a few humans among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Bernadette counted a few humanoid creatures, her blue eyes suddenly widened. She had learned from Admiral of Stars Catlia that the primitive island which her father had discovered had a special type of corruption that allowed dead creatures to return here, to the source, regardless of where their corpses were. Amongst the knights who served Emperor Roselle, Grimm was first to be killed because of this, followed by William and Polly. However, apart from the 3 of them, no one else was sacrificed in corresponding matters. And at that moment, there were 5 supernatural or mutated creatures present. In addition, Bernadette also knew that her father had eventually resolved the corruption problem and made the primitive island his secret base. Is this not the island? Queen Mystic examined the 5 humans through the eyes of mystery prying. They were dressed in opulent clothes from Roselle's era. Their faces were pale, their skin shriveled, and they looked more like zombies than humans. As the 5 of them were prostrating, Bernadette temporarily couldn't see their faces. She could only patiently wait for the praying to end. A few minutes later, those creatures straightened their bodies and the entire forest came alive. Seizing this opportunity, Bernadette saw the 5 of them and compared them with her memories and the images she knew. Grim, he really is grim. This is the primitive island. That's Uncle William. I remember him. He taught me swordplay before. Uncle Polly. When she recognized the 4th person, a look of astonishment could be seen on Bernadette's face. That person was Edwards. In Bernadette's memory, the knight had outlived her father's death. Then he migrated his family to Lemberg. He hadn't died on this primitive island. According to the information she received from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, Edwards had lived for nearly 100 years. He died peacefully and was buried in a cemetery in the suburbs of Lemberg. Uncle Edwards has also returned to this island. Didn't he not experience any corruption and didn't die because of this? Thoughts flashed through Bernadette's mind one after another. As a result, the eyes of mystery prying on the invisible servant's face kept staring at the human suspected to be Edwards. The gentleman had an old appearance and his hair was completely white. It was the same portrait of the ancestor in his advanced years, the one that Edwina Edwards had shown her. And from his facial features and outline, Bernadette could tell what he looked like in his prime. At that time, Edwards had been her equestrian teacher. Suddenly, the human who was suspected to be Edwards turned his head and gazed coldly at the invisible servant. Although Bernadette had inherited quite a bit of Emperor Roselle's inheritance, she definitely didn't rely on items to advance to this point in the mysterious world. At that moment, she made a prompt decision and directly made the eyes of mystery prying vanish, allowing the invisible servant to return to the spirit world. Right on the heels of that, she quietly changed her position. At the same time, above the gray fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and enhanced the probability of Bernadette not being discovered. When the person suspected to be Edwards retracted his blank gaze and walked to a different spot in the primitive forest with the surrounding creatures, Klein frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "What kind of anomaly happened?" He remembered that the Emperor had already resolved the corruption of the cosmos on this primitive island when he was alive. However, these creatures were still worshipping an unknown existence, holding a mysterious ritual that was close to the earliest descriptions in the diary. After the Emperor's death, did a particular entity from the cosmos infiltrate this place again? Or is it that they're worshipping some symbol left behind by the Emperor? Who are the other two? They look like Edwards and Benjamin Abraham from the historical fragment. Klein, who was temporarily unable to see what was being worshipped due to the faint black interference of the island, could only follow Bernadette's eyes to observe the surroundings. After a while, Bernadette, who was proficient in prophesying, finally confirmed that there was no living creature in the open space. She summoned the invisible servant again and gave it the eyes of mystery prying. The invisible servant passed through the sparse areas of the forest and the empty area, carefully arriving at the spot where the creatures had been worshipping. There was a huge rock, and on it was a simple baldachin made of dark red wood. The invisible servant circled halfway and arrived in front of the baldachin. It was empty inside. There was no statue, nor was there an emblem formed from symbols. The creatures on this island were praying to something that didn't seem to exist. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette saw that the interior of the dark red baldachin was empty. Nothing was there. All she could see were shadows that usually shrouded things in reality. She was unable to prophesize anything from it. Having no choice but to look away, she followed her intuition and made the invisible servant walk towards the other end of the open area, which was also part of the primitive forest filled with towering trees. As the invisible servant couldn't be too far away from her, she silently followed behind while wearing the invisibility hat. She unhurriedly passed through the area where all the creatures on the island were gathered. Here, the sky seemed to be perpetually gloomy, one permeated by a faint blackness. Time passed quickly. The invisible servant entered the forest that blotted out the sky with the tree branches and everything before it suddenly dimmed. Right on the heels of that, the nearly transparent, cold, and undetectable eyes of mystery prying saw through the dim environment. There were pale white corpses placed in between the trees. Skulls and rotting corpses hung down from many branches. They consisted of dragons, avian creatures, and some had 8 legs, while others were strange giant trees that occupied every empty spot in the forest. At a glance, Bernadette seemed to have arrived at a cemetery. A scene naturally surfaced in her mind. It was a scene of supernatural beings giving birth to their descendants before they died, thus passing on their beyonder characteristics to them. And these creatures would struggle towards this region in the primitive forest from every direction, in search of an unoccupied spot. Then, facing a particular direction, they would silently die, gradually rotting and being reduced to bones. What's the meaning behind this? As a clairvoyant, Bernadette fully believed that the scenes produced in her mind were what had happened in the real world. However, she was puzzled about the type of power that made the creatures on this primitive island choose this area as their tomb. Furthermore, since Grimm, William, and Polly, who had died long ago, appeared to remain alive in some form, it didn't make sense that supernatural and mutated creatures that had stayed on this island all this while and had suffered even more corruption would end up dying. This made Bernadette frown slightly as she directed the invisible servant to continue proceeding deeper into the creature cemetery. Just like that, the invisible servant proceeded forward for nearly 15 minutes in this forest filled with bones and corpses. Finally, it saw a 4th object beyond trees, weeds, and corpses. It was a black stone pillar. It was very thick, with a width spanning about 6 arm spans, and 30 to 40 meters tall. Its surface was covered with rings which were signs of weathering. It resembled a finger wearing rings that didn't suit its size. Bernadette made the eyes of mystery prying observe the stone pillar for several seconds, but she didn't discover anything mysterious about it. It was as though it was a symbol that was casually erected. The invisible servant looked around and discovered that the surrounding corpses around the stone pillar didn't suffer from serious rot. They were even covered in rather intact flesh and skin. There aren't any supernatural powers or magical effects that are different from other places. Unless the new deceased were gathered near the stone pillar, it's impossible for them to have such a unified trend. Bernadette suspected that it wasn't because there was no mysterious influence in this matter, but that it would only happen at a specific moment. She didn't use her powers of prophecy to search for the reason. This was because a prophecy, at its core, was to pry into the secrets of the river of fate. The more serious the problem involved was, and the higher her status and level, the more damage the backlash would bring to her. And at this moment, it was impossible for Bernadette to not be cautious. She was afraid that it might involve an unknown existence. In addition, this hadn't caused any harm to her. She didn't have to take the risk to make a prophecy. After searching for a while to no avail, the invisible servant continued forward, attempting to pass through the cemetery and head to other regions of the forest. Just then, Bernadette heard a rustling sound. It was the sound of a breeze passing through the vegetation, a tidal wave in the void. Ever since she landed on this strange island, this was Bernadette's first time feeling the wind. Subconsciously, she made the invisible servant look back at the black stone pillar. In the eyes of mystery prying, the corpses around the stone pillar began to rot and shed one by one. New flesh and blood grew out like they had their own spirituality, and their skin slowly covered this harrowing scene 1 inch at a time. This change lasted for less than 10 seconds before stopping. A small number of the corpses no longer showed any signs of decay. It looked like they had just died. In the next second, a mutated curly-haired baboon and a wolf with 8 legs wobbled to their feet. Their fur was slightly white and their skin was slightly dry, their eyes dull and cold. Then, the 2 originally deceased creatures each got their bearings and left the cemetery from different spots. Bernadette's gaze froze as she watched this. Her brows raised slightly as she finally understood why the creatures on this island had struggled to come to this area before dying and why they had to die here. Here, death, an endpoint, didn't mean entering the state of eternal slumber, but rather a new beginning. Furthermore, this wasn't the resurrection of a zombie or skeleton that a spirit guide was capable of. It was a new life with a certain will and vitality, a distortion and disorder of the world's underlying rules. In addition, it seems to contain some mystery from the Black Emperor's resurrection. However, those who obtained new life aren't in a proper state. They're even closer to zombies. Such revivals are very problematic. Klein, who was above the gray fog, also saw this scene and had many guesses. Of course, this was under the premise that the Emperor had fundamentally left his last mausoleum here and exerted some form of influence here. As he thought about it, Klein rejected this idea. This was because, before the Emperor became an angel, this primitive island had a similar situation. The dead Grimm was proof. Yes, the exact details that happened back then might not be the same as what's happening now. Perhaps, compared to the past, it has already been distorted and disordered. Klein nodded gently, prepared to bless and protect Bernadette at any time. Bernadette also came up with a guess. She didn't allow the invisible servant to stay in its spot, to wait for a new tide of life. This was because she had foreseen a development. After being repeatedly affected by the new tide of life, the invisible servant would oddly develop some sort of sentience and come alive. In addition, it wasn't that the invisible servant hadn't done any investigation prior to this, but it had ultimately failed to discover anything special about the Blackstone Pillar. Bernadette didn't believe that it would gain anything new by remaining here. In such a situation, it was better to establish a basic understanding of the primitive island rather than alarming an unknown existence due to a deeper study. Many a time there were problems that eluded one in the beginning, but the answer might be nearer to the end. This was thanks to the experience that Bernadette had accumulated over all these years. The corpses on the trees and branches gradually grew fewer as the invisible servant moved forward. During this process, Bernadette discovered another phenomenon. In the new tide of life, it wasn't certain that a corpse would be revived. However, once they revived and left the empty area, the rest of the corpses would be attracted like metal to magnets in the next 5 minutes. They would stiffly move towards the center, filling up the corresponding spots like they were in line for a bestowment. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence? No, it doesn't seem like it. The deceased have already passed down their characteristics. As Bernadette's thoughts wandered, she suddenly thought of a question. It's impossible for the deceased to produce new beyonder characteristics after obtaining new life, but do they still possess their powers in their previous lives? Once I have a complete grasp of the situation on this island, I can find a resurrected being to test it out. Bernadette quickly made a decision and followed the invisible servant's route forward. She didn't use any beyonder powers other than her invisibility hat. She hoped that she wouldn't disturb the environment and miss out on any details. Therefore, she didn't walk too fast. She took about 15 minutes to leave the cemetery. The invisible servant had already entered the forest up ahead. It could hear the occasional bird chirping and beast roars. The vibrant vitality here was different from the other remaining regions. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed. Thankfully, I'm now the owner of Sapphira Castle. Here, I have the status of a king of angels. I can observe reality for as long as I want to, and I don't have to worry about draining my spirituality. Yes, the only thing I need to pay attention to is my body that's hidden in the ancient city located in the fog of history before the first epoch. After traveling for another few minutes, the invisible servant suddenly saw something that appeared incongruous to the primitive island's environment. It was a log cabin that seemed to be a residence of a forest ranger. The log cabin was brown in color and was less than 2.5 meters tall. It looked like it was prepared for humans, but every detail was rough and crude. At that moment, the cabin's door was open, allowing Bernadette to see the situation inside through the eyes of mystery prying. A wooden table, a fur-covered bed, and a low-back chair formed a scene of a residence lived by humans. Who lives here? With a thought from Bernadette, the invisible servant rapidly approached the cabin in search for possible clues. It then realized that the interior of the cabin was ice-cold. Apart from the furniture, there was nothing else. It seemed like no one had lived there for a very long time. Just as Bernadette was using the eyes of mystery prying to carefully inspect every detail in the cabin, she suddenly had a premonition. She hurriedly made the invisible servant turn around. At some point in time, a person had appeared behind the invisible servant. He was wearing luxurious clothes from the Roselle era. His hair was completely white and he looked old. He had a pair of light blue eyes that were extremely cold and blank. Edwards. This was the knight who had outlived the Emperor, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's ancestor. Edwards stared at the invisible servant for a few seconds. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "Our Highness." Bernadette fell silent for 2 seconds before replying through the invisible servant. "Uncle Edwards, why are you here?" She used the way she addressed him when she was young to reduce the chances of an accident. Her voice reverberated in the surrounding air with the invisible servant as a conduit. It was dry, dull, and completely different from normal. Edwards's face was pale. It was as if he had just crawled out of the grave without any warmth. "I don't know either. When I woke up, I discovered that I had returned to this island. This might be my destiny, a destiny of guarding His Majesty." He paused with every word he said, but he didn't give the impression that he was out of breath. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, so much so that his throat was rusty. He wasn't used to speaking. Without waiting for Bernadette's further inquiries, the knight, who was famous across the continent more than 100 years ago, added with a flat tone, "His Majesty's mausoleum is nearby. I've been guarding this place, waiting for him to revive. But after so many years, the mausoleum has never changed. There haven't been any signs of a resurrection." Bernadette made the invisible servant look around and said, "This log cabin is where you live?" Edwards's exposed skin was slightly shriveled. It matched the aging spots he originally had. His voice was low and hoarse as he answered, "That's right. I used the surrounding trees to make materials to build this cabin." Bernadette's invisible servant looked in the direction where she had come from. "Uncle William and the others aren't with you?" Edwards's cold, wooden eyes moved. "They have long been corrupted and are dead. Although they've come back to life, they're more like monsters. They aren't their former selves. Your Highness, you must be wary of them and avoid them. Do not trust anyone but Benjamin and me." Bernadette fell silent for a while before asking through the invisible servant, "Where's my father's mausoleum? I want to take a look." Edwards's somewhat stiff neck moved. "Okay." He then took a step towards the cabin and took out a rusted black axe. "I'll take you there," Edwards said as he looked at the invisible servant that normally couldn't be seen. During this process, his expression was stiff and almost unchanged. "All right." Along the periphery of the forest, Bernadette responded using the invisible servant to make her hoarse voice echo in the surroundings. Edwards was almost 1.9 meters tall, and he looked rather thin. He carried his axe and walked behind the log cabin before saying in a flat tone, "It's very close. Be careful along the way." Bernadette immediately controlled the invisible servant and made it follow the luxuriously dressed Edwards. Walking through the forest one after another, Bernadette suddenly made the invisible servant ask, "Uncle Edwards, what were you worshipping in the empty space from before?" Edwards didn't turn his head as he maintained the same pace. "His Majesty." At least 2 kilometers behind him and the invisible servant, Bernadette immediately pricked up her brows. She took nearly 3 seconds to control her emotions. Through the invisible servant, she continued asking without any emotion, "Uncle William and the others are worshipping him?" Edwards paused, but he kept his back towards the invisible servant and the eyes of mystery prying. "No." He slowed down as though he was thinking of an answer. "I don't know what they worship." Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly as though she could see some changes in the river of fate. She didn't ask any more questions as she made the invisible servant silently follow Edwards. Amidst the dark green, towering trees and the black, sharp shrubs, they headed for the island's mountain peak. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the trees up ahead disappeared. This wasn't a process that went from dense to sparse until there was nothing. Instead, the towering trees suddenly disappeared after an imaginary boundary line. Beyond the invisible line was a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. It was covered by dark green trees that were almost black in color. From afar, it was almost as if it was one with the forest, virtually inseparable. However, the side of the mountain facing Edward and Bernadette was mostly without vegetation. Half of the mountain had been excavated. In the middle of the mountain, a pitch-black mausoleum stood there with a majestic appearance. Most of it was part of the mountain range. A small portion of it had signs of man-made constructions and polishing. It truly expounded on what it meant to be a mountain mausoleum. Thus, the mausoleum didn't look like the common pyramid. Instead, it looked more like a towering mountain. It wasn't exactly symmetrical, but it was definitely majestic. Perhaps the mausoleum itself had influenced its surroundings, or perhaps Edwards had cleaned the area. Its surface was void of weeds, nor was it covered with vines commonly seen in other mountains. This allowed Bernadette to see the various texts and symbols engraved on the mausoleum through the eyes of mystery prying. She saw the heavy 30-meter-tall stone door that seemed to be prepared for giants. Bernadette wasn't unfamiliar with those words and symbols. She didn't take much time to recognize them as either the civil code that was created by her father, the new social trends that he had established, or even some design drafts of some invention. Just as Bernadette was carefully examining it, Klein, who was above the gray fog, was completely certain that this was the last mausoleum left behind by Emperor Roselle. This was similar to the mausoleum he had seen in the Tudor ruins. It had the majesticness and distortion traits of the Black Emperor. After walking out of the primitive forest and passing through the invisible boundary, they arrived near the mausoleum. Edward stopped. He half-turned his body and aimed his pale face and cold eyes at the invisible servant. He said without any change in his voice, "Don't go in. It will interrupt the resurrection." Bernadette frowned slightly and thought for 2 seconds before using the eyes of mystery prying to lock onto the mausoleum. Then, her blue eyes that resembled the sea became extremely deep, like the surface of the sea before a storm. Under such circumstances, her eyes clearly lost focus as her vision turned blurry. She was prying into the secrets of the river of fate and making a prophecy for what would happen next. Klein tapped the long model table and increased the probability of her success. He then prepared himself to resist the corruption of the cosmos. Of course, the latter wasn't necessary, because Bernadette had a grade 0 sealed artifact that she could control. Bernadette raised her right hand the next second. Her skin instantly turned as white as snow. Her lips turned as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. An illusory, ancient mirror appeared in her hands. This was Snow White of her fairy tale magic. Bernadette had used it to enhance the success rate and accuracy of her prophecy. Silently, she saw a scene. The majestic and solemn dark mausoleum visibly shook as the tall, heavy stone door opened. Then, a huge black arm stretched out from the stone door. The style of this arm was close to that of the trees on the island. From its color and state, it looked more like a part of a shadow. However, it wasn't a thin layer, but was instead filled with flesh and blood. It looked extremely strange. It supported itself with its elbows and moved forward with great difficulty, as though it wanted to pull out bigger and more terrifying parts from within. Boom! The entire island began to shake. Boom! The transparent eyes of mystery prying suddenly shattered. Bernadette's eyes immediately closed, as if she had seen a blinding light or encountered some unbearable damage. Blood trickled down from the corners of her eyes as the color in her face drained significantly. On her body, a pair of illusory and holy wings spread out, descending upon her with its clean, white feathers to neutralize the invisible corruption. Indeed, she has the ability to resist. The Emperor sure left a huge inheritance for her. Before I taught Ma'am Hermit a lesson, she liked to use the eye of mystery prying to examine the people and objects around her. It definitely has something to do with how she was brought up. In short, it's all Roselle's fault. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but criticize the Emperor. Then, his mind raced as he analyzed the scene that Bernadette had prophesied. A terrifying creature crawls out from the mausoleum after the stone door is opened. This might be the resurrected Roselle, or perhaps a symbol of some kind of disaster. For example, a particular outer deity who had once corrupted this island, or the primordial moon who secretly corrupted Roselle. Yes, even if it's Roselle, he definitely wouldn't be taking on the form of a human. He's even closer to that of a mythical creature, a deity. Also, I can't be sure if the terrifying creature is rational or if it can communicate. There's another important problem. Was the stone door opened by Bernadette or someone else? Or did the terrifying creature in the mausoleum do it by itself? If it's the latter, things might develop to the stage of the prophecy even if we don't do a thing. A prophecy is truly filled with ambiguity. Klein conjured a gold coin and flicked it, making a divination. The results of the dream divination showed that the mausoleum was both dangerous and safe. How do I interpret this? As Klein pondered, he focused his attention back on Bernadette. Bernadette took nearly a minute to recover and stopped appearing that week. However, she was temporarily unable to interpret the direction of the prophecy from the scene she saw. She could only confirm that the problem was definitely very complicated. Due to the eyes of mystery prying shattering, there was no way for her to use it to see the various secrets. All she could do was use the invisible servant's perception to observe the situation around her. She realized that Edwards remained silent and motionless when she was unable to control the invisible servant, as though he hadn't noticed anything abnormal. After some thought, Bernadette said to Edwards through the invisible servant, "Do you still remember the years you spent in Lemberg?" Edwards's indifferent blue eyes moved. "I remember. I think." At this point, he seemed to recall something. His expression twisted as though he was suffering some indescribable pain. In such a state, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. I think I'm already dead. Already dead." Edwards turned his head and looked at Bernadette's invisible servant with his light blue eyes. His gaze was no longer cold and blank. It emitted a strange glint that was filled with disbelief. It was only at this moment that he seemed to realize that he had long died and had come back to life. He was no different from William, Polly, and Grimm, who he claimed were individuals who they needed to keep up one's guard against. This transformation lasted for only 2 seconds before Edwards's face twisted. His already pale skin rapidly dimmed as it ruptured inch by inch. Beneath his skin, the red pieces of flesh began to rot at a discernible speed, dripping foul yellow liquid. With a swoosh, Edwards raised the black axe in his hand. Oof! His axe ruthlessly cleaved the top of his head, as though it was trying to stop the bad thoughts that surfaced in his mind. The axe was heavy and sharp. It tore through Edwards's skull all the way to his glabella. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of milky white cerebrospinal fluid dripped down from the axe's blade, sliding across Edwards's grimaced and torn face, as though he had poured some milk onto a bright red strawberry. Don't come near me," Edwards said in a low and hoarse voice to Bernadette's invisible servant after striking himself in the head. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression returned to its blank state. The look in his eyes gradually turned hollow as he turned around and walked towards the forest. That thin and shriveled body of his stooped a little, as though his back was hunched. Bernadette had probed him because of the doubts and concerns she had about entering the mausoleum. All she could do was indirectly determine the problem with Edwards's existence, and see if she could obtain more clues from his answer. She never expected this knight from Roselle's era, who had been famous across the northern continent, would react in such an intense and strange manner. After 2 seconds of silence, Bernadette made the invisible servant say to Edwards's back, "Your descendants are doing pretty well. All of them are accomplished in a certain sense." Edwards, whose back was facing the mausoleum, stopped for a moment. Then, he continued forward, passing the invisible boundary and entering the forest. His target seemed to be in the direction of the cemetery with the stone pillar, the place where the deceased could obtain new life. At the same time, Bernadette looked up into the sky. The faint black colors that permeated the area had clearly faded, but there was an indescribable feeling. The entire primitive island underwent a subtle change that couldn't accurately be described. Suddenly, Bernadette, who was hiding at the edge of the invisible boundary, rubbed her back. She felt that it was heavy, as though there was something there. When her left palm touched her target, Bernadette realized that there was an extra strand of hair. At this moment, she was wearing an Inta-styled blouse with a large lace flower around the collar, an indigo-patterned captain's uniform, a pair of beige trousers, knee-length boots, and a triangular hat with feathers on it. She was dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. She styled herself such that her long chestnut hair was tied into a bun, leaving the remaining strands in a way that would reach the middle of her back. But now, even though her hairstyle remained unchanged, her hair had grown longer and reached her waist. Then, Bernadette lowered her head and looked at her right palm. She saw the fingernails of her 5 fingers extending. Queen Mystic didn't show any signs of surprise or panic. She followed the instincts of a clairvoyant and from all the experience she had accumulated over time. She took a few steps forward, and through an invisible boundary, she completely left the primitive forest and entered the empty area where the Black Emperor's mausoleum was. During this process, Bernadette even made the invisible servant return to the spirit world. 3 or 4 seconds later, she felt the earth shake. The mausoleum began to tremble visibly. Subconsciously, Bernadette turned to look at the primitive forest. Her gaze froze for a moment. The dark green trees were waving their branches and uprooting their roots. Then, like humans, they approached Bernadette. The entire primitive forest had come to life. Looking at the dense cluster of trees that seemed to blot out the sky surging at her, Bernadette had the feeling that doomsday was approaching. She felt as if the entire area would be blanketed by the forest. A gigantic red dragon with flames flowing across its skin rapidly flew into the sky. An 8-legged demonic wolf began to run madly between the trees. All the supernatural beings and mutated creatures on this island stirred as they rushed towards the mausoleum. Although she was a clairvoyant, Bernadette still didn't expect that her simple, indirect question would bring about such an anomaly. It was as though it was a key that had opened the door to the abyss. Above the gray fog, Klein saw a lot more. Together with his knowledge of mysticism, he had a certain guess. The situation of Edwards is different from William, Grimm, and Polly. It's like a loophole of the order on this primitive island, or rather a shadow. When he realized that he was already dead, this loophole was discovered by the order, and it began to conduct repairs. And the repairs brought with it an enhancement of the order, causing the entire island to experience an anomaly. I can sense that the Black Emperor's powers are present here to a certain degree. It affected Edwards, causing him to maintain a portion of his will after obtaining new life. And where did the original order of this primitive island come from? As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed that Bernadette was suffering certain anomalies. Thump, thump, thump. Bernadette could vaguely hear her own heartbeat. This heartbeat was rather chaotic, as though it was a combination of 2 sounds. 2. Bernadette's heart stirred as she calmly directed her attention back to herself. In the next second, she confirmed that there were 2 sources of her heartbeat. One came from her heart, the other from her abdomen. There seemed to be an additional heart in her abdomen, one that was rapidly expanding and contracting. Furthermore, this heart was developing bit by bit. Without needing to use her mystery-prying powers to look at her abdomen, Bernadette immediately sensed that there was a fetus in her womb. It had grown from the size of a grape to the size of a normal human palm. If it was left to grow, it didn't seem like it would take long before it matured. It would then tear open her mother's womb and drill out while covered in blood. Unknowingly, Bernadette had become pregnant. Her spiritual perception and the sealed artifact on her body had failed to detect it in advance or attempt to stop it. It was as though she was powerless to deal with such an influence. Earth Mother, Primordial Moon, Mother Tree of Desire. 3 divine names flashed through Bernadette's mind. According to what she knew, there weren't many mysteries that could cause such an anomaly. Most of them came from domains related to the Earth and the Moon pathway. Sequence 0 of the plantar pathway was Mother. The primordial moon could make a stone have reproductive powers, while the Mother Tree of Desire seemed to possess some high-sequence beyonder characteristics of the moon pathway. Bernadette wasn't in a hurry to deal with the fetus in her stomach. Her gaze turned dark once again as she used her prophetic ability to see what her best choice was. This time, she only took 1 second to obtain the corresponding prophecy. Survival lies inside the mausoleum. Without any hesitation, Bernadette reached out her right hand and quickly drew out words filled with stellar radiance. These words, which were similar to the words on the blasphemy slate, quickly interwove into a strange symbol and opened a secret door that seemed to lead deep into the spirit world. Following that, the secret door opened and a strong gust of wind blew out, transforming into an entity that was half man, half air. His upper body was wrapped in white cloth. Sage frontlet. Bernadette's tone was calm as she ordered in a dignified voice. The man responded respectfully and removed an accessory from the white cloth wrapped around his body. The core of this accessory was a vertical eye embedded with diamonds. It shimmered with pure light, exuding an abnormal holiness. It was filled with intelligence, but it also appeared cold without any warmth. Bernadette then took the accessory and embedded it into the middle of her forehead. This was a grade 0 sealed artifact which Bernadette usually didn't carry with her, as the negative effects were too severe. However, at this moment, the Sage Frontlet had an ability that was extremely important to Bernadette. She was willing to bear the consequences of not being able to use evil magic and the gradual influence that the Beyonder characteristic would have on her as it slowly fused with her. If she didn't remove the Sage Frontlet in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to having a Sequence 2 potion splashed on her. When the time came, she could either end up lucky and succeed in advancing to become a sage, or lose control and become a monster. And without the supplementary ingredients and the corresponding ritual, the former's probability was nearly negligible. With the diamond vertical eye on her forehead, Bernadette's body began to turn incorporeal as she dissociated into a series of complicated knowledge. In that instant, she became a creature of pure information. The baby in her womb failed to obtain such a state as it fell to the ground. It was half the size of a normal baby. It already had facial features and limbs. Its skin was wrinkled, and it was dripping with sticky pus. As it left its mother's body, the undeveloped it began to regress and quickly melted in the air. The baby was clearly unwilling to give up. It tried its best to open its eyes, which were sealed by the sticky liquid. It opened its mouth wide open in a bid to make a final struggle. At this moment, Klein, who was above the gray fog, rapped the edge of the long mottled table. Pa! He increased the probability of failure with respect to the baby's struggling. Unable to maintain itself, the baby completely dissipated in front of the approaching black forest. At the same time, the flood of information that Bernadette had transformed into had entered the Black Emperor Mausoleum's interior through the heavy stone door as she reformed her original body. During this process, she seemed to see a black shadow. When she entered the Black Emperor's mausoleum, Bernadette vaguely saw a black shadow. However, after she extricated herself from being an embodiment of information and reassembled her body with the pure, messy knowledge, she didn't sense anything. It was as though what she had just experienced was just an illusion. Queen Mystic wasn't in a rush to venture deep into the mausoleum. She stayed in her spot and carefully observed her surroundings. Without using the powers of mystery prying, everything was clearly presented before her eyes. The interior of the Black Emperor Mausoleum was empty. Apart from the pitch-black walls and the high platform in the middle, there was nothing. On the high platform, there was a chair that looked like it was prepared for a giant. It was made of iron, and its surface was engraved with complicated and distorted patterns. At the top of the seat, there was a crown-shaped object. At this moment, there wasn't a single figure on the huge, heavy seat, as if it was waiting for its emperor to return. Just as Bernadette was about to take a step forward and approach the platform, she suddenly realized that her body was completely immobilized, as if she was being bound tightly by invisible shackles. Right on the heels of that, pairs of illusory and holy white wings appeared behind her as though they were passively resisting something. In the next second, on the pairs of angel wings, white feathers dropped as they fluttered. They grew deformed, thin, and fluffy limbs. The gaps in the layers of feathers spread open one after another as though they had become countless eyes. The deformed feathers immediately let out crisp laughter, causing a hollow chuckle to echo inside the mausoleum. All of them had come alive, turning into miniature, winged creatures. This reminded Bernadette of some fairy tales that her father had told her. There were always little pixies that weren't as big as a thumb in them. As this thought flashed through her mind, Bernadette felt her right eye itch. The eyelashes of that eye grew rapidly, turning into tiny arms that took root on her face, trying hard to pull her eyeball out. "I see it! I see it!" The veins in Bernadette's right eye protruded as they let out a childlike voice as though they had gained sentience and consciousness of her body. This was also a form of new life. Almost at the same time, Bernadette's left ear suddenly drooped down and covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it," the ear shouted with a sharp voice. If she didn't use her spirituality, Bernadette would definitely imagine that she had a young maiden by her side. One that was covering her ears, stamping her feet, and screaming. Without cushioning anything, the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead automatically left her body and floated into the air. The surface of the vertical eye embedded with diamonds instantly flashed with countless cold beams of light. It was as though numerous tiny eyes had grown out of it. Each eye reflected Bernadette. The sage frontlet had also obtained a certain living characteristic. Just as the Grade 0 sealed artifact was about to awaken and affect its target, a pale white, slender, illusory palm reached out and grabbed it. The sage frontlet's living characteristic rapidly dispersed, as though it had reached the end of its life. The ice-cold and pale hand that clearly belonged to a woman came from behind Bernadette. At some point in time, a figure with only an upper body appeared. This figure grew out of Bernadette's back. It was almost transparent and rather illusory. She was wearing the same clothing as Bernadette, and she was wearing the same feather triangular hat. Her blue eyes were like the projection of the ocean. It was like Bernadette herself, a part of her spirit that had drilled out of her body. However, there was a pale white face mask on Bernadette's half-body phantom. The mask only had holes where one's eyes were with no other gaps elsewhere. This made Bernadette's phantom appear extremely cold and noble, but it lacked the aura of a living being. This was the third item she possessed and also her last Grade 0 sealed artifact. It was an item made after Emperor Roselle returned from the southern continent in his later years, called Pale Death. Its negative effect was to make the wearer slowly die until it became a corpse and become its slave. At this moment, Bernadette had used this point to restrain the abnormal life growing in her. Just as the half-body phantom appeared, her right eye quelled. Her eyelashes, which had turned thicker and longer into arms, began to fall off one by one. Her ears didn't make any noises either. They slowly opened and returned to normal. Without such a suppression, Bernadette's facial features, arms, and legs would have broken apart to seek freedom. After stabilizing her body, Bernadette tried to take a step forward. However, she was still unable to do anything. All she could do was control the half-bodied spirit body. After some thought, she made the spirit body behind her take out a ritual silver dagger from her pocket. Then, bending down, it drew a circle in the middle of her right boot. With a ripping sound, the leather boot quickly shortened by half. Then, Bernadette used her half-body spirit body to tear her pants near her left knee. She cut off a corner of her coat and blouse, removing one of the feathers on the side of her triangular hat. This attempt didn't seem to have anything to do with supernatural beings. It was just like a willful and rebellious girl who wanted to dress up in a different way from the normal sense of aesthetics. However, as Bernadette completed this series of actions, she carefully took a step forward. Her body could actually move as she no longer felt restrained. The invisible suppression effect vanished instantly. The Black Emperor Mausoleum seemed to accept Bernadette in this form. Who would have thought that something an ordinary person could do was able to deal with such abnormalities? Furthermore, Bernadette suspected that the more she used her beyonder powers to resist whatever she was facing, the deeper the effects. This was because she had the feeling that she was facing an invisible deity. Only by pleasing the other party's sense of aesthetics could she be pardoned. Otherwise, she could only rely on the authority of a sequence 0 to circle around it. In addition, the lucky thing was that Bernadette wasn't once a knowledgeable mysticologist, but she also had a deep understanding of the Black Emperor pathway. She knew what the authorities this domain consisted of. She knew that it represented the shadow of order, a distortion of order. That was why Bernadette twisted the normal order around her using her dressing, thus obtaining the recognition and acceptance of the invisible deity. Yes, in the matter regarding mysticism, knowledge and ideas are more useful than abilities at times. In that situation just now, any resistance would have been viewed as a provocation towards the internal order of the mausoleum, triggering unpredictable and terrifying changes. Once one figures out the crux of the problem, the negative effects will be easily resolved. Klein nodded above the gray fog and learned quite a lot from Queen Mystic. Although he was already a sequence higher than her, to the point of being a king of angels inside Sapphira Castle and having experienced quite a number of major events, his growth had been too fast. He was still lacking when it came to the details in problems. Now was the perfect time to make up for the deficiency through observation. After taking a step, Bernadette began to follow her spiritual intuition and walk toward the huge, empty chair on the platform. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a breeze blew past her neck. This cold wind made Bernadette's body turn numb. At that moment, she felt a black shadow appear behind her. Silently, her long chestnut-colored hair parted, revealing a pair of eyes on her scalp. It was a pair of eyes without any eyelashes. They were almost transparent, cold, and heartless. Eyes of mystery prying. The pair of eyes turned slightly and saw that the shadow-like curtain in the mysterious world showed clear signs of distortion. However, it didn't notice the shadow, nor did it find the source of the cold wind. Just as Bernadette attempted to close the eyes of Mystery Prior and lower the possibility of an accident, the cold and sinister breeze suddenly appeared in her mind. Her thoughts became active as she became increasingly out of control. She was unable to direct her thoughts in the required manner. This seemed to be a trend that couldn't be changed, one that led to chaos. Without any hesitation, Bernadette grabbed the few seconds of thought she was capable of. She let the half-body spirit on her back remove the pale white mask. Then, she put pale death on her face, while the half-body spirit retracted into her body and fused with her. From this second onwards, Bernadette's thoughts would gradually die along with her body. However, her thoughts could not help but stir and turn chaotic. Both of these conflicting conditions offset one another, forming a weak and delicate balance that helped Bernadette regain her ability to think. To Bernadette, compared to the beyonder effects of pale death itself, its negative effects were even more effective at this moment. Maintaining the balance, Bernadette took a few steps forward. During this process, she always felt that there were shadows hovering around her, but she couldn't find them no matter how hard she tried. After thinking for a few seconds, Bernadette's blue eyes darkened once again, losing focus. She tried prophesying the consequences of her choice. Soon, a corresponding scene appeared before her eyes. After putting on the sage frontlet again, she once again transformed into pure and complicated information streams, using it to circumvent the obstruction and head to the high platform in the middle. However, just as she approached, the flood of information suddenly disintegrated. It lost its order and formed several Bernadettes built on different tenets. There was a young girl in a layered dress, a tall young girl, a melancholic and confused girl, a woman with a twisted and pained expression, and a calm and determined queen. The prophetic vision instantly disappeared and Bernadette's eyes instantly regained focus. At this moment, she saw the black shadow. It was standing right in front of her, no more than a fist away from her. That face formed from pure shadow completely occupied her vision. The moment Bernadette saw the black shadow, she instinctively clenched her right hand and conjured an ancient spear. From the tip of the spear to its handle, it was dyed with crimson-red balls. It emitted a strong destructive aura, as though it could harm a true deity. Spear of Longinus. This spear had once appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back, stained with the blood of a great existence. At this moment, It had descended into the Black Emperor's mausoleum through mystical reenactment. However, when Bernadette thrust it forward, she failed to achieve any effects because the tip of the spear was directed at her back. Despite wanting to attack the black shadow in front of her, the spear of Longinus had strangely thrust backward. The area had been affected by disorder, or suffered some form of distortion. Above the gray fog in the palace, Klein noticed the black shadow when it appeared in front of Bernadette. He didn't hesitate to raise the staff of the stars in his hand. He didn't wait this time, unlike his prior observations of Queen Mystic's actions before, where he would consider if he would provide her with protection. This was because the level of danger of the black shadow sounded off alarms within him. He was an angel of the seer pathway after all. More importantly, Bernadette could sense the shadow's existence after entering the Black Emperor's mausoleum from time to time. As for Klein, he was unable to find clues through the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle. This undoubtedly meant danger and terror. When all the gems embedded in the black cane lit up, the sound of melodious bells resounded in the area where Bernadette and the black shadow were. Gong! The bell that came from an infinite distance exuded an indescribable emptiness. It made the interior of the Black Emperor's mausoleum visibly freeze, turning Bernadette's figure stiff as if she had been frozen. She couldn't do anything. However, the black shadow didn't sink into the vortex of time. As though situated in another world built with completely different fundamental rules, the shadow continued moving forward in between the contradictory of two rivers of fate. One filled with raging torrents and one that was almost completely still. This only made it appear to slow down, in no way affected by the illusory bell. This was the first time Klein had encountered such a situation after he gained the ability to replicate powers. Although the Beyonder effects he had replicated with the Staff of the Stars were lacking compared to the original version, it would still be able to show a certain level of authority that wasn't easy to ignore regardless. However, the Black Shadow's slow movements gave him a second chance to try again. This time, he activated the Staff of the Stars' powers and moved Queen Mystic out of the Black Emperor's mausoleum. He wanted her to first conclude what she experienced before considering entering again. Gems flashed on the tip of the staff, and Bernadette, who was almost about to make contact with the Black Shadow, disappeared into thin air. In the next second, she appeared tens of meters away, appearing near the high platform in the mausoleum. The Staff of the Stars' teleportation was disrupted. The destination had been distorted, turning everything extremely chaotic. The experienced Bernadette didn't feel any fear or panic because she was stuck inside the Black Emperor mausoleum. She decisively raised her left hand and pressed the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead as she used her fingers to stroke the pale death mask. The shimmering golden mask suddenly became soft and rapidly squirmed, as if it was about to form a face that didn't belong to Bernadette. The face had soft features and obvious characteristics of a southern continent native, but it exuded a bizarre and terrifying feeling. Anyone who witnessed it would believe that it would come alive once the face became clear enough. An entity that came from ancient times, the eternal darkness where the dead slumbered. By then, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. With the protrusion of this face, the stone walls and floor tiles in the Black Emperor mausoleum began to weather. It happened so fast that thousands of years appeared to be washed away in a short span of 2 seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or throwing up dust due to the wind. In between the cracks, thin white fur grew out. In just the blink of an eye, the fur grew into white feathers, and their surface seemed to be soaked in light yellow oil. The aura of the black figure gradually weakened, as though it was running towards death with huge strides. Its color faded away, its movements growing slower. Within the area where the pale white mask was, even the concept of death itself would weather away and dissipate. However, what was labeled as death wasn't the endpoint. When the stone wall and the floor tiles in the mausoleum were weathered to a certain extent, and when the black figure degraded to a certain stage, new stone blocks began to take form as ethereal auras quickly grew. During this process, the black figure stretched out his right hand. This palm that was formed from shadows suddenly grabbed Bernadette's neck from dozens of meters away. This wasn't fulfilled by extending the arm, but distorting the concept of distance for an instant, 45 meters became equivalent to 45 centimeters. The dark palm didn't exert too much strength, but it made Bernadette feel cold. Under such coldness, she realized that she couldn't use the 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Sage Frontlet and Pale Death. Typically, as long as she injected her spirituality into it and gave the corresponding thoughts, the sealed artifacts on her would react in the correct manner, creating different effects. But now, the silent process and rules had been disrupted and distorted. No amount of thoughts that Bernadette willed were able to stir the sealed artifacts. Felt like she was speaking to the air. Klein, who was above the gray fog, didn't waste any time after failing to teleport Queen Mystic away. A series of complicated symbols and magic labels quickly formed in his mind. He wanted to replicate a secret sorcerer's space concealment. He planned on separating Bernadette's location from the Black Emperor's mausoleum and concealing it to help Queen Mystic escape her current predicament. In fact, it might be more appropriate replicating the fairy tale magic Peace Blossom source, but considering how Bernadette was formerly a mysticologist, Klein felt that it was better to use space concealment. Otherwise, it might expose some of the fool's secrets. As for where he had learned space concealment from, it naturally came from the recently advanced furs. Previously, in the name of the World Gehrman Sparrow, Klein had rented Laymanos Travels. He had also requested Miss Magician to record the corresponding powers. Then, he released and recorded it while summoning the complete Laymanos Travels from the fog of history again and again. It didn't take long for him to grasp the knowledge and technique, allowing him to replicate spatial concealment. As more gems lit up on the staff of the stars, the area around Bernadette darkened, as though it was covered by a curtain weaved by shadows. The curtain distorted as it concealed the space, isolating the black shadow and its palm outside. This helped Bernadette regain her freedom. In the next second, the black palm that had been forcefully separated reached forward again and touched the boundary of the concealed space. In an instant, a transparent vortex-like door appeared in the abnormal void. Or rather, the secret door that originally existed appeared autonomously and opened up in front of the black palm. All concealed space had a door, but the location of the door depended on the creator's thoughts. The palm formed by the shadows rapidly passed through the open door and entered the concealed space. It grabbed Bernadette's neck and once again disrupted the connection between Queen Mystic and her sealed artifact, distorting the corresponding order. At the same time, the black figure raised its head and looked at the top of the mausoleum. It seemed to be studying Sapphira Castle and Klein through layers of space and fog. Klein's eyelids twitched instinctively. He sensed that the shadow had a certain understanding of where he was and felt that it was distorting something. Klein's expression unknowingly turned abnormally heavy. The different gems on the staff of the stars lit up at the same time. He wanted to attempt to steal the corresponding beyonder powers of the other party. Only by doing so would he have the chance to restrict the black shadow. And in order to increase the success rate of stealing his target's powers, Klein turned his left palm and tapped the edge of the long modeled table. However, his theft failed. He didn't even get anything. His target had long since escaped the lock-on, despite just standing there. Klein's gaze froze. Then, he saw the black figure flash and enter the concealed space, closing the distance between it and Bernadette. It distorted my true vision, causing the situation I saw to be from 1 or even 2 seconds ago. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a preliminary judgment on the previous failure. He then decided to summon Will Ossepton's historical projection to get him to reboot the area. At that moment, Bernadette, who was unable to use her sealed artifact, grew white, illusory swan feathers on her back. This was her fairy tale magic's ugly duckling. It could make Bernadette reveal an incomplete mythical creature form while maintaining her clarity of mind. Could use it twice a day, with each use lasting 15 seconds. At this moment, her thoughts went wild again. They started to boil and become more chaotic. This caused her ugly duckling magic to be cut off before it could even show its effects. Almost at the same time, she saw the black shadow stick to her body. It was sticky like a viscous, corrosive liquid that seeped into her body. Bernadette's eyes darkened as she suddenly sensed something. She grabbed the final moment of lucidity and opened her mouth slightly, speaking in a fluent Chinese accent. Home! The black shadow's infiltration paused for a moment. Its upper body slowly rose as it looked at Bernadette. The black figure froze as it released its grip on Bernadette's neck. It was as though it was staring at Queen Mystic with its non-existent eyes. A dry, hoarse voice echoed in the concealed space. Home! This voice was filled with hesitation and confusion as though it was seeking confirmation. It was as if it had come from another world. The corrosion that Bernadette encountered vanished. Her connection with the sealed artifact was instantly restored. Pale death once again ate at her vitality little by little. This helped her resist the chaos in her thoughts, maintaining her basic clarity and rationality. Just as she was about to say something, the black figure suddenly stretched out its palm. But this time, it didn't strangle Bernadette's neck, but instead, it pushed her hard. Following this push was the collapse of the concealed space. It was a voice filled with pain as though it was resisting something. Leave! As the voice echoed, the black figure vanished. In an instant, it appeared on the huge, black high-back chair in the middle of the platform. 2 cracks appeared on its face, as though 2 asymmetrical eyes had grown out. However, the eyes didn't have any pupils. It was blood-colored. Right on the heels of that, another crack appeared beneath the 2 eyes. They too were filled with a pure, blood-red light. This allowed the black figure to finally open its mouth. It faced Bernadette as obvious sounds of pain resounded around it as though it was resisting something. Leave this place. After being pushed out more than 10 meters away, Bernadette easily found her footing. However, she didn't follow the voice's order by leaving the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She stood there, staring blankly at the central platform. As she looked at the black figure, her expression revealed an unspeakable sadness. She could sense and now confirm that the black figure was her father, the man who called himself Caesar Rosel Gustav. In the next second, more cracks appeared on the black figure's body. They ruptured from top to bottom, blooming blood-red flowers in different parts of his body. This made Rosel look like he was left with a shadow that wrapped around a blood-red object that emitted pure light. When Klein saw this scene above the gray fog, he naturally thought of the crimson moon high in the sky. At that moment, Rosel seemed to have transformed into a shadow. He wanted to block the crimson moon, but openings ruptured from his body, allowing more and more moonlight to shine into the real world. When these openings were connected together, the black shadow would completely split apart and give birth to a brand new crimson moon. When that happened, something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. At that moment, Rosel's black figure turned much more illusory, as though it had become an illusion. This made him look like he had been isolated in another world. There was an invisible barrier between him and the real world. Then, Rosel raised his right arm with great difficulty and pinched his forehead. The frequency at which blood-red cracks appeared on his body instantly decreased to a nadir. However, the eyes that had already appeared blinked repeatedly. However, this didn't bring any negative effects on the surroundings. It was as though it was just a simple change of order. The new growth of blood-red cracks was constantly being distorted to its original state of only having gradual activity. After completing this, Rosel raised his head and looked at Bernadette, who was dozens of meters away. He said with a hoarse voice, "You really have become an important figure in the mysterious world. You managed to come here alone. Come over. Let me see how my little princess has grown." Bernadette's eyes reddened as she took a step forward. Rosel laughed again. "Back when I made sketchbooks, textbooks, and invented all kinds of small games for you, you were just a tiny midget. Now you're able to save your poor old father. I remember that you liked the clothes I designed for you when you were young. Unfortunately, you can't wear layered dresses after you're an adult." The Emperor rambled on, as if he had arrived in his twilight years and was someone who enjoyed reminiscing about the beautiful past. Bernadette walked faster and faster. Above the gray fog, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Suddenly, Emperor Roselle lowered his head and said with great force, "Stop!" His voice carried an indescribable pain. Bernadette was stunned for a moment before she slowed down and stopped. She looked at the dark figure and her eyes gradually revealed an indescribable sadness. Roselle raised his head again and coughed lightly. "Didn't you really want to ask why the Black Emperor's mausoleum has to be engraved with the order one implemented and the style that one ushered? In fact, this wasn't necessary. I just wanted to let anyone who sees it remember my greatness." Before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor gripped the armrest by his side tightly. He suppressed his voice and said in extreme pain, "Don't come near me. I've been corrupted." The sadness in Bernadette's eyes deepened. Her guess had finally been confirmed. At that moment, the red cracks on Roselle's face began to turn chaotic. They closed and opened randomly with no signs of having a unified will. The Emperor took the opportunity and straightened his body. He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "Seal me!" "Seal." Queen Mystic Bernadette repeated the word silently. Her blue eyes quickly turned moist as a faint mist enveloped them. Even though she had lived for many years and was no longer the little girl she had been in the past, she was still unable to contain her emotions. However, she didn't ask for the reason, nor did she hesitate. With just a slight struggle, she firmly raised her right hand and pressed it on the pale white metal mask. She calmly made a decision, just like how she had faced all the major events that happened on the Element Dawn over the years. On the surface of pale death, the metal instantly turned soft as it reformed into a new face with two black eyes. In the deep black parts of the eye, white lines appeared, forming an extremely complicated and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. It was like a long feathered bird or a coiled feathered serpent. The symbol absorbed the surrounding light and quickly turned corporeal. Then it separated from Bernadette's eyes and extended its body before flying towards Roselle Gustave on the iron-black chair. Along the way, the strange symbol caused the surroundings to become increasingly dim. The floor tiles and stone walls suffered another round of weathering, as if the deity in charge of death had passed the final judgment. The falling rubble and flying dust followed the corporeal symbol and came to Roselle's side. Then, they coiled around him, enveloping the illusory black figure that seemed to exist in another world. During this process, Roselle failed to control himself several times. He attempted to leave the iron-black chair, but he ended sitting back down. He didn't resist the seal that Bernadette had exerted on him. As the symbol fused with his figure, he immediately had a connection with pale death. He saw the illusory deity that lorded over the countless undead and the swollen body of a water ghost loitering in a dark river. Roselle's aura immediately vanished as the cracked red openings closed one after another. What awaited the Emperor was a quiet and peaceful sleep. As for the symbol, it was sealed within Roselle's body, constantly influencing him until pale death stopped responding. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red cracks appeared on Roselle's body again. After his aura declined to a nadir, it gradually began to glow as he fought back against the corporeal symbol. Klein, who was above the gray fog, sighed when he saw this. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his mouth. The curtain he draped around himself suddenly rose up, and the entire Sapphira castle boiled over in an obvious manner. Silently, the aura of new life that Roselle had just obtained began to dissipate. After vanishing to a certain point, it gained new life once again. Then, it was affected by the pale death and continued to fade away. Using the power of the Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic in Sapphira Castle, Klein directly grafted new life and death, and skipped the process in between. The corruption that Roselle suffered was no longer able to recover to the extent needed to break through the pale seal. Following that, Klein extended his right hand and used the power of Sapphira Castle to draw out the mysterious symbol behind the fool's high-back chair. The mysterious symbol made up of the pupilless eye and the contorted lines. The symbol absorbed the aura of Sapphira Castle and quickly turned corporeal. With a wave of Klein's wrist, it entered the prayer light representing Bernadette and landed on Roselle's black figure, fusing into his body. Every time the grafting vanished, this symbol that was directly related to the Fool and Sapphira Castle would draw upon new powers and complete the grafting process once more. As he constantly passed away and gained new life, Rozelle's face, which seemed to be a pure shadow, obtained facial features. Then he looked to the top of the mausoleum, as though he was looking into an infinite height. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Bernadette. He said with an abnormally weak voice, "This seal is good. I can sleep in peace." With that said, he frowned slightly as his tone changed. "Who taught you how to dress like this?" Bernadette felt a little lost as she listened. It was as if she had returned to her teenage years. At that time, when she had dressed up to the nines for a ball held by other nobles. Roselle would use a similar expression and a similar tone to pepper her with a series of questions. The mist in her eyes became obvious, and she could no longer control herself. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Daddy!" Roselle's facial features immediately turned gentle before tensing up again. He sternly said, "Leave, and never return." Bernadette opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her vision went black as though she could see the shadow of order. In the next second, she found herself back at the edge of the primitive island. Bernadette stared blankly at the mountain peak in the middle of the primitive island for a few seconds before slowly turning around and walking towards the sea. This time, she didn't stubbornly insist on walking straight without looking back. Every few steps she took, she would stop and turn back to take a look. Soon, she returned to the dawn and entered the captain's cabin. She opened the room that was specially used to hold her collection. At a glance, Bernadette saw books, stacks of textbooks, clothes and skirts. She saw the chess game that few people in the world knew, and the neat pile of wooden block toys. She leaned against the wooden door, slowly curled up, and sat on the floor. She raised her head to look at the dark sky outside the captain's cabin, and pinched her lips with her right thumb and index finger. She whistled a melodious tune. It was a gentle, sweet, and sad melody that could calm people down. As the melody echoed, water beads fell from Bernadette's face and dripped onto the floor. After an unknown period of time, the captain's cabin was filled with a suppressed whimper. "Daddy!" In the middle of the primitive island in the Black Emperor Mausoleum. After sending away Bernadette, Roselle didn't immediately fall into a deep sleep. He slowly raised his head and looked up once again into the infinite distance. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed silently. He put down the staff of the stars and grabbed a paper figurine before shaking it. With a smacking sound, the paper figurine rapidly thickened and expanded before flying into the translucent vortex formed from illusory mysterious symbols beside the fool's chair. Although Bernadette had already moved to the edge of the primitive island and Klein could no longer see the situation inside the Black Emperor Mausoleum through the prayer light. However, he could use the symbol of the fool that had merged with Roselle's figure to maintain a connection with the Emperor up to a certain extent. After the paper figurine passed through the slowly spinning vortex, it descended into the dim mausoleum which had an unknown light source. It then turned into a human in front of the central platform. This human's black hair and brown eyes were somewhat similar to Gehrman Sparrow's, but he didn't have clear-cut features. The lines weren't deep enough, and his bearing wasn't cold enough. There were also certain differences in his facial features. His chin and stomach had a small amount of fat induced by an indulgent society. It was Klein's original appearance as Zhou Mingrue, the Zhou Mingrue who had been hanging inside Sapphira Castle for thousands of years beside Roselle Huang Tao Gustave. Roselle wasn't surprised by his appearance. With one hand on the armrest, he leaned forward slightly and said, "You're here." "I'm here." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "You shouldn't be here." Roselle sighed. "I'm already here." Klein very naturally participated in completing the meme populated by a popular Chinese novel by Gulong. Having completely confirmed the origins of the fellow in front of him, Roselle returned to his normal sitting posture, chuckling as he said, "I originally planned on asking where you're from to see there's any need for regional discrimination, but after some thought, there's no need for that. We're all anachronistic, miserable wretches without a home." Without waiting for Klein's reply, the Emperor's voice sank as he asked, "You know the truth about the apocalypse?" "Yes." Klein nodded slightly. Roselle continued asking, "You know that this is Earth?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. When Roselle heard that, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "You actually learned about it so early. I only dared to confirm it after I went to the moon and saw the true appearance of this planet from high above." At this point, the Emperor sighed and said, "The moon is bizarre. I clearly felt terror, but I didn't even consider the possibility of being corrupted. Then, I became more and more extreme. However, I did occasionally gain a certain level of clarity from the views of people around me, but I didn't dare to write it in the diary in that state. I was afraid of exposing secrets and losing my final chance. I eventually decided to use all the groundwork I did previously to switch to the Black Emperor pathway. Apart from the impending apocalypse with Sequence Zeros being the only ones capable of protecting the people they wish to protect, they can hide them in other planets in the vast universe and use the corresponding authorities to rebuild a set of order for humans to survive in desolate lands. I also saw the hope of escaping my corruption by using the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect. As long as I became a Sequence Zero Black Emperor and was truly killed after turning half crazy, I'd have the chance of resurrecting in the mausoleum or in the astral world. When that happened, what would return to me would be a pure uniqueness and 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. I wouldn't be tainted at all, nor will I contain an uncontrollable madness. Speaking of which, I made use of the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery to a certain extent back then. But the horror of the great old ones far exceeded my imagination. Accompanying my revival was a new life of corruption. Perhaps only great old ones can resist great old ones. I could only terminate the revival process and live such an ignoble existence in my final mausoleum to prevent the great old one from using my body to be born in the real world. That would have brought about a devastating disaster. Klein had long guessed Emperor Roselle's condition based on what he knew and what had just happened. He wasn't surprised at all as he calmly replied, "The one who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She has bewitched many believers as the embodiment of the primordial moon." The facial features that appeared faintly on Roselle's face immediately changed. He fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I know the primordial moon, but I didn't know that her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, my discovery of Mr. Doerr's cry for help might not have been a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Klein was alarmed. He instantly recalled the situations happening off-island. He had some sort of premonition about what Emperor Roselle was about to say. Roselle laughed and sighed. "The biggest problem in the first half of my life was that I was too confident. I always had the feeling that I could reload a save file and redo things. I didn't pay enough attention to the details. Back then, Grimm was corrupted by the strange powers on this island. He returned here after dying and regained new life. Isn't this the influence of the primordial moon? After I finished all sorts of investigations and did the corresponding purifications, I felt that I was fine. But in fact, fate might have undergone a tiny change at that moment. This resulted in me encountering Mr. Doerr later, and was slowly guided to the moon by him. You can't blame Mr. Doerr. His condition might be worse than mine. Does the Emperor mean that he has been targeted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity the moment he discovered this primitive island?" Klein sighed. At that time, who would have thought that the problem would be so serious? Before Sequence 2, understanding the cosmos and the great old ones led to terrifying corruption. And without understanding it, one wouldn't be able to accurately determine how serious the problem or what kind of patchwork was needed subsequently when faced with certain situations. This made Roselle treat this primitive island as his secret base, thus not informing existences that had the right to understand the outer deities, great old ones, and cosmos. That's right. Roselle seemed to be very gratified that he had committed a mistake that almost anyone would make. He then said, "In that ancient and secretive organization, there was almost no mention of the great old ones or outer deities." At that moment, Roselle paused for a moment before saying, "You should have read my diary. You should know what the ancient and hidden organization represents." Klein nodded. "I know which organization it is referring to. I never expected that you wouldn't dare mention the name of his organization after having the level of a sequence 0. I have a nagging feeling that he isn't simple. He might have an understanding of the outer deities that far exceeds our imagination, so it's better to be more careful. After all, I'm not a complete sequence 0 true god. After Roselle said this simple sentence, his brows suddenly furrowed. How much of my diary did you read? If the atmosphere wasn't that heavy and sorrowful, Klein would definitely find it irresistible to reply with "the taste of a demoness ain't bad," as a way to tease his fellow earthling. Finally, he replied calmly, "Plenty." After saying the word, he casually added, "I even found a few cards of blasphemy." "Which ones?" Roselle blurted out. Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression from above the gray fog and said in a flat tone, "Black Emperor, Tyrant, Red Priest, and the Fool." "Phew," Roselle exhaled as the faint crease on his brows eased. "Thankfully, it's not the Demoness, the Moon, and the Mother card. You had to mention it yourself." Klein didn't respond as he looked at the Emperor without a change in expression. After Roselle said that, he realized something and hurriedly coughed. "Well, we've all watched live streams, so you should know very well how normal it is to cross-dress." As he spoke, he coughed again and sighed. "Which pathway are you from?" "Seer," Klein replied succinctly. Roselle immediately fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "Unfortunately, if everything is fine and dandy, you should be responsible for pulling out a large-screen television and a game console from the historical void. We can chat while playing. That's a romantic dream of us men. Unfortunately, there's no electricity. I have to rely on you to invent it." Klein didn't voice out his thoughts. He maintained his tone and said, "I hope such a day will come." Then he pulled the topic back on track. "I'm very curious why the card of blasphemy you created can't even be found by deities? Such a level of anti-divination and anti-prophecy is amazing." Roselle immediately chuckled. "It's because knowledge can bring power, and power can also bestow knowledge. This is the authority of a knowledge emperor. After I infused the potion formula of the 22 pathways with power, they naturally produced the convergence powers between Beyonder characteristics. They also gained anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects to a certain extent. And then..." As he spoke, Roselle suddenly paused, as though he had sensed something amiss. After 1 or 2 seconds, he said in an ethereal voice, "The creation of the card of blasphemy was a year before I held the Black Emperor ritual. Back then, I had already suffered the corruption of the primordial moon, and I didn't have the corresponding realization most of the time. Why can the 22 cards not be found by deities?" Upon hearing this question above the gray fog, Klein's heart tightened as he felt his scalp tingle again. Without waiting for his response from the paper figurine, Roselle's voice suddenly raised, bringing with it an indescribable fear. "Don't gather the 22 cards. Be careful of the Mother card." These 2 sentences echoed in the deep interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum for a long time. Above the gray fog, Klein's pupils instantly widened as he subconsciously looked down at the long modeled table in front of him. There were 4 cards of blasphemy with different patterns on the back. At that moment he felt a little scared and relieved. He felt as though he had been wandering about on the edge of the abyss while blindfolded. But he never fell. If he had done his best to gather all the card of blasphemy, or had obtained the Mother card, with the way how he liked to put the different cards in his body to obtain the corresponding levels and special characteristics, he might have already been corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, or be pregnant with something. However, I'm not Roselle. Even if I have the Mother card, I probably wouldn't have done so. Furthermore, in order to prevent the deities from finding it, cards of blasphemy are extremely difficult to gather. It's almost impossible to gather all of them. From the looks of it, this is a casual arrangement made by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. If anyone were to unfortunately obtain the Mother card, they would become one of the latent dangers in this world. Klein retracted his gaze and continued using his stand-in paper figurine substitutes to look at Roselle Gustav, who was sitting on the black iron seat. At that moment, Roselle raised his body slightly. His voice was sometimes low and sometimes high-pitched. "Everything has godhood in them. The oldest one is still alive. Alive in everyone's bodies. Klein frowned slightly. He didn't know if the one speaking was Roselle or the crimson moon in his body. Not only did he have a certain level of understanding regarding such secrets, he had also personally experienced it before. Thus, he wasn't that horrified or panicked. He only recalled the teachings of the Aurora Order he had seen in the past. They promoted the belief that the Creator was omnipresent and existed in every living being's body. Therefore, all living beings had godhood. Once godhood reached a certain concentration, they could become an angel. And the current Orthodox deities are nothing more than slightly stronger angels. To ordinary people, as long as one was able to grasp that the essence of life was a spiritual travel, and tempered one's mind, strengthen one's spirit, and find their own godhood, as well as fuse with more godhoods, one would be able to escape their mortal coils and become an angel. Back then, I felt that a cult like the Aurora Order had a complete set of mysticism and religious canon, just like the Orthodox churches, but now, I can interpret the truth underlying these words. From a certain point of view, it's true. The only problem is that after fusing with more godhoods, they might no longer be themselves. The true Creator actually placed the deepest secrets of this world into his teachings. Isn't he afraid that a believer might suddenly have an epiphany and learn of the underground corruption, eventually becoming a vessel for the oldest one's revival? This hanged man really is a little crazy. He doesn't have much rationality most of the time, Klein mumbled inwardly as he waited for Roselle to say more. 2 to 3 seconds later, Roselle, who had been in a cycle of slumber and the obtaining of new life, sat back on his iron-black throne. He panted and didn't say a word. Klein then controlled the paper figurine to say, "Which of the words that you have just said should be trusted, and which ones should I be wary of?" Roselle chortled. "Consider the answer yourself." "Heh! Isn't that how you seers like to speak?" He didn't wait for Klein's reply as he continued. "When I created the pale death mask, I sensed something. The death of the fourth epoch might not have completely perished. He might have left a hidden trump card for being revived. It might involve the river of eternal darkness. Heh. Death will definitely not die so easily." With that said, Roselle looked at Klein, who stood at the foot of the platform. Indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. By the time I figured out this factor, it was already way too late. I don't know if you want to become a great old one or not, nor do I know if this requires a ritual. I can only tell you that this is definitely more dangerous than becoming a deity, countless times more dangerous. Perhaps the existence who stored us and threw us back into the real world is waiting for you there. The only suggestion I can give you is to communicate with the genie of the magic wishing lamp before you make any attempts. Genie? Using the grudge between him and the celestial worthy to obtain certain assistance? Klein nodded slightly and said, "Okay." After hearing his answer, Roselle sighed and said with a smile, "If you really can become a great old one, you can consider saving me. Only a great old one can resist a great old one." At this point, he fell silent for a moment before he slowed down his speech. "If you can't completely free me from the corruption of the primordial moon after becoming a great old one, then remember to wipe my existence off the face of the world. Destroy this mausoleum, support the creation of a new Black Emperor, and prevent me from ever being revived." The light inside the mausoleum seemed to dim a little. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I won't forget that." Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Of course, before that, you should try to save me a few more times." Such a sense of humor didn't make Klein smile. Instead, it made his heart sink even more, making him unable to speak. Roselle didn't continue the topic as he recalled. "My wife passed away a long time ago. The mistresses I once had definitely had their own endings. Towards them, I feel very sorry. I've never truly loved them. I only coveted their looks and the pleasure they gave me. I don't have any illegitimate children. Towards such matters, a Beyonder is quite aware of that. As for the time before I became a Beyonder, I believe those ladies definitely coveted my looks and body to enjoy such pleasures. They won't leave any trouble for themselves. My eldest son, Seal, should be dead for years. I don't know how many descendants he left behind. My second son, Bornova, would definitely be an angel now if nothing unexpected happens. I have complicated feelings for him. On the one hand, I'm very detached, disappointed, and resentful. But on the other hand, I would occasionally secretly care about him. I remember how adorable he was when he was just born. You've already met my eldest daughter, Bernadette. Isn't she beautiful? She was pretty from a young age, obedient, and smart. She knew how to be filial to her old father, protect her younger brother, and dote on her mother. Sometimes, she acted especially righteous and appeared a little silly. There were several times when I secretly cheated while playing chess or games with her, but she didn't realize it. Such a temper made it difficult for her to accept what I did later. Of course, now I can just push the blame onto the primordial moon. It's all because of her corruption. I'm rather grateful for her on this point. I don't know what right I have to make a request. After all, I've never helped you before, nor do I have much of a relationship with you. It's just that we're from the same era and same place, the ties as a fellow earthling. Upon hearing that, Klein said in a deep voice, "Your diary gave me plenty of help. It allowed me to grasp a lot of high-level knowledge when I was weak, allowing me to avoid many dangers and know how to direct my efforts in a targeted manner. Also, those cards of blasphemy have shown their use at different stages." "Can you not mention the diary?" Roselle coughed lightly and said, "However, in the later stages, I was indeed consciously leaving a message to the next transmigrator. The only thing I couldn't be sure of is which language you know." The Emperor slowly exhaled before saying, "My request is to help me look after Bernadette. When she needs help, provide her some help. Although she is about to become an important figure in the mysterious world, I still can't feel at ease as a father." Without any hesitation, Klein got the paper figurine to answer directly. "I'll take care of her for you." "Man, why does this sound a little awkward?" Roselle's tone instantly turned odd. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name. As for me, you should know very well that I'm Huang Tao." "Zhou Mingrue," Klein answered frankly. "Are you married? Do you have children? How old are you?" Roselle raised 3 questions in one go. "Emperor, why are you acting like a gossipy middle-aged woman from next door?" Klein shook his head and gave a simple answer. "No." Roselle immediately fell silent. After a moment he said, "You and I are of the same generation. Bernadette should call you Uncle Zhou." "Yes." As he spoke, Roselle's tone suddenly became filled with pity. "After coming to this era, I treated everything as a game in the beginning. I was having a great time playing, but I would occasionally recall my home, remembering the past where I cultivated most of my personality and hobbies. The longer I lived, the higher the frequency I felt this feeling. It's like the fallen leaves will always want to return to the roots of a tree. However, at the very least I have a daughter, a wife, and 2 sons. There are still many things in this world that I'm worried about, and some sense of belonging to a certain extent. As for you, I can feel your loneliness, the loneliness that comes from deep within your bones." Upon saying that, Roselle suddenly sighed. "If only we were still living in that era. I'll go to work punctually every day and work overtime from time to time. Whenever I'm free, I'll visit my daughter's extracurricular lessons, pick her up, bring her home stuff my wife constantly reminds me about. Every weekend, we'll either head out for some fun or head to my parents' place to accompany them. When one day I'm exhausted from life, I'll use an excuse that you as my friend are treating me. As men, we can sit by the street and eat some skewers, drink some alcohol, brag, curse our superiors, reminisce about the days of our youth, and urge you to quickly find a girlfriend. When I wake up the next day, I'll be able to have the zeal to continue facing life again." Klein listened quietly without interrupting the Emperor's prattle. Roselle's voice gradually lowered as he smiled. "Goodbye, my friend. I hope we can really meet again one day." His figure quickly turned illusory, as though he had disappeared from the world, leaving only a faint shadow hovering over the iron-black throne. Roselle Gustave had returned to his eternal slumber. After circling the primitive island 3 times, the dawn finally made its way off into the distance, which was perennially covered in storms. Bernadette slowly retracted her gaze and fixed it on the sage frontlet that remained suspended in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity to advance. She knew that she had completed the corresponding ritual, preventing a disaster that involved a higher order of power. However, the price she paid was to personally seal her father, the father she had missed and sought for more than 100 years. How ironic! Bernadette looked at the vertical eye embedded with diamonds and sighed softly. After leaving Intis, she had 2 big wishes. First, she wanted to investigate the truth behind the matter and see if she had misunderstood her father. Second, she wanted to follow her father's footsteps and see if there was a possibility of reviving him. Bernadette had already fulfilled her first wish. The truth was that she had indeed misunderstood her father. This curtailed her pain and conflicted feelings. Her hatred for her father had completely dissipated, but it also added to her guilt. With this kind of guilt and yearning all this time, she tried her best to fulfill her second wish, but the outcome wasn't pleasant. If there hadn't been any hope from the beginning, she might not have had such a huge reaction. However, she had clearly seen the light and seen her father, but she had no choice but to personally place him into a state of slumber. After a moment of silence, Bernadette's slightly unfocused eyes became clear again. She no longer hesitated and no longer blamed herself. She no longer had all kinds of negative emotions. She firmly raised her right hand and drew out ancient words that shimmered with a stellar radiance in the void. She summoned the spirit world creature who was half man, half wind, and she retrieved the sage supplementary ingredients from it. As for the rest, as there was no need for them to be specially preserved, they were in the collection room of the dawn. Not long after, Bernadette used pale death to shatter the sage frontlet. She concocted the potion that could allow her to advance to sequence 2. Looking at the bubbling sage potion with each bubble containing a transparent eye, Bernadette firmly raised her right hand and brought the glass bottle to her mouth. She knew that what she needed at this moment wasn't sorrow, nor corny emotions, but determination and the will to forge forward. This was because if she wanted to help her father, Emperor Roselle, escape the corruption and completely revive, she needed a higher sequence and greater strength. Because of this, she was willing to bury the pain in the deepest part of her heart and not let it affect her mental state. It was only when there was no one around at night that she could retrieve it and savor it alone. With the sage potion entering her mouth, Bernadette's body turned illusory at a discernible pace. She broke down into thick and complicated knowledge, changing into an existence that was a flux of information. The entire dawn, as well as the surrounding winds, storms, lightning, seawater, and waves, all lost their sense of reality. It was as though they had been restored to the most fundamental blocks of information. For most of Sequence 3 Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway, such a state was extremely dangerous. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, their luck wasn't good enough, and they weren't prepared enough, the knowledge that they had transformed into would be infiltrated by all kinds of information within seconds. They would be washed away, assimilated, and thus quickly lose consciousness. They wouldn't be able to reassemble their bodies, turning into a very strange and difficult monster to deal with in mysticism. A knowledge demon. This was also known as an information creature. Bernadette had relied on the sage frontlet and had previously transformed into a flux of information on several occasions. Although it was limited to 2 to 3 seconds and didn't last too long, it was still considered experience. At that moment, she tried her best to maintain her consciousness and establish a connection with the information produced in the spirit world by preventing a high-level disaster. The information had a clear imprint belonging to her, and it involved a very high level of power. It was exceptionally solid and couldn't be dispersed by other information for short periods of time. It helped her to stabilize her consciousness and slowly gather the dissipating flux of information around her body. During this process, Klein, who was above the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long modeled table with the help of the prayer light. He used a miracle invoker's ability of changing the probability of certain developments and actions to a certain extent, and he bestowed Bernadette with a certain amount of good luck. Time ticked by. There were several times when Bernadette wavered on the border of losing consciousness, but in the end, she managed to tide through it. She gathered all the information that belonged to her and began to reconstruct her body. At that moment, she gradually felt the concern Admiral of Stars Katlia had for her. She felt the members of the Element Dawn and her crew making their daily prayers. This stabilized her condition better, allowing her to resist the ancient will that was slowly developing in her body. At this moment, a series of secret information came from nowhere. Taking the opportunity while Bernadette was reforming her body, it attempted to fuse with her. This was interference from the hidden sage. As an embodiment of this world's knowledge and information, as a quasi-sequence zero existence of the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage had a certain influence on beyonders of a lower sequencer than him. Without giving Bernadette the chance to use the pale white mask, the curtain draped over Klein gently rose. Space-time distorted around Bernadette, completely isolating her from the outside world. Even information couldn't be interchanged. Grabbing this sudden moment of peace, Bernadette completely reassembled her body and used her own anchors to balance out the terrifying will that was surfacing in her body. At that moment, she had truly become a Sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway, an important figure in the mysterious world that could be addressed as a secret existence. Right on the heels of that, she saw the distorted space around her return to normal. She saw a series of hidden information surging towards her. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed the information with ease, extracting the useful information contained within. Just as Bernadette was about to return to reality from the spirit world, an orange light suddenly bloomed in front of her eyes. The light instantly condensed into a fat elder with a short white beard. The elder smiled and said, "Ma'am, I'm Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light? Bernadette was puzzled. She didn't understand why Orange Light Hilarion had suddenly appeared in front of her. They hadn't interacted much before. As the leader of the Element Dawn and a former mysticologist, she wasn't unfamiliar with the 7 lights of the spirit world. She even knew how to pray to 7 lights, as well as the ritual needed to receive the corresponding advice. She knew that the 7 lustrous lights were a symbol of the spirit world, and they contained endless knowledge of different domains. They were definitely at the angel level. Orange Light Hilarion added with a smile, "A great existence wants me to inform you of the knowledge regarding the great old ones, the outer deities, and the cosmos, so that you have a relatively accurate grasp of the state of this world and the corresponding corruption." "Which existence is it?" Bernadette asked, puzzled and cautious. She had vaguely guessed the answer, but she still found it quite unbelievable. After all, the 7 lights in the spirit world were also important figures in the mysterious world. Even if a Sequence 0 true God wouldn't find it easy to get them to do their bidding. Orange Light Hilarion chuckled and replied, "The greater ruler above the spirit world. The great ruler above the spirit world." Bernadette repeated the honorific name, and her thoughts raced. Hilarion glanced at her and smiled. "He also has another title, Mr. Fool." Somewhere out at sea, the future which was cruising on a safe sea route, Katlia suddenly jolted awake from her dream as her forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the dream just now, she saw the queen lying on the ground drenched in blood. Her chest was torn open, and a baby-like monster crawled out of it. As a mysticologist who had advanced with a drop of the snake of fate's blood, Katlia believed that her dream wasn't without any reason. It was definitely a premonition. It was obvious that the dream she had wasn't pleasant. While feeling uneasy, Katlia sat up and put on her cloak. She attempted to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that this mighty existence would give her some hints or to protect the queen. Soon, a scene appeared before her eyes. Queen Mystic Bernadette walked out of the spirit world and returned to Dawn, allowing the ship to gradually distance itself from the nameless island. Katlia immediately heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After finishing her prayer, she opened the window of the captain's cabin in joy, causing starlight to condense into a long bridge that reached the deck. She put on her heavy glasses and walked along the resplendent bridge of starlight to the deck, where she proceeded to stroll leisurely in the quiet night. When she arrived at the bow of the ship, Katlia saw Frank Lee tinkering with bottles. "What are you doing?" Katlia subconsciously frowned. Frank looked up and said with a bright smile, "My ideas encountered a setback, so I can't proceed any further for now. I asked Nina to get me some soil from the bottom of the sea to study the microbes in it." With that said, Frank said with a look of anticipation, "When I have my next vacation, I'd like to go to the depths of the North Sea or the poles where it's a world of ice and snow. There might be many ancient microorganisms buried beneath the thick layer of ice there, from the fourth epoch, the third epoch, or even the second and first epoch. This will bring me plenty." "You won't have any vacations for the time being," Katlia said inwardly. Klein conjured a box and placed the 4 cards of blasphemy inside. After sealing them, he immediately returned to the real world and headed for the nearest Evernight cathedral. He planned on informing the Evernight goddess in the form of a prayer of the hidden dangers of the card of blasphemy, reminding her to pay attention to such problems. He didn't want the Earth Mother, Lilith, to obtain the Mother card or the Moon card. The prayer hall in the Evernight cathedral was as dark as before. Only the holes on the walls allowed some light to seep in, like stars in the night. Klein sat in a corner that wasn't eye-catching. He took off his tall hat and began praying like a pious member of the congregation. He simply mentioned how Roselle had revived in his last mausoleum and focused on the corruption of the primordial moon. He deliberately emphasized that, in order to prevent the crimson moon within him from being born in the real world, Roselle had chosen to terminate the process of having his Black Emperor uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 characteristics returned to him. At the end of the prayer, Klein pointed out the hidden dangers of the cards of blasphemy, and he expressed his concerns about the whereabouts of the Mother card and the Moon card. In fact, Roselle only mentioned the need to be careful of the Mother card and didn't mention the Moon. However, Klein knew that the 2 pathways of Earth and Moon belonged to the Mother goddess of depravity. Therefore, to be cautious, he specially added the Moon card. This was also the main reason he was worried about Earth Mother Lilith. Compared to most of the 22 pathways, the high-sequence Beyonders of the Planter and Moon pathway had a huge advantage. That was that they didn't need to worry about the primordial one from awakening in their bodies. They didn't need to worry about dissociation from approaching the world underground. This was because the Beyonder characteristics they possessed didn't directly come from the primordial one, which led to no corresponding mental imprint. However, if they were to directly go underground and enter the Chaos Sea, no matter who it was, they would encounter corruption. It was just that the extent would be different. This advantage was very likely due to the fact that the sanguine ancestor Lilith was more special than the other ancient gods. After all, she didn't need to divert a large part of her energy to resist the will of the primordial one awakening within her. And back then, the invisible barrier protecting this world was still sufficiently sturdy, separating the Mother goddess of depravity and the other great old ones from Earth, making it difficult for them to exert too much of an influence on the situation inside. But with the passage of time, this advantage gradually became a problem. As the underground corruption became weaker and weaker, the invisible barrier also became weaker and cracks began appearing. Under such circumstances, Earth Mother Lilith's situation became worse. This was because she was facing the intrusion of the Mother Goddess of Depravity that was ever increasing in potency and terror. In this aspect, the original creator, the oldest one who was dead, was definitely inferior to the living Mother Goddess of Depravity. Considering how outer deities who had transcended sequences had an influence on Beyonders from their own pathway, Klein felt that he couldn't afford negligence on such matters. After he finished his prayer, he waited for nearly 5 minutes. After confirming that there was no response, he stood up, put on his wandering magician's tall hat, and walked out of the cathedral that belonged to the Evernight. To him, this was mainly a disclosure obligation. As for what the Evernight goddess planned to do with it, or if she would remind him of certain matters, it was beyond his control. In short, Klein could only temporarily believe that the Evernight goddess knew the relative importance of matters. Backlund, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. The top-hatted Emlyn White got off his carriage and looked at the sun covered by the clouds and mist. On the way to the entrance of the cathedral, he gently rotated the ring on his left hand, as if to flaunt his identity. The ring was semi-translucent in color, as though it was made from light red amber. There was a blood-red gem embedded on its tip, a reward Emlyn had received a long time ago, Lilith's ring. After becoming a demigod, Emlyn could suppress the effect of bloodthirst from the ring to a certain extent. Every day, he only needed to drink 3 bottles of human blood to be immune to the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, in order to showcase his special identity as the ancestors blessed, he began wearing this ring permanently. After entering the Harvest Church, Emlyn automatically removed his top hat. At this moment, Cosme, Ernst, and the other sanguine in Backlund, who were waiting for Bishop Utravsky, stood up one after another. Looking down at the aisle, they greeted softly, "Good morning, my lord." Emlyn looked ahead and nodded indiscernibly. "Is Mistral still not here yet?" "Count Mistral set up a chapel at home," Ernst simply explained. Emlyn didn't comment on this. He walked forward and casually said, "He will still have to come when Mass is held." He looked around before saying, "Where's Bishop Utravsky?" "The bishop is waiting for you behind. The church's envoy has arrived." Ernst controlled his facial expression as he answered Emlyn's question politely. "The church's envoy." Emlyn rotated the light red ring on his left hand and walked to the back of the cathedral. Soon, he saw Father Utravsky and the slightly curly black-haired envoy the church with a tall nose and deep eyes. "This is the Archbishop, His Grace Loreto." Father Utravsky introduced the envoy to Emlyn. He stood by the window, blocking most of the light. "Good morning, Your Grace," Emlyn replied with the etiquette of the Church of Earth. Loreto smiled and spoke in rather awkward Loanese. "There's no need to address me as Your Grace. Although you aren't an archbishop, you have the status of an archbishop. From today onwards, you will be a hierophant, a high-ranking deacon of the church. You will be in charge of the sanguine matters in Backlund." Without giving Emlyn any time to digest this information, Loreto continued, "I came to Backlund under the Holy See's orders. I'll tell you everything that needs to be taken note of within the church." "Please speak." Emlyn suppressed his glee and said politely. Loreto's expression immediately turned serious. "First of all, the most important point is that, be it the clergymen of the church or the believers of the Earth Mother, as long as you claim that you have obtained a revelation, they are individuals who have been enticed by demons, with no exceptions. If anyone reports something like this to you, or if you have obtained a revelation personally, please inform Bishop Utravsky as soon as possible and report it to the church." Father Utravsky didn't mention this before. This request sounds very strange. As though there's some suspicion, Emlyn frowned as he looked at Father Utravsky, who was standing by the window. The bishop never said anything about taking note of such matters. Before he finished his sentence, Emlyn suddenly realized that he came off as criticizing Bishop Utravsky, but he couldn't find any better explanation in his haste. Almost at the same time, he understood what was odd about what Archbishop Loreto had said. This was telling everyone that the Earth Mother you sensed isn't the real Earth Mother. This is saying that a large number of the revelations us sanguine received from the ancestor are fake. It's from demons or evil gods. The look in Emlyn's eyes sank as he tried to maintain his composure. At this moment, Loreto didn't mind and smiled. "Bishop Utravsky didn't tell you because he didn't know either." Father didn't know. In that instant, Emlyn actually felt a little sympathetic towards Bishop Utravsky. He felt that as a Phasacian, a hierophant who had changed faith in his later years, he had been ostracized by the other members of the Church of Earth. Sensing the change in his gaze, Loreto added, "That's because he's a blessed. He doesn't need to care about the temptation of demons and evil gods." Bishop Utravsky nodded and said calmly, "The revelations of Earth Mother are in her Holy Bible in those lines of teaching. Anything other than that is heresy." Emlyn was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't think of any question. He grunted and said to Loreto, "Then what is the second point that needs paying attention?" Loreto made his expression turn serious. "If you receive a revelation, Don't blindly believe it. Please immediately seek confirmation from Bishop Utravsky. Why? Emlyn was puzzled. This was basically telling him that the only response he would receive was either from evil gods or demons. Loreto deliberated over his words and explained in detail. In this world, there are many evil existences. They will pretend to be deities and bewitch the clergyman in an act of enticing believers. That's because the two main pathways of the Church of Earth Mother are related to life. Therefore, the effects they receive are more severe than the other churches. From time to time, there are people who will take the wrong path and attempt forbidden life experiments, thus slowly degenerating. In order to prevent such a development, we reorganized the Church a long time ago under the guidance of the Mother's will to establish the system of a favored and blessed. Favored and blessed. Emlyn's understanding of the Church of Earth was limited to the Holy Bible and part of the Scriptures. He was momentarily at a loss. He had never taken the initiative to ask Father Utravsky about the Church of Earth Mother. Loreto glanced at Emlyn and nodded slightly. The favored are clergymen who have won the Mother's favor and are from the two pathways of Earth and Moon. The blessed refers to people who have obtained the Mother's blessing and are from other pathways. The latter is less affected by the demons and evil gods. It can help us verify the authenticity of the revelations. Under such circumstances, even if it's a decree issued by the Holy See, there has to be at least a second-in-command favored. Otherwise, it can be regarded as null and void. As he spoke, Loreto took out a document and unfolded it in front of Emlyn. Apart from what the Archbishop had just said, it included the details of him accepting the mission and appointment as an envoy. At the end of the document there were a few names. The first was from the Holy See of the Church of Earth, Matriarch Roland, and the rest were all names that Emlyn didn't know. He barely recognized the last one to be Father Utravsky. Father Utravsky's handwriting is really ugly. As Emlyn mumbled to himself, he began to have a strong sense of doubt regarding the blessed and favored system. Why were the blessed less enticed by evil gods or demons? Why were they able to verify a revelation, but the favored couldn't? As his thoughts raced, Emlyn suddenly noticed a detail. The blessed aren't from the two pathways of Earth and Moon. Therefore, the problem didn't lie in the favored, but the two pathways themselves. Emlyn vaguely felt that his guess was the truth. Emlyn vaguely sensed that there might be some abnormalities in the two beyonder pathways of Earth and Moon, but he didn't ask Archbishop Loreto about it directly. He doesn't seem like he would answer. It's better to wait for the next tarot gathering to ask the world, the Hanged Man, and the others. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, indicating that he already knew the difference between a favored and a blessed as he muttered to himself. He didn't consider seeking Mr. Fool's answer, because he felt that there was no need since the corresponding problem wasn't too important. After all, the Sanguine's dukes, marquises, and counts were still alive and well, and there hadn't been any particularly negative news regarding the Church of Earth Mother. At the same time, his previous guess also made Emlyn connect these to the influence the primordial moon, an existence which was perhaps an evil god or a high-level devil in disguise, had on the moon pathway. He had once caused many Sanguine who had prayed to him to lose control, turning into monsters that only knew how to mate and reproduce. Emlyn suspected that this was one of the evil existences that sent the fake visions and revelations. With no more questions from him, Loreto put away the document in his hand and thought for a moment before saying, "This is the problem that requires special attention. In addition, I hope that you can set up 3 to 5 Beyonder teams in Backland. They should mainly be members of the Sanguine." Emlyn was always law-abiding. The only crime he did was steal blood at the hospital. He subconsciously raised his question. Does the Church of Evernight and the Church of Storms have any objections? Loreto said with a benevolent smile. This was a request from them. As most of the forces of the Church of Steam have withdrawn, there is a lack of official Beyonders in Lone. Although the Church of Evernight and the Church of Storms have also recruited a group of machinery hivemind members who don't wish to leave Lone, and the lower-ranking clergymen, they are ultimately just a minority. Furthermore, they still need to handle the purge in Fasak and the independent colonies overseas. Therefore, they hope that they can provide some help. This is quite beneficial for our proselytizing in Lone. However, you have to remember that, here, we have to restrain ourselves. We can't freely proselytize. Just be on the same level as the remnant Church of Steam. Of course, our believers won't be able to catch up to the Church of Steam for a long period of time. This requires a generation, 2 generations, or even 3 generations of effort. Yes, maintaining the present scale and having a certain degree of development is enough. It's too troublesome to proselytize. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and calmly replied, "Okay." In the Sonia Sea, city of generosity, Byam, Alger wore a bishop's robe embroidered with symbols of lightning and waves. He wore a metal storm sacred emblem and stood at the peak of the coastal mountain range, looking out at the other side of the forest. There were very few trees there. The surrounding hills and short mountains had been flattened, revealing a hidden harbor. It was a private harbor that belonged to the resistance. It was definitely not comparable to Byam's port, but it was of medium size, enough to sustain many people's lives. A city with an unconstrained and crude style had been built near the harbor. The city wasn't huge, probably only 1/5 the size of Byam or smaller. In the center were 2 towers. One was a spire, the other steeple. They were all strangely silver, reflecting blinding light under the sun. Surrounding the twin towers were many paved roads made of cement. They led to buildings that were mainly made of stone or were connected to open squares and training grounds. The green trees lining the sides of the street exuded a feeling of grandeur. Alger knew that the city didn't only consist of residents from the City of Silver, but also people from Moon City. Many of the latter were extremely deformed. They were temporarily unwilling to interact with Byam, as well as the residents of the other cities on the island. They only purchased their necessities through the people of the City of Silver. It was said that they planned on building a city that belonged to them deep in the forest, and would only leave a path to the new City of Silver. These are all believers of Mr. Fool. I'll have to slowly integrate them into the entirety of the Rorstad archipelago. For now, I'll temporarily not disturb the deformed and allow the residents of the City of Silver to bring normal-looking Moon City residents to Byam. Alger seriously considered his subsequent actions. After settling down the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City, he had actually completed the mission that Mr. Fool had given him. However, he believed that he was still far from being able to exchange for Sea God's identity, authority, and status. Therefore, he did his best to deal with the problems left behind by the Great Migration. To be frank, Alger was most worried that Mr. Fool didn't give him anything to do. If that happened, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make enough contributions. Accompanying the new City of Silver's establishment and the immense vibrancy it exuded, he acutely sensed danger. There was more than one sequence 4 demigod in the City of Silver and Moon City, and they were Mr. Fool's loyal believers. Perhaps Mr. Fool would one day bestow the identity, status, authority, and power of Sea God to one of them. There are 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts in the City of Silver, a sequence 3 saint, 3 sequence 4 saints, and nearly 10 grade 1 sealed artifacts, as well as a few demigod beyonder characteristics that can temporarily be used as grade 1 sealed artifacts. There are 3 demigods in Moon City, 5 grade 1 sealed artifacts, and a large number of potion formulas. Alger only made a slight calculation before realizing that the 2 factions that came under Mr. Fool were a little terrifying. All of them combined was equivalent to a quarter of the Church of Storms. According to what Alger knew, the number of grade 0 sealed artifacts each church had numbered between 5 to 8. There were fewer than 4 grounded angels active at present. In this aspect, they were indeed much stronger than the combined Moon City and City of Silver. However, the Orthodox churches had no advantage in numbers when it came to grade 1 sealed artifacts and saints, especially the latter. Due to an all-out war, with the brass increasing the number of saints by nurturing them, the Church of Storms only had around 20 saints. The Church of the Sea God doesn't have a demigod yet, but it won't be long before a new Sea God will appear. As for the angels under Mr. Fool, there's the World, the Death Consul, and the Angel of the Fate Pathway. There are the saints from our tarot club. The more Alger thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He realized that he was a little slow in this aspect. Perhaps it was because he couldn't extricate himself to take an objective look at things, and although he had always been amazed by such matters, he finally came to a clear realization today. Unknowingly, Mr. Fool's faction had already developed to a level that was comparable to an Orthodox church. Even if there was a certain gap, it was only due to the lack of accumulation that needed to span across years. And it hadn't even been 3 years since Alger joined the Tarot Club. If I hadn't experienced all these changes myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Alger sighed inwardly as he fervently wished to do something for Mr. Fool, so that he could quickly accumulate the contributions needed to transform into sea god. When that happened, he could truly cast his gaze towards the Book of Calamity and attempt to complete the request of the Elven Queen, Kohinum. Retracting his gaze, Alger glanced at Byam at the foot of the mountain. He saw that this city, which hadn't suffered any serious damage in the war, had once again lit up. It could also be called the most prosperous city in the Sonia Sea. At that moment, the priests, bishops, and believers of the Church of the Lord of Storms were cooperating with the new government civil servants and the Church of Sea God to build schools and hospitals to the children in the slums and the natives with no financial capacity that would provide education, medical treatment, and assistance. As Alger watched the people walking along the streets like ants and the colorful buildings that were different from the vast majority of Lone, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he wiped away his smile. He narrowed his eyes, unsure what he was experiencing or enjoying. At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Following that, he saw the ancient palace and blurry figure in the middle of the fog. He heard Mr. Fool's words. A mission. Monitor a man named Verdu Garcia. Along with the revelation, plenty of miscellaneous information rained down and drilled into Alger's mind, allowing him to know the exact situation of Verdu Garcia. He was a member of the Abraham family that had concealed his identity. He had recently left Desi County and had come to the Rorstad archipelago. Alger was thrilled. He bowed his head respectfully in response. By your will. Klein knew that Verdu Garcia Abraham had left the northern continent and was heading to the Rorstad archipelago, as Dorian Gray had mentioned this when he prayed. He knew very well that the person named Verdu yearned to save Mr. Dor, so that the King of Angels could return to the real world. The reason why Klein had gotten Miss Magician to inform the Abraham family of one of the rituals that helped Mr. Dor escape was because the trust between the two parties was insufficient. If he were to hide it or lie by saying that an angel needed to be hunted for the ritual, the Abraham family would definitely suspect Furs and make her continue contacting Mr. Dor and try to confirm it through other means. Once they discovered anything, Klein would lose control of the Abraham family, preventing him from nipping the problem in the bud. If it had been a few years ago, Klein wouldn't have been too worried about such problems. However, as the apocalypse approached, the infiltration of the outer deities would only increase. It was possible that a member of the Abraham family would come into contact with a corresponding item or believer and obtain the correct ritual. Therefore, Klein believed that the ritual that was extremely difficult to complete could be used to effectively gain the trust of the Abrahams, allowing them to deepen their faith in Mr. Fool and become more devout. Then, he could monitor the extreme ones among the devout and grasp their trajectories, and interfere with them in time. Mitsishir, Limon City. Jasmine wrapped a scarf around her face and exited the apartment. She had heard that the annual Limon Carnival had begun, so she wanted to visit it at the municipal square. Because of the war last year, the carnival hadn't been held. This had greatly disappointed Jasmine. After that, she suffered the greatest trauma in her life. From then on, she hid at home and didn't dare to go out. Perhaps it was because she had been confined at home for too long, one that was very cramped. Jasmine had been eager to go on the streets recently. She wanted to walk around just like she did in the past. As she turned her gaze, she saw her reflection in the large glass window by the side of the street. Her figure was pitch black without any other color. Her long dress reached her ankles, and the veil of her hat covered half of her face. From the bottom of her eyes to her neck, there was a scarf wrapped several times around her neck. Both of her hands were wearing a pair of knitted gloves. This was completely different from the cheerful and lively Jasmine in her memories. In the previous war, a cannonball had destroyed her original home and resulted in a fire. She suffered burns to the face, causing her body to be covered in wounds. If not for the fact that she was lucky enough, Jasmine would have died from the serious injuries. But even so, she felt like her life had ended from that very moment. Her nose had been burnt away, leaving only 2 black holes. There were many traces left behind by the fire on her face, neck, and hands. If she were to walk in the dark, she would pass off for a devil perfectly. Jasmine clearly remembered one thing. On the first night of moving to this apartment, she had washed up in the public bathroom before sleeping. Just as she walked out of the door, she saw a youth walk over. The youth had also seen her. Under the crimson moonlight, the youth revealed an expression of extreme horror, as if he would jump up at any moment. He turned around and ran away. Finally, he controlled himself and took a few steps to the side, not daring to look at Jasmine's face again. This pierced through Jasmine's fragile heart. From that day onwards, she never left the house again. Even if she had to wash up, she would wait until it was late at night. In this aspect, she was very grateful to her parents because they didn't say a word. They did their best to maintain their lives, relying on their original savings and the work they later found to barely support the family. They didn't need Jasmine to work outside for a salary. After walking a distance, Jasmine saw the main venue of the carnival, Lemon City Municipal Square. There was a sea of heads and all kinds of reveling emotions. The enthusiastic atmosphere made Jasmine subconsciously stop in her tracks. She didn't dare approach, afraid that someone would notice that she was dressed strangely, afraid that she might accidentally drop her scarf. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally stopped. She found a clean spot by the street and sat down. She stared intently at the municipal square. After an unknown period of time, Jasmine sensed someone beside her. It was a young man in a long black robe and a tall hat. He was like a magician from a circus. The municipal square is over there. Jasmine wanted to remind him, but after she quivered her lips a few times, she didn't part them. She didn't dare to speak to anyone. However, the young man took the initiative to walk over. He took off his hat and bowed slightly. "Miss, do you know what this machine is for?" "Machine?" Jasmine subconsciously looked up and dazedly followed the young man's gaze. Under the street lamp, a small wardrobe-like machine was sitting there at some point in time. Its surface was a brass color with a few transparent glass, gears, and bearings embedded in it. The components were exposed, looking very crude. Jasmine retracted her gaze and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what the machine was. At the same time, this also expressed her intention to reject conversing. "It's called a fully automatic wishing machine," the young man introduced with a smile. "It's my invention. It can automatically fulfill the wish of someone who operates it. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Merlin Hermes, a wandering magician." Fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine realized that she could understand every single word but failed to understand the combined name. "You can give it a try. As the first user to experience it, it's free," Klein, who had taken on the identity of Merlin Hermes, said with a smile. Jasmine shook her head, refusing the conversation. Klein didn't give up. He looked at her and said, "For example, you can make a wish to be restored with your original looks." These words were like a sharp arrow that shot into Jasmine's heart. She stood up in shock and retreated hastily in an attempt to leave. She suspected that he had already seen her current appearance. "If you don't give it a try, how do you know that your wish won't come true?" "It's free," Klein said unhurriedly as he looked past her into the background. Jasmine gradually slowed down and finally stopped. If she could be restored with her original looks, even if she had to pay a huge sum of money, she would still be willing to do so. However, she knew that the wish in her heart couldn't be granted by money. "I don't have to pay anything. It's a free try. What if it comes true?" Jasmine's thoughts were in an upheaval, and she slowly turned around as if she was being enticed by a devil. "Really?" she asked in a hoarse voice. Klein pointed at the machine. "I can retreat 10 meters and all you need to do is to turn the wrench on the machine. You don't have to remove your hat and scarf." The last sentence moved Jasmine into action as she quickly nodded and said, "Okay." Not long after Merlin retreated a certain distance, Jasmine moved closer to the machine, gingerly grasping the wrench on the door. She was actually very worried that this was part of a prank that involved pulling the wrench, such as being splashed by water. This was something that would happen every year during the carnival. She and her friends had often played such pranks on others, but compared to a wish that could be fulfilled, she felt that it was an acceptable risk. Even if it was proven that having her wish granted was impossible, it could still be treated as her experience at the carnival. "Remember to make your wish before you turn it," Klein reminded her from not too far away. Jasmine collected her thoughts and silently voiced her wish. "I want to return to my former self before the burns." With that, she turned the wrench nervously and expectantly. In the next second, the door to the fully automatic wishing machine opened. A normal wooden cane reached out and tapped Jasmine's forehead. What Jasmine didn't notice was a golden ring embedded with rubies that had appeared on her hand. When the wooden cane retracted back into the fully automatic wishing machine, the golden ring with the rubies disappeared as well. As the gears turned, Jasmine saw the machine's door slowly close. "That's it," she thought blankly. She didn't experience the feeling of having her wish fulfilled, nor was she being pranked. Everything seemed so strange. "Congratulations. Your wish has been granted." Klein walked back and clapped gently like a witness to a magical event. "My wish has been granted. How is this possible?" Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt something beneath her scarf. The spot where there were only 2 black holes left had been propped up. Jasmine slowly raised her hand and touched her face, clearly sensing the presence of her nose. And the quality of her breathing proved this point. She suddenly turned around, her back facing Merlin Hermes. She walked to a shop by the side of the street and cast her gaze at the glass window. Then, she removed the scarf covering her face. Eyes that weren't big, a nose that wasn't too well defined, and her lips that weren't too full. The freckled face of a girl was reflected on the window. Jasmine subconsciously raised her hand and covered her mouth. Her eyes glistened. After a few seconds, she raised her arm and wiped her face with her sleeve. She turned to look at Merlin Hermes and said, "Are you a god?" "I'm just a magician who likes to create miracles." Klein smiled as he pointed at the machine beside him. "The thing you should thank the most is that, the fully automatic wishing machine." "Fully automatic." Jasmine's emotions stirred as she subconsciously repeated. Klein nodded and said, "Yes, a fully automatic wishing machine that can operate without any external help. You can understand it as a gas meter. As long as you throw in a coin, you can get a wish granted like how you obtain gas. The specific steps are very simple. Throw 1 penny in and make your wish before turning the wrench. Remember, only 3 wishes can be fulfilled." While explaining, Klein inwardly mocked himself. "If I were to unfortunately die one day and become a sealed artifact, I hope it's something similar to the fully automatic wishing machine." After leaving the capital of Midseashire, Constant City, Klein changed the method of granting other people's wishes to prevent himself from being too bored. One had to learn to seek joy in mundane work. How miraculous! Jasmine couldn't find the words to describe how she felt inside. Her exhilarated emotions calmed down a little. Will this fully automatic wishing machine stay here forever?" Jasmine asked hesitantly. Klein smiled and said, "No, it could stay here for 3 days or maybe not that long. Perhaps it would disappear when the sun rises. But it won't disappear forever. Perhaps one day, you will see it at the corner of the street again." Jasmine's mind was in a mess and she was unable to sort out her thoughts. All she could do was bow to the machine and say seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine." Then she bowed at Klein. "Thank you, Mr. Hermes." As soon as she said that, Jasmine recalled the words Merlin Hermes had just said. Filled with anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, she asked, 3 wishes can be granted?" "Yes, but it won't be free in the future. You will need to pay a penny," Klein replied, unfazed by the question. Jasmine was excited, but she was still worried. What kind of price has to be paid? From her point of view, A prior free attempt didn't mean that the subsequent wishes were without a price. Klein adjusted his tall hat and smiled. The penny you paid is the price. The corresponding change that you have to bear after achieving your wish is also the price. Jasmine nodded without completely understanding him. Without any hesitation, she reached into her pocket and attempted to take out a few copper pennies for her wish. However, her pocket was empty except for a handkerchief. Having stayed home all this while, she hadn't had any contact with money. She had relied on walking to go from home to the municipal square instead of taking a trackless public carriage. Can I go home first? Jasmine asked, both vexed and embarrassed. Of course, this is your freedom, but I can't guarantee that the fully automatic wishing machine will always be waiting for you here, Klein said with the tone of a magician. Sometimes it's very willful, Jasmine tersely answered, thanked him and turned around, jogging in the opposite direction of the municipal square. The more she ran, the more relaxed her body became. She found herself in her formerly healthy state before she was burnt, transforming back into a teenage girl in her prime. To her, this was a scene that would only appear in a dream. Of course, as an ordinary person, she gradually felt exhausted after running for a while. She had no choice but to slow down and begin walking slowly. The cool night breeze blew, revealing resplendent stars peeking through the clouds high up in the sky. The trees by the side of the street swayed gently and scattered the swaying shadows on the ground. All of this was so quiet and beautiful. Jasmine only felt her body and mind relax, and all her worries disappeared. This was the first time she was in such a good mood ever since she was injured. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. After walking for about 5 minutes, she suddenly heard someone shout her name. Jasmine? Jasmine turned her head and saw a familiar face. It was her former neighbor, Mrs. Hamill. Good evening, Mrs. Hamill. I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you going to the carnival? Jasmine, who wasn't wearing a scarf, said with a heartfelt smile. Mrs. Hamill was a woman with a head of white hair. She carefully sized up Jasmine and said, I haven't seen you since you moved away. I heard that you were injured in the previous blast. Yes, but I've recovered. Jasmine nodded heavily. She then asked, how is Jolie now? Jolie was Mrs. Hamill's eldest daughter, and was her former playmate. Mrs. Hamill's expression instantly wore a shade of gloom. The Phasacians did unspeakable things to her, and she ended up dying. Jasmine was taken aback, thinking back to her experience while feeling sad. A Phasacian soldier had rushed into her house in an attempt to do unspeakable things to her, but he only gave her a kick and left when he saw her disfigured face. Poor Jolie. Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, outlining the stars. It was only after she heard what had happened to her friend that she realized that she might have been relatively lucky. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Hamill, Jasmine walked back to her apartment. When she got home, she felt much better and her mood was back to normal. She started to look forward to the expression her parents would have when they saw her appearance restored. They probably wouldn't keep the pain deep in their hearts and pretend that nothing has happened. They would definitely cry with joy and hug me. Jasmine took the key that was hanging around her neck like a necklace, and as she thought about it, she opened the door. The room was dark. None of the candles or the gas wall lamps were lit. On the bed outside, light and heavy snoring could be heard from her parents, forming a contrast with the bustling municipal square. They're asleep. Yes, they've been working hard. Jasmine gently closed the door and walked to her parents' bed. With the crimson moonlight shining in through the window, she cast her gaze over. Daddy has a lot of white hair, and his wrinkles have deepened. Mommy keeps frowning when she sleeps. Her face is flaking. It's dry and coarse. Only then did Jasmine realize that she hadn't seriously looked at her parents' faces for a long time. She didn't know that they had aged so much. Before the war, her father was an accountant with a pretty good income. They could afford to rent a terrace house and allow his wife to not work so as to focus on taking care of the family. But now, he could only work at textile factories and do all kinds of strenuous labor. Jasmine's mother had no choice but to leave her family and become a textile worker. Daddy's health is getting worse and worse. He's always coughing, but he has passed the recent Civil Servant Unified examination. When the interview results are announced, he will have a decent job. Mommy keeps complaining that her arm is getting worse. Jasmine looked at her parents intently and didn't wake them up. She had already thought of her second wish. Softening her footsteps, Jasmine entered the room inside and poured out the last few pennies from her piggy bank that she had previously almost emptied. Then, she left the apartment and boarded a trackless public carriage. She was afraid that the fully automatic wishing machine would be gone if she delayed any further. At that moment, there were a lot of passengers on the public carriage. Most of them were heading to participate in the carnival. Jasmine looked around and saw that there were no seats, so she had no choice but to support herself as she stood on the aisle, squeezing with plenty of people. 10 minutes later, she reached her stop and turned into that street. When the brass-colored machine embedded with a few pieces of glass appeared before her eyes, Jasmine silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly approached. During this process, she surveyed her surroundings and didn't find the magician by the name of Merlin Hermes. It really is fully automatic. There's no need for him to be by my side. Jasmine muttered in puzzlement. She didn't waste any time. She took out a penny and placed it inside the fully automatic wishing machine. I wish for my parents to be healthy again. I hope that my family will become rich. Jasmine softly voiced her wish. She closed her eyes and waited for the miracle to happen. In the next second, she heard the clanging sound as though a coin had rolled out from the fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine opened her eyes in shock and looked ahead, only to see that the penny she had just put into the machine had landed on a small tray around the coin slot. This wish can't be fulfilled? A wish can't contain too much content? My wish was actually 2 wishes. With the experience of being cured of her burns, Jasmine didn't suspect that there was something wrong with the fully automatic wishing machine. She thought seriously and stuffed the penny into the coin slot. Then, she lowered her head and made a wish softly. I hope my parents are healthy again. This time, she heard a soft knock sound out from the fully automatic wishing machine. Tack. Seeing that the copper coin remained inside the machine, Jasmine knew that her wish had been fulfilled. She couldn't wait to go home and check on her parents' situation. Suppressing her excitement, she inserted another penny. She had originally planned on making her family wealthy, but remembering that her father was basically going to become a civil servant in Limon City, and that her family income was guaranteed, she couldn't help but have other thoughts about it. When she was 10 years old, she already knew that she wasn't good-looking. It wasn't that people around her would despise her and say that she wasn't good-looking, but amongst her playmates, there were 2 rather beautiful girls. This allowed them to be accorded with greater treatment and experience the kindness of the world. Such a comparison only served to make Jasmine inevitably dream of becoming prettier as she grew older. But reality proved that dreams could only be dreams. However, this time her dream could turn into reality, because she had a miraculous fully automatic wishing machine in front of her. If I can make myself beautiful, I can find a good husband, and I can improve my family situation. Jasmine seemed to have heard the devil whispering in her ear. She closed her eyes uncontrollably and made a wish. I wish to become extremely beautiful. She used extremely thrice to accentuate the beauty she wanted. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the fully automatic wishing machine opened once again. A silver-white mask was pushed out and covered her face. Jasmine quickly opened her eyes and happened to see the mask disappear. At the same time, she felt something connect to her. She turned around in anticipation and once again walked to the shop by the side of the street. Using the light from the gas lamps and the glass on the window, she saw her current appearance. For a moment, Jasmine couldn't describe the exact changes in her facial features and outline. All she knew was that at this moment even she was mesmerized by her beauty. Her nose had become sharper and her lips had become fuller. Her eyes became bigger and limpid. Her skin was as tender as milk pudding. She only had slight similarities to her previous self. Is this a miracle? Jasmine couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of amazement. She looked at herself, intoxicated. It took her great effort to finally retract her gaze before bowing at the fully automatic wishing machine. Following that, she walked towards the public carriage stop. On the way, eyes kept turning to look at her. Bang! A man, who was too focused on her, slammed into a gas lamp post. Jasmine pursed her lips into a smile. Without a word, she boarded the trackless public carriage. There were still many people on board, and all the seats were taken. Just as Jasmine was trying her best to find a spot, several men lifted their buttocks and straightened their bodies. They looked at her and smiled. "Miss, you can sit here." Jasmine was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected to receive so much kindness. She didn't decline and sat down. She smiled at the man who had given up his seat. "Thank you." The man's expression became extremely animated as he said humbly, "This is what a gentleman should do." Jasmine still retained the habits from when she was previously cooped up at home, so she didn't say anything else. She quietly sat there until she reached the stop near her apartment. Then, she got off the carriage. After a few steps, she suddenly felt that someone was looking at her. She quickly turned her head to look. It was a drunkard. He was staring at Jasmine with an indescribably disgusting look. Jasmine jumped in fright and briskly walked to her apartment. However, the men she met along the way revealed similar looks, as though they could turn into beasts at any moment. At that moment, Jasmine felt as though she was walking in the wilderness. Previously, Jasmine enjoyed the gazes from the men, but now, all that was left was anxiety and horror. She hastened her footsteps again as though she was being chased by phasations. Finally, before the men could get close to her, she rushed into the apartment and got rid of them. Phew, the girl patted her chest and secretly decided to stay out less at night. Only then did she realize that extraordinary beauty had its disadvantages. After calming down, Jasmine went up the dimly lit stairs to the third floor and returned home. She used the key she carried with her to open the door. She carefully approached her parents' bed and used the moonlight to examine their faces. Compared to when she left the house not too long ago, her parents' faces were rather ruddy. Their white hair and wrinkles had lessened significantly, and their snoring was almost non-existent. Their health has really been restored. Jasmine couldn't help but smile, clearly relieved. Sensing the commotion, her mother's eyelids twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. Jasmine held her breath and restrained her smile, preparing to give her mother a surprise. Her mother sat up and looked over, her expression suddenly becoming extremely terrified. "Who are you?" asked the woman with a shrill voice as she shoved her husband forcefully. "Who am I?" Jasmine was stunned by the question and didn't know how to answer the simple question. At that moment, her father woke up as well. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with suspicion and vigilance. "Get out. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Jasmine's mother left the bed and picked up a candle stand beside her, using it as a weapon. "We don't welcome burglars." Jasmine's father rather politely issued an order for Jasmine to leave. He knew that he had to do his best not to pressure the burglar. Otherwise, it easily led to extreme responses from the other party. If not for his wife and daughter, he wasn't too afraid of fighting the burglar. But now, his entire family was at stake. Jasmine finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Daddy, Mommy, I am," before she could finish her sentence. Her mother started to shove her repeatedly as she was pushed out of the room by her father. No one cared about what she said. Under such circumstances, no one cared. Thud. The door to her apartment closed before her very eyes. It left her feeling lost and helpless. She wanted to knock on the door and use the key she carried with her to prove her identity. But at that moment, she heard her mother shout to a patrolling police officer downstairs, "There's a burglar! A burglar! Burglar! Daddy and Mommy don't recognize me anymore. Will they think that I've murdered myself? Will the police believe the fully automatic wishing machine?" Jasmine's heart tightened, and she subconsciously decided to leave the apartment first to avoid the police. She would then find her father and mother to explain to them carefully at dawn and use their common memories to convince them. Tap, tap, tap. She bowed her head and, under the watchful gazes of her neighbors, walked down the stairs and rushed out of the building. She ran all the way to a nearby alley and avoided the approaching police officer from the main street. Gasping for air, Jasmine stopped in her tracks. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached over and covered her mouth, dragging her to a secluded corner of the alley. "How much?" "I'll pay however much it costs." A voice filled with drunkenness rang in Jasmine's ears. It was as if he had mistaken her for a prostitute and could no longer resist her allure. Jasmine tried her best to struggle, alarmed, afraid, and desperate. Just as she was about to break down, the drunkard released his hand. "Miss, are you all right?" A hoarse male voice sounded. Jasmine dashed away from the drunkard before turning around to see a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform. He. As Jasmine spoke, she began to cry. The policeman looked at her sympathetically and said, "We will take legal action on him. However, miss, you'll need to return to the police station with me to record your statement." Jasmine was in a state of extreme panic and extreme helplessness. She subconsciously nodded. Not long after, she sat in the police station's testimony room nearby. Facing her was the same police officer and his colleague. The policeman deliberated over his words and asked, "So you're telling me he didn't ask you if you were a prostitute, and you didn't do anything that might come off as soliciting customers?" He was worried that his words would hurt the beautiful girl in front of him. Jasmine held a coffee cup and lowered her head to take a sip. "Yes, I just reached the alley." "All right, let's end it here. Miss Jasmine, can you tell us where your house is? We will get someone to send you back." Another policeman tried to get in her good books. Recalling his parents' reaction and the disgusting gazes, Jasmine couldn't help but shudder. She said in tears, "I had a quarrel with my parents and can't return home for the time being. Perhaps you can take me to the nearest hotel." At this point, she remembered that she was only left with a few pence. There was no way she could stay in a good hotel, and the cheap motels were practically dangerous to her. The first policeman was taken aback. "Okay." On the way to the nearest hotel, the policeman hesitated several times before finally saying, If you plan on becoming a street girl, you can come to me. There's no need for you to go through that much effort." Upon hearing this, Jasmine felt on the brink of mental collapse. It was just different from when she first saw her face after the fire. This made her feel extremely insecure, and she remained silent. Fortunately, the police officer didn't force her and sent her to the entrance of the nearest hotel. "There's no need to go in with me. I'll go by myself." Jasmine rejected the policeman's suggestion of sending her to her room. After the police officer left, she quickly walked out of the hotel without completing the check-in procedures. She wanted to go to the municipal square, to the place where the fully automatic wishing machine was to cancel her previous wish. Such beauty was terrifying. After taking a few steps, Jasmine removed the scarf around her shoulders and wrapped it around her face in layers, just like how she left her home that very night. Back then, there were still burn scars on her face. Her missing nose and damaged lips made her look like a devil. When she arrived at the municipal square on a trackless carriage, she entered the street once again and saw the brass fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine's heart immediately calmed down. She quickened her pace and arrived in front of the machine. Then she was at a loss. She didn't know how to cancel her last wish. "Your first wish was a free trial, and it wasn't counted in the 3 wishes. So you have one more wish." Jasmine suddenly heard Mr. Merlin Hermes's voice. She turned her head and saw that across the street, under the dim yellow light of the street lamp, the magician wearing a tall hat was looking calmly at her. Good. Jasmine hurriedly took out a copper penny and inserted it into the fully automatic wishing machine. "I hope my previous wish is cancelled," she said with her eyes closed as she gripped the wrench and spun it. Tack. She heard the dull thud once again. When she opened her eyes, she rushed to a nearby shop. She stopped in front of the glass window and removed the scarf wrapped around her face. She saw herself again. She was no longer a pretty girl. Jasmine instantly relaxed, and instinctively turned her head to look at the fully automatic wishing machine, but found that it had disappeared along with Mr. Merlin Hermes. Praise the lady. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. She used her last copper penny to head home on a trackless public carriage. Along the way, no one gave up their seats to her. When her figure vanished from the street, Klein appeared again, holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns. Great master, why didn't you add the line that excessive greed will only turn something good into something bad? Or wishes always have a price? This will make the whole matter seem even more philosophical. It will be elevated into a fable. On the surface of the mirror, silver words appeared. Klein smiled and said, "The biggest problem was that I couldn't use normal methods to satisfy her extremely, extremely, extremely beautiful wish. Lie can only adjust her looks to a certain extent. Therefore, I had no choice but to use one of the effects of a sealed artifact that originated from a demoness to graft it onto her. That resulted in her stunning beauty and terrifying charm. This made the surrounding men unable to resist her. The sealed artifact belonged to Zio, a relic of demoness Charmaine. Due to a problem with Zio's storage abilities, Charmaine's Beyonder characteristic fused with the box containing it, becoming a sealed artifact with shockingly negative effects. This caused Zio's younger brother to look at the box strangely. In order to resolve this problem, Zio made a wish for Mr. Fool to seal the item for her. After saying that casually, Klein looked at the magic mirror. Rhodes, are you consoling me? No, the main problem was that she's too greedy. If she only wanted to become beautiful and didn't add so many extremelies to the wish, then the result would have been pretty good. On the surface of the mirror, silver words quickly appeared. Indeed, that will be within the extent that can be achieved by Lie. Klein nodded and said to Rhodes, Lie's adjustments can indeed be permanent, but it's a structure that is ultimately different from the original muscles, skin, and bone structure. After more than a decade, when she's gradually showing signs of age, the adjustments and the differences will slowly magnify, making her face appear rather strange and stiff. That can only be fixed periodically by becoming a faceless. Having said that, Klein smiled and shook his head. A lie is ultimately a lie. Then, he walked towards the other end of the street and continued. Besides, even if she really becomes beautiful, it's still uncertain whether she will lead a better life in the future. It's true that beauty allows her to obtain a lot of resources and allow her to marry a prince. However, her personal upbringing, character, and knowledge are unlikely to support such a lifestyle. Yes, I can't rule out the possibility that she's good at studying, being capable of using all kinds of experience to fully enrich herself, and ultimately direct herself to possibly having a good life. However, that's a whole other story. Heh. Miracles are only for a moment, but fate is often a long-lasting event. In the conversation with Rhodes, Klein gradually vanished from the end of the street. His understanding of Miracle Invoker had deepened again. After returning to her family apartment, Jasmine didn't attempt to open the door. She used a lot of courage to knock on the door. The door opened and her mother appeared in front of her. Oh, you're finally back. Her mother first heaved a sigh of relief, then asked in an abnormally horrified manner, Why your face? Jasmine forced a smile and said, I've been cured by a Mr. who's good at creating miracles. Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. Just as her parents suspected that their daughter had been influenced by demons, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms walked up the stairs and came over. Leading the policemen was a lady. She had light blue eyes and a smile that quietened others. Miss Jasmine, we have some questions for you, the lady said politely. Jasmine felt that she should have been afraid, but she found it difficult to have much strong emotions facing the female police officer in front of her. She felt like her body and mind had unknowingly settled down after crying for a long time. She looked at her parents who had a complicated expression and asked hesitantly, Okay, what questions do you have? The female policeman with the rank of superintendent pointed at the door and said, Let's talk inside. She didn't get Jasmine's parents to leave. She only ordered the 2 police officers with her to guard by the door. After closing the door, she pulled a crude round stool over and sat down without standing on ceremony, looking very relaxed. This immediately made Jasmine and her parents less tense. "You may call me Ma'am Gray." The officer introduced herself and pointed at another chair and the bed. "Have a seat." When everyone in the room found their seats, she smiled at Jasmine and said, "I received a report saying that there were some incomprehensible things happening around you. For example, a male's desire for committing sexual assault had far exceeded normal standards. This doesn't mean that there are no bad people or criminals among them, but the ratio is too high, so high that it's strange." At this point, she swept her gaze across Jasmine's face. "From what I know, you were seriously injured during the fire and was permanently disfigured. But now I can't tell any of that. What do you have to say about this?" Jasmine's heart tensed up again. She didn't dare hide anything and said in a panic, "I went out tonight to the municipal square to attend the carnival. While I was passing by a particular street, I encountered a wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes. He said that he had invented a machine called the fully automatic wishing machine. All I had to do was insert a penny, softly state my wish, and turn the wrench, then my wish would be granted. He said that I was the first user, so I could experience it for free once. Then, I was restored to my original state, having all my injuries healed. Officer, that's what happened. You must believe me." With that, she glanced at Mrs. Gray and her assistant before looking at her parents, trying to get their approval. However, her parents clearly said, "How is this possible? How can there be a machine that can automatically grant the wishes of others? How can there be something as good as granting a wish cost only a penny? Besides, the first user experienced it for free." Gray and her assistant didn't show any obvious expressions, making Jasmine unsure if they believed her or not. "Continue." Seeing her pause, Gray nodded encouragingly. Jasmine hurriedly mentioned how she returned home to get some coins before recounting in full how she wished for her parents to regain their health and how she wanted to become beautiful. Finally, she said, "I was indeed very beautiful. Even I couldn't move my eyes away. This made me experience a lot. In addition, Daddy and Mommy didn't recognize me and chased me out of the house. I was scared, very scared. I returned to the machine and made a third wish. Yes, that Mr. Merlin Hermes said that the first wish was free and wasn't part of the 3 wishes. In short, I returned to my original appearance and met you." Upon hearing these words, Jasmine's parents instantly thought of the beautiful burglar from before. Then, they realized that their bodies were indeed much healthier than before. Their vision had recovered and their arms had sufficient strength. Everything seemed different. They began to believe Jasmine's description, but they felt even more terrified. It was as if they had encountered a demon, exactly the same as those stories in folklore. Gray nodded gently. "I've seen many matters that are beyond your imagination, but this is the first time I've heard of something like a fully automatic wishing machine. Compared to a wishing lamp or wishing pool in folklore, this is too modern." After a pause, her expression turned serious. "As an experienced law enforcer, I'll give you 3 suggestions. First, don't believe in such things again from now on. Under most circumstances, the easy granting of wishes brings about a huge disaster. There's nothing wrong with describing it as the temptation of demons." Jasmine nodded heavily, indicating that she wouldn't dare to do it again. That final experience still left her feeling afraid. Secondly, go to the cathedral as soon as possible and repent to the bishop. Get him to purify you. Gray looked around and said, "Your entire family must go." Seeing that Jasmine and her parents were about to say that they already had this in mind, Gray turned to Jasmine. "My department still lacks some staff. You can consider joining us. This way, I can monitor your situation at any time and deal with any abnormalities in time. As for the salary, trust me, it's about the same as a civil servant." "The salary is about the same as a civil servant's. I can be protected. There's something that nice?" Jasmine asked in disbelief. "What department is it?" Gray smiled and said, "I'll give you an address. Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll fill you in on the details." "All right." Jasmine was in a state of panic and unease. She would grab a life-saving straw the moment it appeared. A week later, Jasmine officially joined the Nighthawks in Limon City and became a civilian staff member. "Captain, the telegraph device has broken down," she said carefully as she knocked on Gray's door. Gray put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her temples. "Report this to the police station and let them handle it. Seriously, I could have gotten the help of the machinery hive mind in the past. It was done in a quick and effective way. Now, Sci." By the time Jasmine left, Gray picked up the documents and began to read them carefully. This was a piece of information that the Nighthawks had gathered regarding the fully automatic wishing machine. After Jasmine, this happened more than once. After flipping through the documents, Gray spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing the official document for the Constant Archbishop and the Holy Cathedral. There have been many supernatural incidents in the city in the past week. It involves a special machine called the Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. According to the intel, it was created by a wandering magician who calls himself Merlin Hermes, but we haven't ruled out other possibilities. At least, I think that Merlin might be an illusion created by this machine so as to lure people into making wishes. This machine is of a brass color embedded with opaque glass. Its surface has gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other components exposed on its surface. It seems to be a product of modern industrialization. Case 1. A young girl who was disfigured by a fire had met the fully automatic wishing machine at the municipal square. Her first wish was to revert back to her original appearance, and it was granted normally. Her second wish was to restore her parents' health, which was also granted normally. Her third wish was to become extremely, extremely, extremely beautiful. Then, she no longer looked like herself, and she had an irresistible charm to the men around her. She claimed that she was the first user of fully automatic wishing machine, which allowed her to have one free wish. With that, she canceled her third wish. Case 2. A retired soldier who participated in the war to defend Limon was left with serious mental damage. He met the fully automatic wishing machine by the river. His first wish was to restore his mental state to a state before the war, and it was granted normally. His second wish was to become a little more handsome so as to reach the standards of the male models on magazine covers. He also had it granted normally. His third wish was to obtain £100,000 and become a tycoon. Then, he caught the fancy of the owner of the Limon United Steel Company who wished to marry him. A lady with a wealth of nearly £200,000. This retired soldier didn't wish to accept her with her having a weight of more than 200 pounds and her shorter than average height. Furthermore, she's a violent middle-aged woman. He prepared to leave Limon and head south. If there comes a day when he doesn't want to work hard anymore, he can easily obtain the rights to a wealth of £100,000. In a sense, his wish was granted, but he's unwilling to accept it. Case 3. Case 4. Case 5. A public school teacher met the fully automatic wishing machine near a storm cathedral. Her first wish was to make herself look better, and not be ostracized by her students because of her looks or be spurned by her colleagues. This was granted normally. Her second wish was to obtain a better position, which was also granted. As her teaching standards were high enough and she was no longer restricted by her looks, she quickly became the most popular teacher among the students and began taking on the duties as vice principal. Her third wish was to have a husband with impeccable looks, family background, personality, and ability. Finally, she got a doll who could speak, move, and have a certain level of intelligence. It had living characteristics and looked rather handsome. It was carved by the best master and could have any personality one wanted. It was very capable in every aspect. Other than not being human, it really had no flaws. Case 6. Summarizing these cases, we have obtained some preliminary guesses. The fully automatic wishing machine can appear anywhere in Limon. It's extremely random, and there's temporarily no discovered pattern for it. Most of the wishes that are made can be fulfilled normally. However, a small portion will be distorted, and the latter is basically concentrated on the third wish. Of course, It's also possible that the person will let themselves loose by the time they make the third wish and thus make excessive demands. The wishes it granted were mostly related to appearance, but it covered a wide scope. It was almost omnipotent. The frequency of its appearances is also irregular. This is a classic example of a mystical item that needs to be sealed. Furthermore, it clearly exceeds the grade of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. I hope the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons will personally deal with it, or give an effective sealing method. On the steam locomotive out of Limon, Klein observed his digestion of the Miracle Invoker potion. If I keep accumulating it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can respond to Moon City's prayers and cure their deformity, thus creating quite a miracle. In addition, I've also concluded the acting principles of a Miracle Invoker. It's only a matter of time before I digest it if I follow them. I might even finish within the year. Klein retracted his gaze from outside the window, raised his left arm, and controlled the monster puppet on his hand to entertain a child across him. This made him look more like a wandering magician. If he was willing, he could even use life's cane or the grafting ability to imbue this sock puppet with living characteristics. While entertaining the child, Klein's thoughts scattered as he considered where the marionette city needed to be built for the advancement ritual. A marionette city needs sufficient interaction to develop a corresponding region in the spirit world. This means that it isn't enough to leave it in the forsaken land of the gods. Ignoring the fact that it's sealed there, there's no way of directly connecting it to the spirit world. All I can do is rely on the little specialness it has. Even if there's no problem with it, it's difficult to create any interactivity with a place that lacks intelligent life. If it's placed in the northern and southern continent or the sea colonies, I have to be careful. Before the ritual is about to succeed, I definitely can't expose the fact that it's a marionette city. Otherwise, it will be affected, damaged, or even attacked by Zeradal, Amon, and my other enemies. Yes, I have to give a sufficiently good reason for a marionette city to appear. Then, there won't be any abnormalities with the interaction between the traveling merchants and the surrounding humans. I have to make every marionette a living person. They have their past, present, and future. They follow their own trajectories of fate. This means that a marionette city is extremely complicated. I need to split out many worms of spirit to deal with it. This also has the risk of losing control by doing so. If they are husband and wife, they should act like husband and wife. When faced with something they are fond of, they should show joy. Perverts should be hated. This way, foreigners might hear embarrassing sounds while staying in the marionette city. I'm still just an innocent child. This is a large-scale reality show, or rather a high-end version of Playing House. It has to be able to deceive the audience. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he silently counted if he had enough marionettes. Previously, he had gone to the forsaken land of the gods several times and converted a large number of them. There were all kinds of monsters that might not have Beyonder characteristics. He also consciously controlled batches of rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies, hoping to make a more uncommon side of the city real enough. I'm barely able to support a small city, so just a few more visits to the forsaken land of the gods would do. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, a scene suddenly appeared in front of him. At the top of the giant king's court, which was bathed in the light of dusk, the open door slowly and heavily closed. This was like a pair of invisible hands closing the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein's eyes darkened as he vaguely guessed that this scene meant that the true creator was about to seal off the forsaken land of the gods again. This was the prophetic power that came from his angel-level spiritual intuition and premonition for danger. It was about to happen a few minutes or a few seconds later. Did the true creator capture Amon? Or has he already given up? He once again sealed off the forsaken land of the gods. Does he not want others to enter again? Isn't this too petty? Klein mumbled inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. Of course, he barely had enough marionettes. Even if he lacked them, he could make up for it at sea. Backlund, Empress Borough. Audrey had just changed her clothes and sent away her maidservants. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Susie walk in. "What's the matter? You should be out on your stroll at this time." As an experienced spectator, Audrey immediately sensed that something was amiss. During this period of time, she had been busy making use of the influence she had in a few foundations to help the workers, farmers, and injured veterans with their hardships. She had allowed them to wait for a new job opportunity or for their plantation's production in a new season. She had a lot less interaction with Susie than usual. At the same time, Audrey was secretly guiding the workers of lower socioeconomic status from the various unions in Backland to gather their strength together. Her previous experiences made her understand that counting on the kindness of the upper class wasn't reliable or long-lasting. A single person appeared puny and powerless in the face of the government, nobles, and powerful merchants. Only by summoning the combined strength of a large number of civilians could a balance be formed. The Lone Kingdom had unions in different industries a long time ago, but the upper echelons of these associations were easily bribed. Instead, they became effective weapons against ordinary workers. Susie glanced at Audrey with a rather normal expression, but her mouth seemed to be out of control. It vibrated the air and let out a deep male voice. "Miss Audrey, I'm the president of the Psychology Alchemists, Eric Drake. I wish to meet you and discuss with you about becoming a counselor of the Psychology Alchemists. I'm at the nearby park." Having said that, Susie heaved a long sigh of relief and regained her original voice. "Audrey, there's a strange guy looking for you. I can't remember what he looks like. He directly placed the words he wanted to say into my mind island." Audrey's pupils dilated slightly before immediately returning to normal. She calmly nodded and said, "Where is he at the park?" As she spoke, Audrey secretly conjured a virtual persona and entered Susie's mind island through the sea of collective subconscious. She checked if it was still distorted by some external consciousness or knowledge. "I don't remember. I was having my stroll," Susie said as she recalled. Then, she wagged her tail slightly and said, "I don't think you should go. It's dangerous." After confirming that Susie didn't have any latent problems with her virtual persona, Audrey exhaled and said, "It will be even more suspicious if I don't go. That way, danger will be unavoidable. It might even affect the rest of the people in the house. Besides, this is also an opportunity. Just as Mr. Hangman said, since the end of the world is coming, all the hard work and attempts that will not bring disaster are meaningful." Audrey added inwardly before saying, "I will protect myself." "Susie, did anything happen to you just now?" Susie barked and said, "No." "Audrey, are you really going?" "Yes." Audrey gave a clear answer. "Then can you bring me along? Just like before. I'm just a dog in their eyes." Susie mustered up her courage and said, "No, there's no need. I'll be back very soon. Believe me, I'll be blessed by a deity," Audrey replied with a faint smile. After comforting Susie, she used her psychological invisibility and left the luxurious villa like she usually did. When she was far away, in a corner on the first floor, a servant who was cleaning suddenly bowed his head and softly said words that he had never learned before. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." In the ancient palace above the fog, the figure sitting in the fool's seat naturally looked at the newly formed prayer light and realized that the believer was extremely unfamiliar. "It's identical to Miss Justice's home environment. I can suspect that it's a result of guidance created by a virtual persona's invasion of the Mind Island. Miss Justice used this method to avoid any surveillance and pray for blessings." The figure quickly came to a conclusion and transferred the corresponding situation to his true body. A few seconds later, Klein entered Sapphira Castle and allowed the worms of spirit to burrow into his body. Miss Justice is becoming more and more like a high-sequence spectator. Klein praised inwardly as he cast his gaze at the crimson star representing justice. In the park with a lake. As soon as Audrey entered, she saw a large carriage drive over. The carriage driver was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing an old hat and a dark-colored jacket. However, in Audrey's eyes, this carriage driver didn't exist because he didn't have a corresponding island of consciousness or mind. In other words, The carriage driver was just an illusion, a fake, and the controller of the carriage was the horse itself. A few seconds later, the large carriage stopped in front of Audrey. The door creaked open. "Please come in." A deep male voice came from inside. Audrey lifted the ends of her skirt slightly and boarded the carriage. She saw a man sitting on a black wheelchair. His pale yellow eyebrows were long and his hair was neatly combed back. There were some wrinkles on his forehead, and his face was abnormally pale. "Mr. Derlau? Aren't you already dead?" Audrey recognized the man in front of her and expressed her surprise perfectly. To a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. In other theatrical plays, "I'm still alive." The elderly gentleman who was sitting in a black wheelchair replied with a smile. Apart from the former royal family's medical consultant, the former chancellor of Backlund Medical School, I'm also king of the Black Throne Barros Hopkins at sea. I'm the famous hermit Eric Drake, etc. "Then how should I address you?" Audrey asked politely as she watched the door close automatically from the corner of her eye. The old gentleman stroked the wheels on both sides of his wheelchair and said, "You can call me Mr. President, or you can continue calling me Mr. Derlau." He then pointed to the seat on the left side of the carriage. "Have a seat. Let's head somewhere first before discussing you becoming a counselor of the psychology alchemists." Audrey nodded slightly and calmly sat down. Without hiding anything, she cast her gaze out of the window and was surprised to find that, in the blink of an eye, the park had turned into an unfamiliar city, one that was shrouded in darkness. The city was filled with extremely mysterious and beautiful buildings that gave off a dark feeling. There were gentlemen wearing top hats and trench coats, as well as women in complicated and dark dresses. As Audrey swept her gaze, she saw a gentleman with short black hair beside a carriage, revealing sharp canine fangs in his mouth. This was a werewolf. "What is this place?" Audrey asked without much change in her expression, as though she was asking about the location of the ball tonight. Pauly Derlau, who claimed to be the president of the psychology alchemists, cast his gaze out the window as well. He smiled and said, "This is the city in everyone's heart. It's present wherever there are people." Audrey nodded in thought. "In other words, you can enter this place from any corner of human society?" Derlau stroked his wheelchair and said, "That's right." He didn't explain further and instead pointed at the pedestrians outside the carriage. "Everything here has a corresponding psychological symbol. They are called bestial desire." Bestial desire. Audrey repeated the word silently. As she maintained her dignified posture, she cast her gaze even further. Among the pedestrians there were werewolves, as well as walking upright bears. There were cats with lazy expressions, and there was a strange man with the face of a spotted spider, a huge mouse with red eyes, a python with its tongue sticking out, and a canine creature that studied every creature that passed it by with eyes filled with the desire to mate. They were either wearing a top hat and trench coat or an exquisite and complicated long dark dress, doing their best to imitate humans in every detail, but they were unable to truly resemble a human. The carriage traveled through the darkness of the night, traveling between pedestrians and all kinds of Gothic buildings. Soon, they arrived at a cathedral in the middle of the city. The cathedral was more than 80 meters tall, propped up thanks to the numerous black columns. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them came from humans, while others came from different creatures. However, their empty eye sockets were tilted downwards, as though they were observing at every living creature that entered the cathedral. Just like most buildings here, every detail in the cathedral could be said to be exquisite, but they formed the elements that leaned towards nightmare, horror, terror, and mystery. After getting off the carriage, Audrey saw a grand but empty hall through the main door. In the depths of the hall stood a huge cross. Curled around the cross was a grayish-white dragon statue. Unlike ordinary cathedrals, there were no pews for believers to pray, nor were there places for candle stands. However, in front of the dragon statue there was a small long table. On both sides of the long table were 5 seats, and the seats at both ends were empty. Pauly Derlau wheeled himself to the end of the long table where the seat of honor was. Then he pointed to his left. "Please take a seat." Audrey slowly followed behind him. She looked around and casually pulled out a chair before sitting down. She wasn't too close to the president of the psychology alchemists, nor was she too far away. She perfectly showed her vigilance and didn't show any signs of guilt. Pauly Derlau raised his hands and clasped them together before placing them on the surface of the long table. "Miss Audrey, I have something to ask you. Please speak." Audrey turned her head slightly and responded with her green eyes. Derlau nodded slightly and said, "I would like to know how you advanced to sequence 4 manipulator. Where did you get your potion formula and beyonder characteristic?" Audrey replied frankly, "It was from a deal. A client wished to receive the help of a spectator demigod, and had paid the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic as an advance." Derlau immediately laughed. "That actually happened? These generous conditions resemble a father finding an excuse to give his daughter a present. Can you tell me exactly what kind of help you provided?" "Kill another demigod. In this matter, control of one's mind was rather crucial," Audrey simply explained. Her attitude was very calm, as if she was talking about the homework given to her by a teacher. Derlau's long and fluffy eyebrows twitched as he said, "And you succeeded? The results are obvious enough." Audrey gave an answer rather tactfully. Derlau sized her up and realized that the noble girl on his left was a manipulator who could kill other demigods. Audrey read his thoughts and added, "I was just one of the participants." Derlau nodded and said, "Do you know where the client's manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic came from?" "He didn't tell me straight with regards to this question." Audrey gave an answer with a sentence she had long planned out. "He? Can you tell me who he is?" Derlau asked after some deliberation. Audrey had been guarding against the other party's virtual persona from infiltrating her mind island. However, she had yet to notice anything abnormal since the beginning. This made her suspect that the other party didn't need to infiltrate her mind. All he needed to do was observe the fluctuations of the surrounding sea of collective subconscious to understand her true thoughts. She didn't make any attempts to hide and calmly replied, "This concerns an agreement between us. I believe honoring one's promise is a moral standard that the entire world approves of. And in mysticism, this comes into play at a deeper level." Having said that, Audrey took the initiative to say, "If you can't really trust me because of my inability to mention this, I'm willing to accept this. I can only remain an ordinary member and use my contributions in exchange for the psychological research materials that are available to me." Derlau smiled when he heard that. "Everyone has their own secrets. This is very normal. What I need to assess is whether your secret will affect the safety of the entire psychology alchemists." He looked deeply at Audrey and said, "Then can you tell me how you got to know such a client? I remember that I once reported that, before joining the psychology alchemists, I'd already come into contact with some people in a mysticism circle and got to know a few beyonders." Audrey said a truth that couldn't be any truer. As for what the real logical order to the answer was, it was another matter. Furthermore, the matter regarding Vin Rambise's disappearance, which stemmed from the investigation of Furs and Zio, was something both parties had never talked about, but had definitely acknowledged. Derlau retracted his hands from the table and placed them by his chest. "There's another thing I would like to ask. When was the last time you met Vin Rambis?" Audrey frowned slightly and said, "I remember that I've been asked before." After Vin Rambise's death, she didn't immediately cut off any contact with the psychology alchemists. She continued to maintain a certain connection with the upper echelons through Hilbert, Stephen, and Escalante. Only when the war reached Backland did she realize that she couldn't contact the members of the psychology alchemist cell for various reasons. "I need to confirm it in person," Derlau said calmly. Audrey nodded gently and said, "The last time I met Vin Rambis was in Viscount Glaint's mansion. At that time, I hypnotized my 2 Beyonder friends I knew, as per his instructions, and asked them why they were investigating Viscount Stratford and who the mastermind behind this was. At that time, Counselor Vin Rambis was nearby, ensuring that nothing went wrong with the hypnotism. After he received the answer, he quickly left. After that day, I never saw him again." As she answered, Audrey was still guarding against the invasion of her mind island. However, it was calm there, and nothing happened. This didn't make Audrey feel relaxed. Instead, she became even more wary. She didn't even dare to think about anything related to Mr. Fool and the World Gairman Sparrow. She was only certain of one thing. As long as she was exposed to danger, Mr. Fool would definitely provide her with protection. It's identical to your previous answer. Derlau nodded slowly. He then looked into Audrey's green eyes and said frankly, I can't use mysticism methods to trace the origins of the beyonder characteristic in your body. This means that the person who provided it has an unimaginable existence behind him. Audrey nodded slightly but forcefully, expressing that she agreed with his assessment. I can't force you to not cooperate with other beyonders or make deals. It's unrealistic. I just hope that you can promise not to reveal anything about the psychology alchemists to anyone. At the very least, when you wish to entrust certain missions to others, you have to package them and hide the secrets. Derlau said calmly as he retracted his gaze. Audrey replied without hesitation. I promise not to tell any living creature that isn't qualified to know about matters regarding the psychology alchemists. She took the initiative to amplify the concept all the way to that of a living being to make up for any loopholes in her promise. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her thoughts surface from her mind island. These thoughts intertwined, turning into an illusory net that seeped into Audrey's mind island, turning into her subconscious. As this restriction net came from Audrey's spirituality, she would be incapable of removing it even if she became an angel. She would lose the intention of talking about the psychology alchemists when she faced non-members of the psychology alchemists or people who didn't qualify to know about them. And she wouldn't realize this. He didn't invade my spiritual island. Just my words alone made the promise turn something substantial. While Audrey was alarmed, her expression didn't show. Of course, she didn't completely restrain herself, as being surprised by such means was an instinctive reaction from a manipulator. Based on this point, she suspected that either there was something wrong with this city that existed in the heart, or that Derlau, the psychology alchemist's president, wasn't just at the level of a saint. Seeing Audrey make her promise, Derlau pointed at the long table in satisfaction and said, From now on, you are a counselor of the psychology alchemists. You can choose a persona mask as your codename. As he spoke, 7 grayish-white masks appeared on the long table. They were rather illusory and abnormally cold. 5 of them were placed in front of the corresponding seats, as though they already had a master. The remaining 2 persona masks are Wrath and Pride, Derlau introduced. They come from the Holy Bible of the Creator from the 3rd epoch. Audrey thought for a second before reaching out her hand to the mask that didn't contain any anger. I choose Pride. Derlau looked at her and chuckled. That was the choice Vin Rambus made back then. Audrey's right hand paused for a moment before returning to normal. She picked up the mask known as Pride. A 50% chance isn't low, she replied to Polly Derlau simply. This was to say that picking the mask that Vin Rambus had worn before wasn't a surprising coincidence. With that said, Audrey wore the cold gray mask on her face. Almost instantly, she felt that she had an additional virtual persona that had appeared in her mind island. This didn't stem from the outside world, but rather a magnification of what she knew to the extremes. They received very little education. They have to make the right choice under my guidance. Not everyone has enough intelligence. On the contrary, most people are very stupid. Those workers are impulsive and irrational. They are easily enticed by tiny perks and have no foresight. Only with me thinking for them, guiding them, and making decisions for them can they be saved. They are worthy of pity, but they aren't worth communicating with. These thoughts echoed in Audrey's mind, almost making her believe that this was the truth. After all, this was partial feedback she had received from her previous observation and experience. It wasn't something that had been fabricated out of thin air. With a sweep of her gaze, Audrey saw herself from the smooth surface of the long table. On the cold gray mask, her eyes moved upwards, fixing it to her forehead as though she could only see things high above without a care about anything else. It was funny, strange, and secretly horrifying. Audrey fell silent. A few seconds later, she said in a deep voice, "Is this pride?" If it wasn't for the fact that she had long escaped her misconceptions through the exchange between Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and Ma'am Hermit, she might have been truly affected by pride's persona. As for what would happen after being affected, she couldn't tell. "You recovered much faster than I expected. It looks like you haven't lost yourself in the experience of manipulating others," Derlau said approvingly. Audrey replied thoughtfully, "Mr. Vin Rambus has always appeared a little proud." Derlau clasped his hands at his chest and said, "You could tell. Only occasionally. Some details." Audrey replied in 2 short sentences. Derlau sighed and shook his head with a smile. "This mask's influence on Vin Rambus was worse than I expected. Besides, he usually put on a very good disguise. Under this premise, I don't find it strange that he has gone missing. His arrogance will make it impossible for him to see the path beneath his feet. It will make him look down on beyonders who are weaker than him, and this will often bring great danger." Audrey resisted the urge to recall Vin Rambus's death and asked in deliberation, "These 7 personalities can amplify the corresponding knowledge and emotions to help us realize our own problems, so that we can deal with them directly. At the same time, they will also bring some negative effects and unknowingly change its wearer's personality." Derlau nodded slightly. "In the mind domain, it's very difficult to obtain external help that's pure and without danger. One has to have enough internal strength to avoid the corresponding negative effects. You have walked the right path for you to realize this." Audrey was just about to take the opportunity to discuss some questions about the mind domain when she suddenly saw a mask on the table disappear. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the entrance of the cathedral. She saw a figure walk in through the door. This figure was wearing a 3-piece formal wear suit, and he had a half-top hat in his hand. He wore the mask that had disappeared earlier on. The mouth on the mask was opened wide until it reached close to the ears. Its mouth remained open, as if it wanted to swallow everything that its eyes could see. "This is one of the counselors of the psychology alchemists, Mr. Gluttony." Derlau did the introductions. Following that, the remaining counselors of the psychology alchemists arrived one after another. They were Mr. Lust, Ma'am Greed, Miss Sloth, and Mr. Envy. As a senior spectator, Audrey was the first to notice the difference in their masks. Greed was similar to a gluttony. His mouth reached his earlobes, but it wasn't open. Furthermore, his eyes were closed. Lust was similar to pride, but its eyes were different from ordinary people. They had sunk to the middle of their noses, as though they were looking at people from the bottom. Envy's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were slightly slanted, and had a gloomy temperament. Sloth's eyes were tightly shut, and its mouth naturally drooped, giving off the feeling that the wearer was sleeping. Seeing all the counselors present, Derlau smiled and said, "Let's wait for another friend. He will be the 7th counselor." "Heh! 8th. I forgot to count myself." Just as he said that, a figure entered the cathedral's main door. This figure wore a shirt, vest, a black trench coat, and a half-top hat. At a glance, he was a rather fashionable gentleman. However, after some observations, Audrey realized that there was a huge rabbit under the human clothes. Its eyes were bright red and its fur was snow-white. The rabbit walked inside, one step at a time, and stopped at the side of the long table. It happened to be beside Audrey. "Unfortunately, you only have one choice." Derlau smiled as he pointed at the wrath mask on the table. The rabbit let out a male human voice. "I've always been very gentle. It's a good opportunity for me to experience wrath." As it spoke, it picked up the persona mask and wore it on its face. The mask's eyes were wide and its mouth was wide open, as though an angry roar would shout out at any moment. After Mr. Wrath sat down beside Audrey, Derlau clapped his hands and said, "I formally introduce the 2 counselors who will be joining our council. This is Miss Pride. This is Mr. Wrath. They are both demigods and have deep attainments in the domain of the mind. In addition, Miss Pride will be in charge of the greater Backland area of the Lone Kingdom." Upon saying that, Derlau looked at Audrey and said, "You might not be aware, but we are rooted in the masses of psychologists, psychiatrists, and the corresponding aficionados. Our strength is mainly concentrated in large cities and not small cities and villages. Therefore, every counselor is responsible for a city and the surrounding area. Then, Derlau continued, Mr. Rath is in charge of the Lemberg capital, Azhara. Mr. Lust is in charge of the Intis capital, Trier. Mam Greed is in charge of the Fasak capital, St. Millum. Miss Sloth is in charge of the Fainapotter capital, Fainapotter city. Mr. Envy is in charge of the Intis Republic's Tilisai city. Mr. Gluttony is in charge of the Lone Kingdom's Constant city. After the introduction, Derlau added, Our psychology alchemist's mission is exploration, discovery, and research. We do not care about affecting the scope, member numbers, resources, etc. Therefore, we do not have any counselors in the Fog Sea, the Berserk Sea, the Sonia Sea, and the Southern Continent. Of course, there will often be members who go out to the sea to explore the ruins of the Southern Continent in search of ancient history. Heh. I forgot that I'm the king of the Black Throne on the Five Seas. St. Millum, Constant, Tilisai. Nearly half of the counselors of the psychology alchemists are in the Midseashire region. Audrey acutely sensed a problem. She came from a noble family and had received good education since she was young. She was no stranger to the geographical location of every city in the northern continent. She knew that Fasak's St. Millum, Lone's Constant, and Intis's Tilisai were big coastal cities of Midseashire. Although they couldn't compare to the three major cities of Backlund, Trier, and Fainapotter city, each of them was quite large. Furthermore, there were many medium-sized cities around them. This made the Midseashire coast become the most vibrant economic zone in the northern continent, an area with the biggest population. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too surprising that the focus of the psychology alchemists was placed on Midseashire. Audrey generally didn't think that the psychology alchemists weren't too interested in expansion. After the counselors got to know each other, Derlau turned his head and said to Audrey, Miss Pride, due to the war, Backlund's psychology alchemists suffered great losses. We have lost contact with many of the members. I will give you a specific list in the future. You will be in charge of confirming the whereabouts of the members and then organize them again. In this process, I suggest that you don't use your real image and name to finish the tasks. Create a virtual identity to complete them. Vin Rambus didn't do well in this aspect. I think he's a little too proud. Audrey nodded slightly and agreed. Derlau retracted his gaze and said, The second thing to discuss today is the whereabouts of the Mind Dragon in East Chester County of the Lone Kingdom. The dragon-worshipping customs of the Heartlark village haven't been weakened in the past 2 years. I suspect that the Mind Dragon is still influencing it in some way. Perhaps we can use it to find its whereabouts. Who is willing to handle this matter? After raising the question, he recalled that the newly joined Miss Pride and Mr. Rath didn't have enough knowledge of the corresponding situation. He simply explained the explorations the psychology alchemists had previously done, as well as the problems that his entire archaeological team members encountered. Audrey had actually participated in some matters in the early stages. Now that she had a suitable reason to intervene, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. It wasn't that she really wanted to hunt the Mind Dragon, but rather, she wanted to communicate with it and grasp more knowledge and secrets of the mind domain. However, she wasn't in a hurry to raise her hand. As a counselor participating in the council for the first time, she would rather miss an opportunity than be eager to showcase herself. This is Lone's matter. It's not suitable for us to interfere. Mr. Lust surveyed the area and said, Unless Miss Pride and Mr. Gluttony don't have the time for it. Audrey waited for a few more seconds. Seeing that the Gluttony didn't say anything, she looked at Derlau and said, I will try to investigate, but I need more detailed information. Seeing that Audrey was willing to attempt the investigation mission, Derlau nodded and said, I'll give you the detailed information later, but I have to warn you that this matter is rather dangerous. You must not be careless. Upon saying that, Derlau paused for a moment and said, If you encounter an accident, and you can't solve it by relying on yourself, you can try to say a name. This will bring you salvation. What name? Audrey asked as she had a guess in mind. Durlow's expression immediately turned solemn. It comes from the Holy Bible of the Third Epoch's creator. It involves the highest mystery of the mind domain, and it has a close relationship with something of the psychology alchemists. It's Adam. Adam. Audrey didn't find it surprising at all, but she showed her puzzlement on the surface, as though she didn't know what this name meant. Durlow didn't explain and instead said, as a counselor, you should be in charge of a Grade 1 sealed artifact. However, you and Wrath have just joined the ranks, so there must be an observation period first. Besides, the former committee member of the Backland region, Vin Rambus, has lost a rather important sealed artifact. We are considering whether we should change the usage method of sealed artifacts and allow usage only via an application. In other words, all the sealed artifacts will be kept in this mine city. You usually won't hold on to them, and can only use them temporarily after an application for particular incidents. The woman in charge of Faceax Capital's St. Millum immediately shook her head. There is a very serious flaw in this method. That is that we are unable to deal with any sudden accidents. Be it enemies or monsters, once we encounter them, we will not have the time to apply and retrieve the sealed artifact. I believe that the current method is good enough. Everyone wields a Grade 1 sealed artifact to deal with accidents. When there's a need, we can apply for other items. Durlow laughed and said, this was indeed better in the past, but now you don't have to worry. As long as you have the chance to resist an accident, then you can directly enter this mine city to avoid the enemy and obtain the item. If there's no chance, just as I said, reciting the name Adam will do. You said Adam twice. That entity is probably already watching. No. He might have been watching from the very beginning. Audrey's heart almost beat faster when she heard that. Then how do we enter without your invitation? Mr. Envy asked as he nodded. Durlow pointed at his face and said, from this council meeting forth, you can take your persona mask out of this city. No matter where you are, as long as there are at least 2 humans around you, yes, other than you will be able to wear the corresponding persona mask and enter the city. And these 7 masks are illusory. They are closely connected to what you know, and there's no need to store them in a special way. With just a thought, you will be able to take them out of the sea of collective subconscious. At that moment, the man, who was wearing the gluttony mask and exuded a feeling that he was lost in indulgence, thought for a while and said, will bringing the persona mask out of this city affect our mental state and true personality? There will be some effects that need attention. But I believe that you are all experts in the mind domain. You have the ability to resolve problems in this aspect, Durlow said frankly. Audrey was a little worried that these 7 persona masks had something to do with Adam, but she didn't dare think about it in the mind city. She forced herself to rein in her thoughts and replied to what Durlow had said before. I can accept the 2 safekeeping methods of the Grade 1 sealed artifact. I'll patiently wait for the probationary period to end. Miss, you aren't proud? Miss Sloth, who looked like she was sleeping, commented with a smile. After discussing the mine dragon in Eastchester County, the other 5 counselors began introducing things that were worth paying attention to in their respective areas as an exchange of information. During this process, Mr. Gluttony, who seemed to be capable of eating an entire cow at any moment and wore 10 rings, said, the constant region hasn't been peaceful recently. There have been many miracles happening one after another. First, Constant City was rebuilt overnight. Second, Belton City's citizens collectively lost their memories of a certain period of time. Third, a powerful archmage who grants the wishes of others for pleasure has been wandering the eastern shore of the Mid-Seashire. He's called Merlin Hermes. Related to this, there's an item known as the fully automatic wishing machine. Other than that, I also noticed something strange. Many rats, cockroaches, and crows in Constant City have lost their souls, days after the city was miraculously restored. Why were you able to sense this problem? Mr. Lust looked up at Gluttony from the bottom. Gluttony gulped and said, I've been researching the mind problems of ordinary creatures recently. Rats, cockroaches, and crows are my experimental subjects. The counselors immediately started discussing the direction of this research before the meeting officially entered the third stage. Their academic exchange enriched Audrey's knowledge quite a bit. She listened very seriously and would occasionally share her thoughts and insights. All right, this conference will end here. After a while, Durlau clapped his hands. Audrey subconsciously wanted to stand up and lead the other counselors into bowing and bidding farewell. However, she quickly came to her senses and continued sitting there, being the penultimate person to stand up. Before leaving, she asked curiously, "Mr. President, does this city have a name?" "Yes." Durlau laughed. "The Garden of Eden." Garden of Eden. Audrey saw that the other counselors were walking towards the door and asked thoughtfully, "There are many cathedrals here. They should represent a faith. I wonder which existence the residents here believe in." Durlau nodded and replied solemnly, "The omnipotent and omniscient Creator." Garden of Eden, the omnipotent and omniscient Creator. If this wasn't created by Adam, I'll write my name backward. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the crimson star representing Miss Justice and silently muttered to himself. In addition, to recite Adam, when faced with danger as a response would indicate a problem without concealing anything. Ever since Miss Justice entered the Garden of Eden, the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle had been suppressed. Klein could only use Audrey's point of view to observe the surroundings, just like how Queen Mystic Bernadette's fixed viewpoint back on the primitive island. To a certain extent, this also showed the status of the Mind City Garden of Eden. Klein gently tapped the edge of the long model table and conjured a pen and paper to write his thoughts. This wasn't something he couldn't analyze based on his own thinking. Instead, when facing an existence like Adam, he needed to repeatedly ponder and analyze the details. Thus, the words that formed on the paper helped him to read them back and forth so as to notice and make up any missing details. Basic premise. Adam has already advanced to sequence 0 using the full-scale war from before. By becoming a true god, he can be known as a visionary. Miss Justice happened to become a sequence 4 manipulator after Vin Rambise's death. She may be able to convince others, but she can't convince Adam. What does Adam want? Setting up a sequence for Saint doesn't match his identity as a visionary unless he has another ploy up his sleeves. His real target is the Mind Dragon? Or is it me who's backing Miss Justice? Care and vigilance must be enhanced on this matter. We must not be careless. In the Garden of Eden, the cathedral that the psychology alchemist counselors were using is similar to Adam's corpse cathedral. However, it's only a little similar. The stone columns on its exterior are inlaid with several skulls. There is no corresponding layout inside, and the color is dark black and very gloomy. What does this mean? What does that grayish-white dragon coiling around the huge cross symbolize? The first step in resurrecting the Creator has been successful. Adam is already a visionary. If his father or the original Creator returns, he would be the first one to be unlucky. He is willing to sacrifice himself? This is the meaning of being zealous? That rabbit is suspected to be Hermes. However, as an angel of the spectator pathway, it doesn't make sense for him to not be able to remove Miss Messenger's transformation curse after so long, especially since he has a visionary who can provide help. Did Hermes do it on purpose? Yes, the president of the psychology alchemists, Durlau, mentioned that to the spectator, death only represented the end of one's identity. He can still participate in other theatrical plays in other aspects as another identity. By combining them together, does this mean that once the spectator pathway reaches sequence 3 or sequence 2, they can separate the identities they once held and make them become living people? And even if these identities were to die, it wouldn't lead to the deaths of their real bodies. It does look like the preamble to becoming a visionary. The rabbit that Hermes turned into after being cursed was separated as an identity which later directly participated in the psychology alchemists. What does he want to do? Back then, when the Twilight Hermit Order communicated, he was sitting beside the Emperor. After Klein was done writing, he put down his fountain pen and carefully read the contents a few times. His heart clouded with mystery and puzzlement. In the end, He could only decide to continue observing and be vigilant. And at this moment, Audrey had already taken the carriage she used, exited the Garden of Eden, and returned to the park in Empress Borough with the man-made lake. She wasn't in a rush to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that there would be a better way to seal the pride mask. She returned to her luxurious villa as though nothing had happened. Susie was sitting by the door, waiting for Audrey to return. At that moment, the golden retriever immediately went up to her as soon as she saw her approach. She even gave a rather talented showcase of her acting by barking and wagging her tail. She didn't ask on the spot. Instead, she kept accompanying Audrey back to her bedroom before asking in concern, "Is it over?" Audrey tersely acknowledged, indicating that there was no problem. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Susie pressed. "Not yet." Audrey shook her head slightly. Due to Susie's concern, she instinctively recalled her previous experience, but to her surprise, she realized that she couldn't recall the image and name of the psychology alchemist's president. To recall even the information that she had learned from the World Gehrman Sparrow, she had to focus quite a bit. To be frank, in front of Beyonders below the demigod level, she could do similar feats as a manipulator. However, to influence a saint in the mind domain and make it impossible for them to sense it was almost impossible unless the other party was hypnotized, unconscious, or enslaved. That gentleman's level is probably higher than I expected. Audrey controlled her emotions and calmly made a certain judgment. She gave Susie a look and got the golden retriever to stand guard outside the door. In her mind, she outlined the character mask that represented pride. Just as she was thinking about this, she felt a slight fluctuation in the sea of collective subconscious around her. With just a thought, Audrey reached out her left hand and grabbed it. She took out an abnormally cold, illusory grayish-white mask. As long as I seriously think about it, will this pride mask come to my side? Or should I say that it has already existed in my subconscious and has been following me? As Audrey carefully examined her mind island, she signaled with a thought that made the pride mask vanish. The ice-cold, illusory grayish-white mask quickly turned transparent and melted into the surrounding sea of collective subconscious. Audrey still couldn't determine where this pride mask had gone. Why did it appear in such a timely manner each time? This made her increasingly wary. She decided to pray to Mr. Fool and make the wish of sealing the mask. Just as she was thinking of doing a few more experiments to obtain more knowledge from pride, she saw the sea of collective subconscious begin to resonate without using her manipulator beyond her powers. A beam of light came from afar as it grew larger and more obvious. Finally, it turned into an illusory letter. This letter stopped in front of Audrey's mind island as though it was searching for a path to complete the delivery. Audrey naturally wouldn't let any foreign object enter her mind world. She hurriedly reached out her left hand and touched the illusory letter. Seeing that her fingers were about to touch the surface of the letter, Audrey suddenly stopped. Her experience and intelligence told her at the same time, don't touch anything in the mysticism world rashly. This was especially so for the mind domain. Otherwise, it would easily lead to corruption and produce mental problems. With this in mind, Audrey produced a virtual persona and put on the black long-veiled glove, Hand of Horror. After making the necessary preparations, she reached out to grab the illusory letter and watched as it peeled away its outer layer and flipped over one page at a time. This was all the information related to the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County. To use the sea of collective subconscious to transmit information, the higher-ups of the spectator pathway are truly amazing. As a manipulator, Audrey had been trying her best to maintain her initial yearning towards the mysticism world. It was a pure and innocent pursuit of dreams and magic. This was one of the ways to prevent herself from losing herself in the manipulating experience of things, and not be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious. After flipping through all the information, Audrey let the illusory letter melt into the sea of collective subconscious. She was still in no hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. According to her previous arrangements, she went out to be busy over other things. At dusk, before the banquet at home began, she found some time to quickly make a prayer in her bedroom and make a wish. In the next second, Audrey saw the grayish-white pride appear from the sea of collective subconscious in front of her. The illusory feeling slowly vanished as a tiny amount of metallic luster flashed. For some reason, this persona mask had a certain substantial feel to it, as though it was bordering between illusory and realism. This meant that it was isolated from Audrey's mind island in a physical sense. Of course, it also lost the ability to return to the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey held pride and attempted to remove lie that had turned into an emerald necklace, overlapping the two together. Just as she had expected, the half-illusory, half-real pride embedded itself into lie, turning into a blob of patterns that roughly looked like a human face. In the future, I'll use this method to carry it with me. I won't allow the persona mask to have any contact with my mind or body until I need to use it. Audrey's mind raced as she sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. She then left for the banquet hall. Along the way, she met her father, Earl Hall. Good news. Earl Hall laughed. Audrey didn't hide her surprise. Alfred's coming back? This was her other brother. You actually guessed it? Earl Hall said in surprise. In the next half of the year, he will return to Backland as a general. Half a year. Susie is already a dreamwalker. Audrey thought for a moment and asked, Father, when are we returning to Eastchester County? As the war had just ended and there were many things in the kingdom that needed to be done, the nobles didn't return to their respective fiefs during New Year's. They remained in Backland all this time. It was already the end of February. Earl Hall nodded and said, About April. In the ancient palace above the fog. Mind mail. Be careful of viruses. Don't click on them without thought. As Klein sighed, he threw the curtain that represented the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic back into the junk pile, allowing it to cover all the items there. He had just fulfilled Miss Justice's wish using the grafting ability he named. He connected the illusory concept of the persona mask to an ordinary metal mask, and he gave the Worms of Spirit, who were on duty at Sapphire Castle, an order to recharge the powers from time to prolong the grafting effect. From the description of Mr. Gluttony from the Psychology Alchemists, Zeradal seems to have found Constant City. I have to be even more careful. Klein tapped the edge of the long model table with his finger, causing Worms of Spirit to appear from his body. His figure vanished from Sapphire Castle. Winter County, Amantha Mountain Range, Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard obtained a document from the Pope. This was the first thing he was responsible for after becoming a high-ranking deacon. After returning to his room, Leonard leisurely leaned back and placed his feet on the desk. Then, he opened the document in his hand and began reading. A wandering magician, Merlin Hermes, grants the wishes of others for pleasure. The newly rebuilt Constant City, fully automatic wishing machine. Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer. Sequence 3 is Scholar of Yore. And Sequence 2 is Miracle Invoker. Leonard read until he suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he suppressed his voice and asked, Old man, how many angels of the Seer Pathway are active across the land? Palaz Zoros scoffed. This is acting. There should only be one miracle invoker who still needs to act. You should know who I'm talking about. Leonard looked at the information in his hand again and mumbled, He's having quite a good time. He had already decided that the main purpose of this mission was to act as a night watcher and digest his potion. He could also travel in passing. As for handling the matter, what mattered was to find a reasonable explanation. After flipping through the thick documents in boredom, Leonard retracted his feet and stood up. He was going to retrieve a Grade 1 sealed artifact that a high-ranking deacon like him could own. To other saints of the Church of Evernight, this was quite a headache. This was because the negative effects of sealed artifacts weren't easily endured. It was even more so when one needed to carry them for a long period of time. However, if one chose a holy artifact that was more compatible with him, there would be a problem of powers overlapping. As for Leonard, he didn't need to worry about this problem. As long as the sealed artifact he was interested in had a living characteristic, he could get Old Man's help. By parasitizing it with a worm of time, it significantly reduced the negative effects of the sealed artifact, making it as obedient as the word of the sea. Therefore, the main thing to choose is its powers. Leonard whistled and walked out of the room. Monday afternoon, in the ancient palace above the gray fog. Dark red beams shot out, materializing into different figures. Derek hadn't needed to count his heartbeat for a long time. All he needed to do was take a look at the wall clock and calculate the time difference with Backlund to know how much longer before the tarot gathering happened. At that moment, he stood up with Miss Justice and the other members of the tarot club. He bowed to the end of the long bronze table and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After taking their seats and paying their respects, Emlyn glanced left and right and said, "I want to know if there's something special about the planter and the moon pathways compared to the other pathways?" After raising the question, he didn't hide it and instead added frankly, "I recently learned that the internal system of the Church of Earth is different from other normal systems. It's split into two categories, favored and blessed." After Emlyn finished his simple description, Alger, Katlia, Leonard, and company looked at each other, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. Of course, every member present, including Derek, could tell that the internal system of the Church of Earth was abnormal. At this moment, they heard a soft sigh. This sigh seemed to come from an era more ancient than ancient. It came from Mr. Fool, who sat at the end of the long mottled table.